darkness that is going on, all the fraud around the planet. This is very, very bad. And
this just
that we should unite, because together we are strong, and we have all the facts all put out there. And the last thing is to act, from taking conscious action and really creating what we want to have in the world. Thank you.
My name is Mads Palsvig. I'm from Denmark. I'm a former investment banker. I am the chairman and the founder of the People's Party JFK 21. It stands for Earth, Freedom and Knowledge. What I particularly bring
Remember
to
JFK?
the table, from
Yeah, the guy that got shot.
A good health policy, which is my body, my choice.
Wonder why he got
it's a
shot.
very like economic platform based on my experience advising the Federal
speaking
Reserve
the truth,
and
like this,
working
with
as
this
a government bond trader for Morgan
That's
Stanley,
why we got
Credit Suisse
back
and
these
Barclays.
guys.
It is an
Very
economic
important.
platform that simply will remove poverty and create one large middle class. So instead of what we have right now, with a growing number of technocrats and people living in poverty and destruction of middle class, we will do exactly the opposite. So we will, for example, remove income tax, and we'll have a taxation, a Tobin tax, taxation of digitally transactions of money. We will remove the VAT and put in a turnover tax there. We'll have money creation for the people. Frosty Sigurjonsson style from Iceland.
We're still doing money.
A 100-page program. He was a member of parliament there. And if you have the National Bank creating money for the people instead of right now, where
That's
private
better.
banks are creating money for their
It's a step in the right
clients,
direction.
it will create wealth and prosperity for the people. Thanks a lot for being here. Thanks a lot, everybody.
You can have community banks.
Curtin. I'm from Great Britain. I'm a member
You
of
can
the
have
London
family
Assembly,
banks.
and
You can
I'm
have
standing
all
to be
sorts of
mayor
different
in the
little
next
banks.
elections in May
Why is there a
2021.
monopoly on
I'm
banks?
also a chemistry graduate, and I see that the politicians and the media have a very, very poor understanding of science and mathematics.
Yep.
And they perceive and push
yes.
the narrative
All of
that
it.
the coronavirus, COVID-19, is far, far worse and more dangerous than it actually is. The reality is that it's no worse than a bad flu season. But they've been ramping up fear, they've taken away civil liberties, they've destroyed businesses, and their policies have been very, very harmful.
And don't
to
be
people's
upset that
mental
you didn't
health
see it.
and also physical health.
Just
of
see
other
it now.
people who cannot get hospital appointments who would otherwise have been able
You're
to
just
get
a little slow on this
in
one.
the UK, I've started a new political
okay.
party called the Heritage Party, which is going to stand up for liberty and freedom of speech, and is going to restore sanity in this area. Because the main parties are two hands of the same puppet that are pushing these destructive narratives, and it has to end in the United Kingdom and all over the world.
One. They're
Hello everyone, I'm
one
Monique
entity.
Jensen. I'm from the Netherlands.
But they have
I'm a
two
psychologist.
names.
I'm also the
Two
founder of a group
platforms.
of Women for Freedom
Right,
in Holland,
left,
where we
this,
organize
that,
marches
black, white.
and podia. And I'm here to help people remember
Antifa,
that there
KKK.
are miracles, to help our children remember that there are miracles. And I want to show people how they have been programmed, so they can step out of the program and create their own program. And that way we can create a whole better world than ever before. So I don't want to go back to the
Two
old
pieces
normal,
of the same
but I would
shitty
like to
shit
create
pie.
a whole new normal together with all of you. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Wendy. I'm also from the Netherlands, and we created the group Humanity Unite. I'm also ready to
Groups.
create.
We have to
a
create
new
more
world,
groups.
a new
Can we create some
healthier
groups in
and honester
Penticton?
world
Oh no!
Together.
Oh fuck.
Thank you.
Alright, I'll create my own groups online, I guess.
Denmark, and
It'd
I'm
be
a
better if I
holistic
could do it
doctor.
like in town
I've
here.
been practicing for 20
For me.
years, and
If it's like
I realized
personally.
1 year ago that the 5G was being set up
For all of
over the
us.
planet, and
More groups
I
we
researched a lot,
found,
and
the more groups
started
we're
up
part
to,
of, the better
against the
informed we're
Danish
going to
government
be
for implementing the 5G
in our town.
because the 5G is a part of this whole corona scam.
Yeah.
It gives you
5G is not
the symptoms of
what you think it is.
flu,
Oh, it's going to be
and
fast.
will,
Yeah, it's also going to be
make
more
this
deadly.
narrative go on and come and go.
And you
And
keep
that
taking
is
those vaccinations and filling your fucking body up with all these metals.
I'm here today because I really would
They
like
might be
to
controlling you
connect
soon.
people and make this organization big.
They're working
so we
on
can
it.
Go to each other's
They already got
demonstrations
some
and
of
help each other to take these crazy governments down. Thank you very much for everything.
Hi, I'm Fiona Hine. I'm from the London, UK.
To some
I
extent,
founded
they got a lot of
coffeeleaks.co.uk, which is to find the truth and
Believe
expose
in
the truth.
the
I'm also a
CNN,
freedom activist,
Fox,
and I've set up the Resist and Act Freedom Movement in the
CNBC,
UK,
ABC,
and I organise rallies in the
NBC,
UK
CBC,
and now
BBC
internationally with this
News.
amazing
Yeah.
collective of people
If you believe
to
that news
freedom
and you
fight
don't see it for
together.
the propaganda that
My name
it
is
is,
Margareta
obviously,
Gries-Brisson. I'm a consultant
then they're
neurologist
controlling your
from
mind.
Germany.
Think
And
about
I
it.
would like to ask our Ärztekammer
You're being controlled
and
by
our
TV.
Gesundheitsämter, which means
And
the
those
German
news sources.
the German Medical Council,
That are owned
and
by people who
our
own
Center
countries,
for Disease
governments,
Control.
pharmaceutical
Where is your
companies,
evidence
oil
that we
companies,
still have an ongoing deadly infectious
etc.?
disease that could justify all the restrictions that you implemented on
See,
us
now doctors
in the last year?
that aren't just specialized in their
Please share
own
this
little
evidence
field,
with
if
us,
they could.
and I can
What is?
guarantee
How does
you,
this all
if
affect
you
the
enter
general
into a discussion
population?
with us,
When do
we
we have
will
to
be
get together as a group? Are we stronger as a group, united, talking about
Hello,
things,
my name
health,
is Heinrich Fichtner.
making people
I'm
healthier
oncologist,
rather than making them
hematologist,
sicker?
palliative
You know,
care
things like that.
physician.
Yeah, that would
I'm
be
a
a good
politician,
group to be a
member
part
of
of.
the
If you're a doctor,
Parliament
are you a part of a
in
group like that?
Württemberg.
You're not.
And I
What the hell?
think it is my duty to stand up, to hold up
Pill
truth
pusher.
and liberty.
Don't
Being
call
a
me that.
Christian,
Well, that's
being
all
a
you are,
politician,
dude.
Being a physician,
You're a
it is
fucking
my
pill
obligation
pusher.
To hold up
And no,
truth flag.
I refuse the
to
Ritalin
stand
that
up
you
against
tried to
the
prescribe me, you
suppression of
shithole.
people, against panic, against foreign control, to come back
Idiot.
to the eternal values of
Oh, I
creation,
guess I'll try
where
it.
Man was created free,
You
to-
idiot.
to develop himself freely, which is in great danger.
So we
due
test
to
it out.
this panic,
We bring some
due
friends
to
over just
this
to see.
satanic
They still think you're an idiot,
theory,
but
which is
whoa,
imposed
lo and
on the
behold,
people
6
worldwide.
months, 8 months
And
later,
I
9
see
months
my
later, when you
obligation
thought I was
to
fucking
tell
crazy,
people, but also even the more to tell my colleagues,
Guess
my
what? Your
medical
fucking
colleagues,
doctor
to stand up, to be courageous,
that you sent me
to
to,
remember
he's
what
corrupt.
they have been obliged
Pill
for,
pusher.
what they have given an oath for, to stand
He's in
up
it for
for
the
their
money.
patients, to stand up for their health,
Like all
for
you three
their freedom,
are
and
in it for the
against
money.
any
So that's why you
oppression.
gotta
This is our
reevaluate
duty as
everybody.
physicians, and I call
Because
upon
you're all at the
physicians
top of your
in
fucking
Germany
shit,
and
right?
worldwide to do their
In your
job,
town.
stand up against this oppression.
Well, you
My
have a
name is
responsibility.
Professor Dolores Cowles. My background is molecular
Guess
biology
what? Step
and
up.
immunology, and I'm also here as president
If not,
of the World Doctors Alliance. and
you'll be
supporting
outnumbered.
2020.org.
'Cause that's
It's
how
my
it
pleasure
goes.
to be with my colleagues,
It's
including
like
Dr.
99% of
Dr.
us
Mohammed
believe this
Adil.
now, and you're the
And
only
we're here
fucker
to
now.
say that there is good news. The
Just like I was the
coronavirus
only
is a
fucker
seasonal
saying what I
virus
was saying,
that
but I was
causes
saying the
illness
truth.
and symptoms from December to April.
But you
And
deceived
that For
everybody,
people who have symptoms, there are treatments like inhaled steroids,
blinded them
hydroxychloroquine,
from the
and zinc.
truth.
So there is no need for the lockdown. There is no need for fear.
Effectively.
There's no need for masks, for
Well
social
done.
distancing, or for quarantining people. They are locking
Good
people in
job.
their homes for last year's flu, for where
What
there
a
is an
shitty
effective
thing to do
treatment.
to
So we
yourself.
want to communicate this message to people. There is no need for fear. And I'm involved in a number of organisations. I've been standing up for academic freedom and freedom of speech. I'm chair of the Irish Freedom Party. And I'm encouraging all of you that are listening to this to get involved in new democratic and peaceful movements within your country, to stand for election and to remove the politicians that are actually causing more harm than good. And also, as for free speech, I'm supporting a brand new tube with doctors like Dr. Vernon Coleman. And in Ireland and across the world, we are setting up a new custodian movement.
You can't buy her.
Custodians
So
of our
bring
health, our heritage,
twice as
and our
much if
freedom.
you.
And what we want to do, I support Dr. Heiko Schöning as well in his Via Craft movement,
Sorry.
is to actually
I didn't know
support
someone was talking.
businesses and new innovative
Listen.
technologies that actually support the values of freedom of speech and freedom of health. So we will be looking at a
How many
new
doctors
food
you want to
movement,
hear from
a
now?
new health movement.
How
and
many
to
doctors
brand
have we heard
restaurants
from
and hotels and
about
airlines that
COVID-19
respect our rights for freedom
and the
of movement,
propaganda
freedom
that
of
it
speech, and
is?
that we have the right to be informed about
All
true
these
health
doctors
and the correct
in one room
statistics about disease,
with one
and to hold all of the regulators
sound
and doctors and
saying the
advisors of
same
government
thing.
that if they are saying things and taking away people's freedom and health, that it needs to be supported by the evidence. So as president of the World Doctors Association, I'm very happy to stand with these doctors today and to lead the march in Berlin, which we hope will be millions of people, so that all of the doctors, regulators and politicians and people of the world will realise you can take off the masks and welcome to our side for freedom. Thank you very much.
Yes, so these are the statements of experts, doctors and other scientists and activists all over the world. And we have this good message to the people. We see no evidence of a medical pandemic, so it looks like a plandemic. And we all together say, we don't want this new normal. Certainly. And we don't want to go back to the old normal, because the old normal created this situation of new normal. We want a better normal, and we want it together with you. Thank you very much indeed.
You know, really the best thing to do in a lot of these situations, if you're a CEO or you're the chief of police or you're, you know, like the fucking premier of Alberta or whatever it is, right? If you know that the system's corrupt and maybe, you know, you fucked around a little bit, just take responsibility for it and not like responsibility, like say this happened, but it's happening everywhere, and I don't know what to do with it. But I don't want to live in a lie anymore. That's all. And you know what? Everybody will come to your rescue. They'll say, you know what? That's a fact. We are all living a lie. There is no one on earth that isn't a criminal under the current fucking law here. So when we've all become slaves to the law, to the government, to the entities that control us. Fear, fear, fear. No more. Hey, that's easy. You change that. How do you do that? Well, do it. How do you do it? If it's not working for you, don't do it. Right? In every case. If it does work for you, do that. In every case. If something works better, well, do that unless you have a specific reason not to. But it should never hurt anybody, right? So do that. As long as it doesn't hurt anybody, do that. You diddling little kids? Fuck off. Right? Okay, so now you gotta reel that fucking back. Because I know some people. Oh, dear Lord. Alright, so reel it back. And own it! And then we'll find a place. You need help? You like little girls, little boys? Is that what your thing is? You need help. And you know what? We've been conditioned to like it. Yep. We've been conditioned to think that we are disposable. That we can just fucking come all over each other. You know? Mascara come all dripping down. Oh yeah, that's real nice. Yeah, you'll take it. Yeah. How many? Have we all? Some of us more? Own it! put it all in fucking perspective now. So, forgiveness is key. Oh, I don't have to. Yeah, you do. You have to forgive yourself. You forgive yourself, you don't have to forgive anybody else. Period. How do you forgive yourself? You die. How do you do that? You tell me. It's your life. Die to everything. So that you can know the truth. And then live in that light. Doesn't make any sense. If you got a light, to put it under a fucking bowl. You know? So everybody can see it. Shine your light. Shine your light. Shine your light down on me. Shine, shine, shine. Shine on me. Let your light shine. Live in the truth of it, you know? The truth, man. What's the truth? Well, the truth is, we've all been really shitty to each other. And that's gotta stop. 100%. What we act out in real life, what we think about in our fucking minds, we act out. What we act out, it becomes us. And then we get deeper and deeper into this sub-reality we call life. And it's a fraction of your... It's just a little, small little fucking speck fraction of your entire existence. You're made up of eternal stuff. Whatever that is. Come on back. Reel it back. This isn't a fun game anymore. Reel it back. Get back to the beginning. In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Get back to the beginning. Just get back. God. Word. Names. Figure it out. It's a puzzle. You've left yourself clues. All along the way, we've left ourselves clues. Sometimes you just gotta peek over the fucking clouds to see how it's all kind of working, you know? It's a dance. It's more of a dance than anything. And the worst kind of dance is like fucking hurting each other. At least it's a dance though, right? That's what people think. If everybody's having a good time in the room, That's the dance. I don't care what you're fucking doing at that point. If everybody's not being hurt, someone's not being hurt as a consequence of it, not one single person, if everybody wins, win, do that. Or not. No, do that. Don't tell me what to do. Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. What is he really trying to get me to do? I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm trying to get you to do something. I'm trying to get you to not view the world so fucking negatively. And if you're going through trauma, mind trauma, I understand, man. Fuck that the shit that's happened to me recently and the trauma that I was exposed to in my mind and physically, not fun. The mind shit's worse. I could take the physical beatings. It's the mind shit that we're so good at doing, torturing each other. Yeah, I forgive you. Let's not do that to anybody anymore. We tested it out on me, it didn't work. Right? Right? You tested it out on a few people, didn't work. All you need is love. Love, love, love. Love, love, love. Love, love, love. There's nothing you can do that can't be done. Nothing you can sing that can't be sung. Nothing you can say, but you can learn how to play the game. It's easy. Nothing you can make that can't be made. No one you can save that can't be saved. Nothing you can do, but you can learn how to be you in time. It's easy. All you need is love. I repeat, all you need is love. All you need is love. Love is all you need. Love, 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 love. All you need is love. All you need is love. All you need is love. Love. Love is all you need. Nothing you can know that isn't known. Nothing you can see that isn't shown. Nowhere you can be that isn't where you're meant to be. It's easy. I repeat. Nothing you can know that isn't known. Nothing you can see that isn't shown. Nowhere you can be that isn't where you're meant to be. It's easy. All you need is love. All you need is love. All you need is love. Love. Love is all you need. All you need is love. All together now. All you need is love. Everybody. All you need is love, love, love is all you need, love. is all you need. Love. Love is all you need. Love is all you need. Love. Yahai! Hey kids! Hi Vinny. This is gonna be a different show. I hope my audience allows their kids to watch restricted shit. Gots to do what I gots to do. Welcome to Tea in Space. My name's Tom. Let's get to it. Great audience we got today. What's new? What's old? Partially cloudy. Chance of rain. Snow. Who knows what we get up to today? It's weather. Anything can happen. Watch! Did you see that? End the lockdown, Winnipeg, Manitoba, October 31st, 2020, which is in what, okay, so we're in 2020 now, and it is 28th, so that is, oh, do your math, 3 days from now. Hey! With Pastor Henry Hildebrandt as a special guest speaker. And the lockdowns, why? I don't know. Well, listen to him, listen to other people who feel like these lockdowns and other measures are Not in our best interest at all. What a shit show. Amen? Amen. Canada, we're not free. It's a fact. Right now, you're listening to a little background here. Buster Keaton. Legendando. 1925. Arrest that man responsible for this. Arrest the man responsible for this. And better. Arrest the man who's responsible for this. Ooh. Wow. Arrest the man that's responsible for this. What? Dear Lord. Police station, district, whatever. 1925. Let's get him. He's the devil. Nope. No devils. We made it up. Devil's in our mind. Devil's only in our mind. Made it up. Something to fear. Devil's in the mind. Fuck you. It's only in the mind. Only? Yeah. The mind. The mind. The mind. Did I do it right? I think. I'm riding big kahunas now. Is that what we call them? Kahunas? In Kalawahee? Hawaii? There's no such thing as Kalawahee. You've never been to Kalawahee? Makalani ho, makachani hey. That's all I gotta say for that. That's all I gotta say about that. Thanks, Forrest. Run, Forrest, run! Watch out for that herd of cattle. Oh, and the police and the firemen are spraying the fucking citizens. Oh, no, they're spraying the cops. I love it. It always comes down to the firemen and the cops every time. Firemen step up. Every time. Please, in my town, firemen step up. Notice it. You see it, don't you? Don't let those fuckers convince you that you're doing the same job as them. Fuck you. You gotta protect us from them. You can do it! Look at me, I'm small. You, strong! Me and this goofy getup. They're chasing me. They're chasing a lot of us. I'm gonna fucking ride this cow. I'm riding it, man. Guess what? Cows are pretty fucking fast. You can't stop a cow, it's like a juggernaut. You want to know the best way to get around in space? Does anybody want to know? Coming to you live on YouTube. Teen Space. Trying to find space. YouTube. I wonder if there'll ever be a time when something like this becomes cool again. My home and anything I have is yours for the asking. My home and anything is yours for the asking. I want her. I want her. I want her. A few ways you can go about that. Ah. What's the name of the disease that you always think that you're gonna get sick? The one that the Canadian comedian fucking latex condom over his head balloon guy. Anyways. What my thing is, here it is. I'll tell you in a more concise fashion. All right, yeah. So we got these COVID cases, right? And people thinking that they're getting all these things, right? And they're getting these confirmations by these fucking doctors that don't know shit. They're doctors, you know? Anyways, it really confuses the shit out of people. And it's usually the intellectual people who think they're smart, but they're really not. They're really stepping on intelligence in so many fucking ways. But what was I gonna say? Because you brought up that thing. I can't see it. Oh yeah, underlying issues, eh? Yeah, so she had underlying issues, she had some complications, and oh dear me, dear Lord, oh God, everything's falling apart. You had underlying issues. It's not a COVID case. These things are blown way out of fucking proportion because there's an agenda. An agenda. And both sides are working on it, both right and left, both Republican and Democrat, both Antifa and KKK. They're the same team. Get it? Yes. Did I get it? Did I get it? Did I get it now? There we go. I think I got it there. Slow. I'm slow, eh? There's always a better way of putting it, eh? And then understand it, but you don't have to read everything. Just get this through our heads. We don't have to fact check everything to we allow the fact checkers to be the guide. No. Our guide is our intuition. Our guide is our intellect. Our guide is our inner. That's our guide. Our guide. Not the goofy little things that we create. All powerful! Ah! What do you do when you're all powerful? Well, you try to save everything, don't you? Wouldn't you? Nah, I want to kill everything. And that's what we do. We fucking kill everything. We go in the fucking... We kill all these beautiful animals to extinction. To feed on them. To wear them. You know? Sometimes it's necessary. I guess. It's not necessary now, is it? No. Not with the tools that we have. But we don't go with the best ideas all the time, do we? Yeah, we got good tools. We just landed up with some good tools, but we use them for shitty purposes. And it doesn't allow us to access the other tools, the other fucking eternal tool bag that's at our disposal. Right? Think so. I think so. Yep. We'll find out. I've got my sources. Good sources too. Another picture of groceries going into a fucking dumpster. Well, it could be donated. Good food, too. Good food. This happens not only because, you know, it's the store. We can't blame it on the stores. Sometimes the company's policy that the store's not allowed to throw it out. So it goes in the dumpster, or she gets shipped back to the plant and then they throw it to the dumpster. They give it to the pigs so they can feed the pigs to you. The same information was checked in another post by independent fact checkers. And we deem it false! False information! Why? Well, because we say so! You know? Yes! Okay. Well, I say you're not my fact checker then. 'Cause I don't know what you are. But you don't look like me. Why can't you see me? I can see you. Do you see yourself? There? Over there, right? It's over there. What are you fucking looking at? Oh. She's the problem. Yeah. Keep my eye on you. Because I think you're the fucking problem. Remember, it's always good to know, like, let's say you're in the woods, right? It's always good to be smart enough to know that the bear can rip you in half anytime they want. It's very smart to know this. But also know it's not in the bear's nature to do that. Only when provocated does the bear do this. Only when cornered or protective of something, like a cub. Only when you're in its space, you weren't invited, And now you want to kill it. Always. And they know that. So guess what? How about you make friends with the bear? It's easier that way. And it's a lot more fun. I got it! I got it! I got it. It took me only 2 tries. I got it. Oh, you're good, Tom. Thanks, bud. You're good too. You're good peeps. Yo, yo, yo! This out to my ma! Tony! Hi, Tony! Ma? You've never called me that. I call you that now, don't I? Woman. Called you that too. Anybody who looks at my mom and they say that she doesn't have a sense of humor, they would be sadly mistaken and not know actually who she is, who she really is, right? It'd take a lot of fucking humor to put up with the shit that you put her through. Stop. Or I'll throw you up against the wall like I did Uncle Dell at Tigger's. And then I'll show you what kind of power I got. Just a fact. People ask me, why are you so angry all the time? How do you control it? They ask me this all the time. No one asks me anything. This is a completely made up story. They ask me all the time, how do I do it? You know what I say? I just keep my nose to the fucking grindstone and keep pushing. Pushing back. And then, the other 99% of the time, I'm fucking just relaxing. And enjoying. Even in these shitty times we're in. So kids, don't let them tell you you can't do it without money. Don't let them tell you that. And if we're gonna still do money, don't let them tell you. Keep it to yourself. Don't let them tell you that. Because as soon as you start keeping it to yourself, it evaporates. As soon as you start giving, holy cow, what comes into your life? Fuck money. This is better. This just in. The federal bank is at the root of all your fucking problems. This in. Breathe. Set you up. It's a setup. Can't win. Living in poverty. So much abundance all around us. How can we live in poverty? Just in. There's just in. Wait, is anybody there? Is anybody there? Ah, fuck. Did I get it? Did I get it right? Well, Mom said I got it right on Messenger, so we'll just go with that. Live chat. Set to chat. Melanie's here, probably. Most likely at the bottom of some fucking queue. Doesn't make any sense. None. Don't got enough money to go live. So they censored it in a different way. Most people just fucking leave. There was a chance on there was a time in YouTube where you can gain traction, you can create an audience, and that time is now gone, and we need to get it back. It will come back because these fuckers that are doing it, they're allowing politics and these shitholes to control the content that goes out. So, if someone just happens on my shit, they stumble on it, or I get a family member to go, whatever it is, right? Automatically, it's a Trump video. Trump 2020! Woo! So I automatically am clumped in with the fucking right. Or, sometimes I get a Democrat thing or something else. I'm neither of those. Can I be neither of those? No, you can't. You gotta be one or the other. No. Fuck you. Fuck you. No. I do not. And fuck you. Okay? Fuck you. Fuck you. Better? Fuck you. Better? Fuck off. We leave ourselves clues, eh? Pay attention. What's around? What's changed? What hasn't changed? Oh, son of mine, don't forget me if I go. Oh, sister of mine, please don't regret me if I die. Oh, mother, please don't resent me. Oh, father, if I die. If I go. If I've died, don't resent me. If I've died. Don't resent me if I've died. Don't resent me if I've died and I'm still here. Don't resent me. have to be both Captain Kirk and Spock at the same time. Equal amounts of awe. Go ahead. It's yours. No, that wasn't good enough. Okay, I'll give you another one. Can we close the window? Don't resent me if I've died and I find that I'm still here. Okay? Just exploring the outer galaxies with a few of my friends. Anyways, not sure when this will get to you, but I know, you and I know, that it doesn't matter when. Doesn't matter when. Because it always does. Truth. Don't resent me if I've died and I find that I'm still here, just exploring the outer galaxies with a few of my friends. Not sure when this will get to you, but you and I all know, you and I, all of us know that it doesn't matter when, cause it always does. All. Alright, clarify it. Clarify. Edit. All. But you and I, all, better, go. Oh my God, oh, that's good. That's good, that's a good stretch. Oh. place to be. Yeah, very familiar. That would be nice. Yeah, thanks. Dr. Dictator. Can I edit this on the go? Man, I wish I had people who do this. I really don't. Concurrent viewers. Average watch time, an hour. 5 minutes. That's all we need to know. At this time. In space. It's all we need to know. Because either it is or it isn't. We know who's responsible. We keep the eye on that. And then we keep the other two on the everyday. You know? Just enjoy it. That's what we're meant to do. Thank God for the other eye. Only a few of you. We are talking to you directly right now. We. All of us. The son of John McKay is in town. Are you sure? Yes. Step aside. I'm gonna get me my gun. Here's some guns for ye. Howdy. You look lovely today. You're so beautiful. These are nice flowers. Hey, oh, yeah, that's mine. Oh. There's another one. Would you all come over to supper tonight? I'd love to. That'd be amazing. Huh? See you at 6:30. I've never felt this thing before. My heart. In love. What the hell? Dad, why you got those guns? Don't... I know what you're thinking, but Dad... Daddy, there was a young man on the train who was so nice to me that I took the liberty of inviting him to supper. Is it okay? Ah, now we'll get him. Yeah, sure. Splendid. He'll never forget our hospitality. Right, boys? Why, this is the McKay estate. Yeah, it is. See ya. Door falls up. Beam comes down. Better off outside, bud. She's structurally unsound. Safety first. Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry. There he is. Let's get him. They shot at him and they missed. They shot and missed again. He's just oblivious. He's just... No, now he's got the long fucking gun out. Guy's running after him. Dagnabbit! We're usually a better shot. And right up close and the gun jams. What's your superpower? I'm lucky. There we go. It's not a superpower. Yes, it is. Deadpool 2. Look into it. No? Too raw for you? Make your own lucky. Buster Keaton. The first. Can I buy that rod off you boys? Well, I got 10 bits. 10 bits, sir. Why, sure. It's a shame to blow up this dam, but we must irrigate. Model dam comes down. It's like an eruption that you might see at a science fair project. The volcano. Boom! The dam explodes. Oh, I think I got a bite here. Yeah, I got a bite. I gotta get that rod. How'd that fall in there? There we go. Good one. Nice dive. That was awesome. Next time I'm gonna try flying squirrel. You ever seen that dive? I'm gonna do an inverted flip off of this. Watch. Oh! I almost lost my hat. How did he come out like that? Oh, it's just like a fish. The fish are just like... In the end, they'll be like... in your arms. Oh, what happened there? The dam broke. Fuck yeah, that happened. Missed it. We'll hunt him for him. What the hell? Sorry. Missed it. Missed it. We'll get it next time. My. There he is. He makes my heart go thumpity thump. I feel shivers all over. Voiceovers. We can do voiceovers. Just do what they used to do back in the day. Shoot it. Because they didn't know how to do the sound and the video at the same time, right? Didn't have the technology, so this is new. They added the sound later. And then they played the sound from a different device, you know? Anyways. Do it that way again. It's fun. Work with what you got. And then get like voiceovers if you want. Use what you got at your disposal. You're never but a click away from someone who knows how to do something or say it in a different way, you know, that adds to your thing. You don't need copyright shit. You just work with people. Fuck that shit. And it's always better to ask forgiveness in these times because everybody's a fucking criminal. So, you know what I'm saying? At the cops? Why is everybody after me in my town? Hey there, sir. Whose house is this? Canfield. Canfield? Who's that? Oh my god, I'm in the wrong fucking house. Get him! lousy, downright good for nothing. Can't do that in front of the ladies now, can we? There you go. I don't feel quite comfortable here. Well, he wants to kill me. He wants to kill me. He wants me dead. He also would like me dead. So... awkward! Not in front of the ladies. Everybody's looking at him through one eye. What's going on? Oh, I just dropped something here, sir. I'll be right back with everybody's meal. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. And these fuckers with guns have all the slaves, you know? Slave of the month. Well, who are we gonna pick? I know who it is now. Us? Oh, look at a cute doggy. Look at a cute doggy. We should have more animals in this. Well, my boy, you must come and see us again sometime. Ah. Milady? You, too? Yeah? Other guy who wants to kill me? Sure. Oh, yes, I forgot you. Prick. Gonna go. Hey, bye. Again, I love you. Hey, see ya. I don't want to leave because I know I'm gonna die. Or, good chance. They might be chasing after me. Oh! Look at this! Ha! Where's my hat? Oh, fuck. Has anybody seen my hat? Did you guys see my hat? Yeah. It might have been in the car. Oh! Dog has it. Go away, dog. Hey, it's just playing fetch, eh? Go away, dog. This dog's following my plan. I love this dog. Almost. Hi there. We were just go for it. No fetch. Hey, good dog, good dog. See? See? So, goodbye. Yep, just leaving now. Oh, everybody's reaching for the guns, eh? Oh, dear Lord. Oh, hey, look at the dog jumped through my arms. Dog really likes me. Oh, he doesn't want to go away. He just wants to come back. He keeps on coming back. Ah, shit. So I guess the dog left, eh? Oh, I gotta go. There, the dog. Oh, don't go. Don't go. I don't want to go. Pulls him back by the tail. This might be abuse. This might be abuse, but the dog seems like it's fine with it. It's a happy dog, you can tell. Brilliant. Brilliant. Buster Keaton. You're welcome. You're welcome. It would be the death of anyone to go outside tonight. Oh, hi, Grandpa. What's going on? Oh, that's Grandma, sorry. Ooh. Oh, boy. Ah, she's old. Older the better. Great lines. So, yeah, I guess I'll be staying here. Okay, goodbye. The dog. By the next day, young McKay had decided to become a permanent guest. Do you remember? We all have to remember these things, eh? Beautiful. Part of the family. Hi, guys. I really fancy your daughter. We got a little problem, eh? Can we talk about it? Like, you want to kill me, I like your daughter, she likes me, what's going on? Can we... No? Arrgh. These fuckers, even in my own home, the home I've chosen to live in, their home, and even in my... They're still trying to kill me, but they can't. We'll miss you when you're gone. Do you like this? Yeah. I'm still hurting from last time. You walked on this heart of mine. I can't find much to believe in. You let me down so many times. Heaven knows how I love you, but I'm tired of holding on. Love that song. You're gonna miss me when I'm gone. He is the son of John McKay. John McKay? Dad? Dad? Now I know. Now everybody knows what you've been up to. How's this gonna turn out? Could turn out pretty good still, I think. Our Hospitality, 1923. All rights reserved at IM Media. All rights reserved. Free to the public. On Facebook. Public. YouTube. Public. Right? That's where that's at. That's where that's at. Huh? What do you really care about? I'm gonna slow it down so that you're gonna really listen. Once upon a time, once upon a time there was this girl, right? She didn't quite see the world like most of us have seen it. She viewed the world through a different lens. And it seemed like no matter what was thrown her way, she was always constant in one thing. She always had a sense of joy. Not like the rest of us. She was something. We need more joy in our life. Once upon a time, and then we can laugh about this afterwards. Like, remember that time when you tried to kill me that other time? And you couldn't? Hey, remember that time when they shot at me? Do you remember that time? And then we thought, wow, that's weird. Do you remember that time? That was a real time. Do you remember those times? You tried to kill me? It's funny, man. It's funny now. So we should be laughing about it. Buster Keaton, everybody. You're always welcome at the show, Vinny. You're always welcome. I'll keep my eye on the fucking real criminals for us so we don't fight with each other so fucking much. Stop listening to your fucking CNN, CNBC, Fox News, BBC, CBC, ABC, NBC. Stop watching these first. You know, like the Bloomberg report. Power and politics. Global. Global's got it. No, it don't. No, it don't, which means it does. Thanks for the question. Global. What are you? Are you owned? Who owns you? In my town. What's it in your town? Fox News 7. This just in. All the little news organizations bought up, left or right. Boy, oh boy, how that changed. Now we don't have objective news. We have opinion pieces based on lies. Their lies. Our lies. Everybody. Let's all lie together. Amazing grace. That's what we need right now. Parchment paper. Perfect. Next. That's right, parchment paper. Next. Time to clean my pipe. It's getting to be that time. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, I've already come. 'Tis grace has brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home. The Lord has promised good to me. His word my hope secures. He will my shield and portion be as long as life endures. Yeah. When this flesh and heart shall fail, immortal life shall cease, I shall possess within the veil a life of joy and peace. 'Cause when we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. From one goes two, two goes three, three comes everything, maybe. Who owns that one? I am music. I am. Looks like it's Wednesday, 1:23 p.m. Still at the Beaumont Motel, room 240, doors always open. Year 2023. I've seen some shit. And I'm just here to tell you that if you get this message and I'm sending it to you and you're getting it like, I don't know, 2020? I'm here to tell you that time travel does exist. blocking. There it is. I think I did this. Public posts about blocking. Okay, blocking. Ah, Walter M. Koenig. What is? Oh yeah, I remember him. My block messages. I've only blocked 3, 4. Walter M. Koenig, Andrea Wilson, Joseph, and this other one, and I could have blocked many more. Type the name of a friend. Oh no, this isn't it. Public posts. Who can follow me? Public. Public posts, comments. Who can comment? Well, what do I have it set to? Public. Public post notifications. Public. Public post. No. You can get notifications when people who aren't your friends start following you and share. Like, comment on your public post. Turn these notifications on for friends. Friends of friends. Try that for a bit. Friends of friends. Friends of friends. Friends of friends. Then we'll narrow it down and we'll figure out who the fuckers are. Right? I don't know. Let's try something new. Off Facebook previews. Enable previews when your public group posts are shared off of Facebook. Previews may include your username, your profile image, and any other content from your original post. Depends who's going on. These fact checkers, they're horrible. Keep that on for now. Comment ranking. On. Turn it on. Username. Fine. Edit. Tommy. Glenn. Tommy. Cowles. Tommy Cowles. Tommy Glenn Cowles. Choose a name, follows will recognize that includes your authentic name. Why am I wasting time with this? Okay. Hold on, hold on, hold on. System preferences. What am I? Yep.
What's going on here?
Not much.
How you doing today?
Good, bud. How are you?
Behind your door.
What's that? Oh God. Oh, here. Hold on, dude. Oh man, that drawer came open.
What's going on?
Much?
Not much.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing my thing online. So just sitting out.
3 weeks to go.
Yeah. I got some ribs in the oven here. Do you want to cook?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. You need anything, man? I was out when I thought. You know, just an empty thing I found over a park. So I'm just gonna kind of maybe wrap that and leave it in for you. Actually, yeah. Good. Yeah. Oh, you like it? Very good. Good. Very good. Okay. trigger he should never have been in the first fucking place. We got Trump. You should never. I don't mind him. Didn't mind him before, but I never wanted his hand on the fucking trigger. Cause he's got a trigger finger. He's got a trigger finger.
He brought more peace to the world than any of them have. He has.
No.
Holy fuck, what's wrong with you?
Do you see peace?
Hey,
Do you see peace around you right now?
right now,
Right? No, but it's a consequence of leaders like that.
he doesn't.
Doug Ford.
He doesn't fuel some divide.
Right.
He doesn't fuel the divide.
No?
No.
Oh, I think
It's
he
the
does.
other fucking people that fuel the divide.
The next conversation.
You might as well just fucking turn on CNN. You might as well just join your father.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah.
Put your shoes on there and start fucking. Say, hey, I'll be there for.
You sure you don't want some of these ribs?
No, I appreciate you asking.
Yeah, okay, bud.
Other crusts forgotten. Delicioso crusts. New crispy pan pizza cooks in its own pan. What? For edge-to-edge cheese and the crispy caramelized crust.
And a crispy caramelized crust.
Grammarly can help you write quickly and confidently, so you never have to slow down at work. Stay on top of emails, documents, and more without having to stay put. Whether you're working on your computer or on your phone, Grammarly provides instant writing advice, so your messages are clear without sounding rushed. Instant corrections make your writing mistake-free. while keeping it short, sweet, and fitting in tone. Join more than 20 million people who use Grammarly's writing assistant every day. Download Grammarly today for better, smarter, faster writing at work.
Wow, that was a good rip. Ice cream! Ice cream! Get your ice cream! Ice cream! Ice cream! Get your ice cream! How's that coffee doing? Oh, this looks nice. Nice room. Spacious. I'm not used to this. Buster Keaton. Breaking down barriers. I think I'll get married. Today. Yeah. Today. We'll sail for Honolulu tomorrow on our honeymoon. Get 2 tickets. Time for a hot tub. Should probably take this off. He had completed all arrangements except to notify the girl. said to myself. Will you marry me? Certainly not. Why? But, okay. Alright, bye! She's considering, though. Possibly. I'm quite a catch. I got no money, no prospects, and really no desire. Except there it is.
The new Dell XPS. With a machined aluminum exterior, strong, has never been so beautiful.
It's just a thing of beauty.
Going on a honeymoon without a bride is like singing the words of Kiss Me Again to the music of Alice, Where Art Thou? Are you with me? You get it? No? Let me start over again. I must get some papers off the navigator, so stop at Pier 12. If you don't mind. Thanks. Thank you. There it is. Under the cover of darkness, the foreign agents prepared to carry out their plans. Help! Who was that? This doesn't look good. Woman to the rescue! Again! Good night. The next morning found the navigator drifting helplessly at sea. It's my ship. A ship set ground on the shore of this uncharted desert isle, with Gilligan, the skipper too, the millionaire and his wife, a movie star, the professor and Mary Ann. North or west? Let's see if my calculations are correct here. Where is he? We keep missing each other. Oh, is he up there? Who's that? Well, you know, you get it. And on it goes.
Hello, this is Berlin. This is the 10th of October 2020. We are here to announce the World Doctors Alliance under the roof of acu2020.org. My name is Heike Schöning. I'm a medical doctor from Germany. I'm one of the founders of Ärzte für Aufklärung and the COVID-19 Extra Parliamentary Inquiry Committee. We are doctors, scientists, peace activists, and we are all saying together, this affair of COVID-19 is just not true. And we have the duty, especially as medical doctors, to speak out the truth.
Christian
and
Murdy.
so I'm very delighted
Question number one.
to have these international professionals today here.
You talk about the ill
in
effects of
Berlin.
conditioning.
And we
Yet
will
many
have
psychologists and philosophers say that
all the
only
people today.
Hello everybody, I am Dr. Mohammed Adil. I have traveled from United Kingdom yesterday with my fellow colleagues to participate at this magnificent World Doctor Alliance. I am consultant
Doctor after
surgeon
doctor.
with 30 years of unblemished record.
You talk about the ill effects of conditioning, yet many psychologists and
I'm
philosophers
fellow of
say
the Royal
that only
College of
through proper
Surgeons of
conditioning
United Kingdom
can man think
with significant
and act
contribution
clearly. What's your
towards medical
answer?
sciences, teaching, training,
This is
research
Krishna
work,
Murdy on that
and
question.
charity and human relief. I'm chairman of the World Doctor Alliance, and on this platform, we are trying
talk about
to bring the truth to the
ill
public
effects of
related
conditioning.
with the infectivity of the
The
orchestrated
many
coronavirus
philosophers,
and the
psychologists,
dangerosity and the lethal
philosophers
facts.
and
We
so
are
on
bringing the truth to the
say
public. It's
that
not
only
the coronavirus.
through
It's
proper
not as
conditioning
dangerous as it has
can
been
man
orchestrated,
think
and we have to live with that.
clearly.
Many thanks.
Hello, I'm Elke de Klerk from the Netherlands. I also work in Belgium as a general practitioner. I founded
talk about
Doctors for
effects
Truth
of
in the Netherlands, and I organized a meeting, an international congress on
many
ethics.
psychologists,
It was the medical and ethical
philosophers
emergency
and so
deliberation. We
say
are
that
here
only
to
through proper conditioning.
tell the people about the science that
Man
is now
think
there and the
that
facts
clearly.
about
What's your answer?
data about ill people. It is not as terrible as the media are telling you. It's we have contact with all those doctors in the Netherlands, hundreds of doctors,
must
and
have
we are
thought about it.
keeping records. And the hospitals are not full. The people are not ill. They are tested, but the tests that are provided don't work as they should. So we have to get this out to the public, and we have to also be there for our colleagues to have an open debate again about this. Thank you very much.
An open debate. Good.
My name is Mikael Nordfors. I'm a medical doctor, author, musician, and political reformist from Sweden. And I have started an organization called People's Court. And our aim is to support everyone standing up against the tyranny, the medical tyranny now getting all over the world, so that people don't have to be afraid. We'll help them to get new work, get money, support, collect money to support all the people standing up. And we will arrange a new Nuremberg trial, hopefully in Nuremberg, to litigate against all the criminals behind this hoax.
Hi, my name's Zach Cox. I'm a holistic dentist. I'm the General Secretary for the World Doctors Alliance. Lockdown has caused more harm than the virus has, and we're here to bring an end to it and to restore freedom to the world.
Hello everybody, my name is Boris Dragan. I am a physician, naturopath from Sweden, and I represent People's Court as the rest of the Swedish party.
By their family,
What I want to do is bring much needed truth and facts to all the people who are still unaware of what the population is being exposed to. My contribution is communication. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Martin Byrne. I'm a lawyer and advocate for human rights from Ireland. I've travelled here today to speak on my own behalf and not on behalf of any particular organisation. My goal is to protect, defend and preserve fundamental rights and fundamental freedoms for all people of Europe and the world. I have become concerned about the gross censorship and incredible trespasses and infringements on human rights over the last year.
Canada and the United States are free countries right now.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is
We are not
Monica
free.
Helleberg. I'm from Sweden. I am chairman of the People's Court. I'm a core member of the New Earth Project and a freedom activist, teacher and visionary. I propose that we all expose the darkness that is going on, all the fraud around the planet. This is very, very bad. And that we should unite, because together we are strong, and we have all the facts all put out there. And the last thing is to act. From taking conscious action and really creating what we want to have in the world. Thank you.
My name is Mads Kalsvig. I'm from Denmark. I'm a former investment banker. I am the chairman and the founder of the People's Party JFK 21. It stands for Earth, Freedom and Knowledge. What I particularly bring to the table, apart from obviously a good health policy, which is my body, my choice. It's a very, very strong economic platform based on my experience advising the Federal Reserve and working as a government bond trader for Morgan Stanley, Credit Suisse and Barclays. It is an economic platform that simply will remove poverty and create one large middle class. So instead of what we have right now, with a growing number of technocrats, and people living in poverty and destruction of middle class, we will do exactly the opposite. So we will, for example, remove income tax, and we'll have a taxation, a Tobin tax, a taxation of digitally transactions of money. We will remove the VAT and put in a turnover tax there. We'll have money creation for the people. Frosti Sigurjónsson style from Iceland. He made a program, a 100-page program. He was a member of parliament there. And if you have the national bank creating money for the people instead of right now, where privately owned banks are creating money for their clients, it will create wealth and prosperity for the people. Thanks a lot for being here. Thanks a lot, everybody.
My name's David Curtin. I'm from Great Britain. I'm a member of the London Assembly, and I'm standing to be mayor in the next elections in May 2021. I'm also a chemistry graduate, and I see that the politicians and the media have a very, very poor understanding of science and mathematics. And they've pursued and pushed a narrative that the coronavirus, COVID-19, is far, far worse and more dangerous than it actually is. The reality is that it's no worse than a bad flu season. But they've been ramping up fear, they've taken away civil liberties, they've destroyed businesses, and their policies have been very, very harmful to people's mental health and also physical health.
Oh
of other
boy,
people
God,
who
fuck
cannot
yeah.
get hospital appointments who would otherwise have been able to get it. In the UK, I've started a new political party called the Heritage Party, which is going to stand up for liberty and freedom of speech and is going to restore sanity in this area. Because the main parties are two hands of the same puppet.
There you go.
Pushing these destructive narratives, and it has to end in the United Kingdom and all over the world.
Hello everyone, I'm Monique Jensen. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a psychologist.
Hello.
I'm also the founder of a group of women for freedom in Holland, where we organize marches and podia.
Nice.
And I'm here to recognize, to help people remember that they are miracles.
Remember, yes. Remember who you are.
And I want to show people how they have been programmed, so they can step out of the program and create their own program.
There you go.
And in that way, we can create a whole better world than
Good
ever
team
before.
so
I don't want to go back to the old normal, but I would like to create a whole new normal together with all of you. So thank you for being here.
Hello, I'm Wendy. I'm also from the Netherlands, and we created the group Humanity Unite. I'm also ready to create a new world, a new healthier and honester world together. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Agatha Dorado from Denmark, and I'm a holistic doctor. I've been practicing for 20 years, and I realized 1 year ago that the 5G was being set up all over the planet, and I researched a lot, and I started up a trial against the Danish government for implementing the 5G, because the 5G is a part of this whole corona scam. It gives you the symptoms of the flu.
There you go. Oh boy.
Make this narrative go on and on and come and go. And that is why I find it extremely important. And, I'm here today because I really would like to connect to many people and make this organization big so we can go to each other's demonstrations and help each other to take these crazy governments down. Thank you very much for everything.
Hi, I'm Fiona Hine. I'm from London, UK. I founded coffeeleaks.co.uk, which is to find the truth and expose the truth. I'm also a freedom activist, and I've set up the Resist and Act freedom movement in the UK, and I organise rallies in the UK and now internationally with this amazing collective of people to freedom fight together.
My name is Margareta Gries-Brisson. I'm a consultant neurologist from Germany. And I would like to ask our Ärztekammer and our Gesundheitsämter, which means the German Medical Council, and our Center for Disease Control, where is your evidence that we still have an ongoing deadly infectious disease that could justify all the restrictions that you implemented on us within the last year? Please share this evidence with us, and I can guarantee you, if you enter into a discussion with us, we will be behind you.
Hello, my name is Heinrich Fichtner. I'm oncologist, hematologist, palliative care physician. I'm a politician, member of the parliament in Baden-Württemberg. And I think it is my duty to stand up, to hold up truth and liberty. Being a Christian, being a politician, being a physician, it is my obligation to hold up the truth flag and to stand up against the suppression of people, against panic, against foreign control, to come back to the eternal values of creation, where man was created free to develop himself freely, which is in great danger due to this panic, due to this satanic theory which is imposed on the people worldwide. And I see my obligation to tell people, but also even the more to tell my colleagues, my medical colleagues,
there you go,
to be courageous, to remember what they have been obliged for, what they have given an oath for, to stand up for their patients, to stand up for their health, for their freedom, and against any oppression. This is our duty as physicians, and I call upon all physicians in Germany and worldwide to do their job, stand up against this oppression.
And stand up, doctors, and tell other doctors to do their job.
Molecular biology and immunology, and I'm also here as president
of
the World Doctors Alliance and supporting ACU2020.org. It's my pleasure to be with my colleagues, including Dr. Heiko Schöning, Dr. Mohammed Adil. And we're here to say that there is good news. The coronavirus is a seasonal virus that causes illness and symptoms from December to April, and that for people who have symptoms, there are treatments like inhaled steroids, hydroxychloroquine and zinc. So there is no need for the lockdown, there is no need for fear, there's no need for masks. For
I might have been wrong about hydroxychloroquine, but everything else.
They are locking people in their homes for months, you know, for where there is an effective treatment. So we want to communicate this message to people. There is no need for fear.
Just because
and I'm involved in a
Trump came up with it, it's like he's doing everything that he can to fuel the fucking fire in this fucking thing.
Irish Freedom Party.
So just because he said hydroxychloroquine worked for him, and everybody say fuck you. Just because he said one truth, he's been lying the whole fucking time. Every other lie, every other thing that comes out of his mouth is a fucking lie.
More harm than good.
So that's how they get away with it.
As for free speech, I'm supporting a brand new tube with doctors like Dr. Vernon Coleman.
Next.
And in Ireland and across the world, we are setting up a new custodian movement, custodians of our health, our heritage, and our freedom. And what we want to do, I support Dr. Heiko Schöning as well in his Wir Kraft movement, is to actually support businesses and new innovative technologies
Innovation,
that actually
yes.
support the values of freedom of speech and freedom of health. So we will be looking at
Freedom
a new
of energy,
food movement,
freedom of
a new health
energy.
movement, and to brand restaurants and hotels and airlines that respect our rights for freedom of movement, freedom of speech, and that we have the right to be informed about true health and the correct statistics about disease, and to hold all of the regulators and doctors and advisors of government that if they are saying things and taking away people's freedom and health, that it needs to be supported by the evidence. So as President of the World Doctors Association, I'm very happy to stand with these doctors today and to lead the march in Berlin, which will be millions of people, so that all of the doctors, regulators and politicians and people of the world will realise you can take off the masks and welcome to our side for freedom. Thank you very much.
So these are the statements of experts, doctors and other scientists and activists all over the world. And we have this good message to the people. We see no evidence of a medical pandemic. So it looks like a plandemic. And we all together say, we don't want this new normal. Certainly. And we don't want to go back to the old normal, because the old normal created this situation of new normal. We want a better normal, and we want it together with you. Thank you very much indeed.
There you go. Better late than never. Better late than never.
We inevitably become narrow and gradually wither, become atrophied. That's what's going on, right? There's one of the results of condition. There are many other factors of this condition, which is separation, division. Where there's but you are doing the investigation, only I'm verbalizing it. Right? Let's be clear on that point. You're not listening to the speaker and so accepting what he's saying.
Großes Glück haben die Menschen in dieser Stadt. Sie sind reicher als alle anderen in Deutschland. Durchschnittlich hat hier jeder Bürger im letzten Jahr 39.524 € verdient. Das ist amtlich. Und fast doppelt so viel wie der Durchschnitt. Wo ist dieses Paradies? Wir sind in Heilbronn, der Stadt mit dem höchsten Pro-Kopf-Einkommen. Hier versteuert der Milliardär und Lidl-Gründer Dieter Schwarz und macht alle Heilbronner zu Großverdienern. So täuscht Statistik. Zahlenspiele auch beim Bluthochdruck. Wann ist man krank? Die Grenzwerte fallen immer weiter. Wer drüber liegt, gilt als Patient und muss mit Pillen das Risiko senken. Woher kommen die Zahlen, die zwischen krank und gesund trennen? Klar ist, die Pharmaindustrie lebt sehr gut von der Hochdruckbekämpfung. Ein milliardenschweres Geschäftsmodell mit Hilfe von statistischen Zahlen. Aber es gibt Menschen, die sich gegen Täuschungen wehren.
Je mehr Zahlen wir verdauen müssen, desto mehr Unfug, Unrat ist auch dabei.
Sie werden uns helfen, die Manipulationen zu erkennen und die Lobby dahinter ans Licht zu bringen.
Die Interessen der Industrie decken sich nicht zwangsläufig mit den Anliegen, die Patienten haben.
Kann es sein, dass wir mit Zahlen um die Wahrheit betrogen werden?
Also der Statistiker ist sauer, weil es halt völlig unethischer Umgang mit statistischen Methoden ist.
I may be free of it just as I'm dying. That's not very amusing. It has no meaning. So I ask, is it possible to be aware?
Manfred Aschenbach geht es gut, trotz 82 und altersüblicher Zipperlein. Aber er gilt als krank, Diagnose Diabetes Typ 2. Er hat den Blutzuckergrenzwert überschritten, der Gesunde und Kranke trennt. Alle 3 Monate fährt der Kölner zur Routinekontrolle. Zum Glück hat er einen Arzt, der Grenzwerte skeptisch sieht. Mit seinen Zuckerwerten von heute wäre Herr Aschenbach vor 20 Jahren auch noch völlig gesund gewesen.
Fühlen Sie sich wie ein Diabetiker? Fühlen Sie sich krank?
Sein Arzt Stefan Wilm ist auch Professor für Allgemeinmedizin an der Uni Düsseldorf. Ihn ärgert schon lange, wie Diabetes 2 dramatisiert wird.
This is not something cranky, fantasy, something, some new fad, something we have to accept.
Diabetes epidemic.
Eine Epidemie, auch in Bezug auf die Weltbevölkerung.
Übertreiben.
Mit dem Interesse, eine Erkrankung in den Vordergrund zu bringen, um Forschungsfördergelder zu bekommen, um politische Unterstützung zu bekommen, um die eigenen Themen voranzutreiben.
Im Diabetesatlas der Internationalen Diabetesgesellschaft findet Stefan Wilm bedrohliche Zahlen. 415 Millionen. Und die Zahl der Diabetiker soll explodieren. Geht es ums milliardenschwere Pharmageschäft mit Diabetespräparaten? Bei uns sollen mehr als 6 Millionen Deutsche an Zucker leiden, mehr als 7% der Bevölkerung. In Arabien sollen es schon 20% sein. Stimmen diese Daten?
Es gibt viele Möglichkeiten, diese Daten zu manipulieren. Wir können sagen, die Bevölkerung hat eine Häufigkeit der Zuckerkrankheit von 8%. Jetzt wird jeder Zuhörer denken, die Bevölkerung, das sind alle 82 Millionen Deutschen. Gemeint sind aber nur die Erwachsenen Deutschen. Und das wird trotzdem die Bevölkerung. Jetzt fallen alle Menschen unter 18 raus, schon ist in dem Rest, in den verbleibenden 80% der Bevölkerung, ist natürlich die Häufigkeit höher.
Dr. Wilm will nicht, dass Manfred Aschenbach ein Zuckerpatient im Millionenheer der Kranken ist, nur durch eine statistische Zahl.
Hängt die Zuckerkrankheit Sie im Alltag irgendwie ein?
Manfred Aschenbach hat den jetzigen Diabetesgrenzwert überschritten, ja. Aber der ist eben nur ein Risikofaktor, wie Alter, Bluthochdruck oder Übergewicht.
140 zu 80.
Ein Faktor von vielen und nicht die Krankheit. Dr. Wilm schaut auf den Patienten, nicht auf die Werte. Die sind mehrfach gesenkt worden, mit gewaltigen Folgen.
Je niedriger wir Grenzwerte ansetzen, umso mehr Menschen müssen oder sollen wir mit Medikamenten behandeln, umso mehr Menschen sind krank und fühlen sich auch krank, wenn man ihnen sagt, sie haben ihren Grenzwert schon wieder überschritten, sie müssen abnehmen, sie müssen anders essen und umso mehr Medikamente werden verordnet. Aber der Patient hat davon
Methode Grenzwert runter bei Diabetes. Von 140 Milligramm pro Deziliter nüchtern Blutzucker auf 126 macht Millionen neue Zuckerkranke weltweit. Noch wirksamer war die Einführung von Prädiabetes, einer Vorstufe der Diabeteskrankheit. Unter 126. Wieder werden Millionen Gesunde für gefährdet erklärt. Einfach durch eine Zahl. Grenzwert runter, Pillenabsatz rauf.
Is this clear? Huh? So I must be apt. The brain must understand this. That it has evolved through time and is being challenged. A crisis being brought to it and say you must solve it, you must be free of time. And that's impossible. That's your natural reaction, isn't it? on from there. I can go on, but you understand? See what takes place when there is, the future is now. I want to see that. The future is time, isn't it? Tomorrow is time. And if there is no tomorrow, I have to act so completely now. Or invite the future now. So that the brain has to face this fact that though it has been trained, educated, conditioned, shaped in the process of time, and now it's facing a challenge which says think or act totally differently, which is not of time. You wonderful to see all this. Are we asking this too much? I mean, what do you say? So that is the real question.
Prä-Diabetiker bezeichnen würden, weil
philosophers and psychologists and those
eine genetische Veranlagung für die Zuckerkrankheit zum Ausbruch bringen kann, dann können
modify it, give time so that it becomes more and more
545 € geht es nicht um ein Jahr, sondern um 10 Jahre, also bis
and knowledge becomes all
2027.
important. Knowledge
Als der Fehler rauskam, musste
knowledge
nur die
means
Europäische
accumulation.
Union Brüssel ihre vollmundigen Angaben korrigieren, die Jahrzehnte hartnäckig. Das findet Ingrid Mühlhauser so ärgerlich, dass die
Accept
Öffentlichkeit
all this, because it's very convenient, very natural, apparently very natural. And also
Der
it's very convenient.
Risikoforscher Gerd Gigerenzer hat festgestellt, dass gerade Ärzte uns Patienten schlecht beraten, weil sie gravierende Bildungslücken im Umgang mit Statistik haben.
Now, when the brain is challenged,
schon vor etwa 20 Jahren
that
begonnen, Ärzte zu untersuchen.
it is not through time
Damals,
that the condition can be
heute,
dissolved.
ist es so, dass etwa
Then it
70%
is
der
impossible and
Verhandlungsärzte in Deutschland und in den USA
That's what's happening to you now.
Gesundheitsstatistiken selbst nicht verstehen.
I don't know if you observe, you're aware of the fact.
Das führt leider oft in die Irre. Deshalb sitzen hier Experten von der AOK und Gigerenzers Kollegen zusammen. Sie entwickeln kompakte Infoblätter, sogenannte Faktenboxen, in denen Nutzen und Schaden von Behandlungen verständlich präsentiert werden für Ärzte und Patienten. Neun solcher Faktenboxen hat die AOK inzwischen zu verschiedenen Therapien verwendet. Ohne statistische Täuschung. Das konzentrierte Ergebnis vieler Studien zum Thema.
Or uncondition the mind. When the mind is conditioned, the consequences are what we live with.
Das sehen Sie zum
Our struggle, conflict, misery, all the rest of it.
die ihrem Patienten
This is part of our condition.
ein Menü geben mit
So can the
IG-Leistungen.
brain
Das sind Leistungen,
be free of
für die die Kassen nicht bezahlen.
able to
Meist zu
look at
Recht,
this problem.
weil sie keinen erwiesenen Nutzen, sondern nur erwiesenen Schaden haben.
Geplant ist auch eine Faktenbox zum PSA-Test, der Prostatakrebs früh erkennt. Mit der Botschaft: viel Schaden, wenig Nutzen.
Und dann passiert
Allein die Ankündigung habe schon den Fachverband der Urologen aufgebracht, erzählt Gerd Gigerenzer. Kein Wunder. Denn diese Igelleistung bringt viel Geld in die Praxen.
Zu zeigen, wie ein Verzicht.
Die Medizin setzt zu viel auf fragwürdige Früherkennung und behandelt inzwischen eigentlich mehr nach Statistik als nach Patientenzustand. Denn Krankheitsrisiko verteilt sich nach einem Muster. Die meisten haben ein niedriges oder mittleres Risiko. Der Bauch in der Kurve, die große Mehrheit, hat nichts davon, nach dem Prinzip Gießkanne untersucht zu werden.
Nur für die Menschen im roten Bereich bringt Früherkennung etwas. Doch das sind wenige. Früherkennung ist eben auch ein großes Geschäft, das den Menschen vormacht, ihr Risiko zu senken. Mit Statistiken. Wie leicht sind wir Opfer der Manipulation? In Wirtschaft, der Ernährung, in Medizin und Politik. Das Risiko der Fälscher, entlarvt zu werden, ist gering.
Masse ist nicht immer gleich Klasse und je mehr Zahlen wir verdauen müssen, desto mehr Unfug, Unrat ist auch dabei und das ist halt das Problem, den Perlen im Stamm zu finden sozusagen.
Zahlen sollten eigentlich das Dunkel ausleuchten. Sie können aber auch blenden. Deshalb sollten wir etwas von denen verlangen, die Statistiken und Diagramme in die Welt bringen.
Es gibt in der Demokratie eine Bringschuld. Und wir haben die Bringschuld, haben diejenigen, die gewählt worden sind, die uns vertreten. Und die haben die Pflicht, uns Verbraucher und Wähler aufzuklären über Risiken. Wir sind alle keine Experten. Wir müssen verlangen, dass zumindest die Politiker neutral und so unabhängig wie möglich berichten.
Das allein reicht nicht. Es liegt auch an uns, wenn wir der Zahlenmanipulation und statistischer Täuschung auf den Leim gehen.
Wir sollten uns selbst den Spiegel vor Augen halten, denn wir sind es ja, die zulassen, dass man manipuliert wird, die die Dinge nicht verstehen. Nehmen Sie sich Zeit und lesen Sie ein gutes Buch. Und es gibt genügend solche, die Ihnen beibringen, wie man risikokompetent wird. Und dann haben Sie die beste Waffe gegen all diejenigen, die versuchen, Sie zu manipulieren.
Daniel Corden. One of the most incredible experiences I've had as a photographer was on the flooded Uyuni in Bolivia. These are the world's largest salt floods for about 4 months every year. It's a natural spectacle that merits an award, an applause, or a bow from us. It's hard to believe your eyes and senses while standing in the middle of these salt floods by night. Our spaceship, this role was well played by TLC. It's parked in the distance and the stars were blinking with blue, red, and yellow colors. The stars surround. They were above me, next to me, and underneath me. It felt like space on Earth. Altiplano in Chile and Bolivia suit among the best possible places on Earth to observe stars and practice astrophotography. There are not many places in the world where you can enjoy an absolute dark sky. Cities and even small villages emit a lot of light at nighttime. Besides, it's often hard to get a very clear sky. But in this place, the sky was just amazing.
Bad Bodendorf in Rheinland-Pfalz. Dem Ehepaar Eich geht es wie vielen. Was tun mit dem Ersparten bei Niedrigzinsen? Seit kurzem ist der ehemalige Gerichtsvollzieher Karl-Heinz Eich umgespannt.
Full steam ahead!
Demnächst
Full steam ahead!
Ausbezahlt. Wie soll er das Geld anlegen?
But what about the natives?
Für den Hobbyradler geht es auch wirklich um viel. Er und seine Frau wollen Sicherheit im höheren Alter und eine gute Zeit.
Oft habe ich mir
The ship has to come down. I don't care.
das wieder anzulegen und dann Zinsen zu kassieren, die dann halt eben zu der Rente dazu kommen.
Surrender, because it's the right thing to do. We should do that.
Und das ist halt eben vollkommen in die Hose gegangen.
Dabei Dabei war Karl-Heinz Eich immer sparsam und bodenständig. Von hochverzinsten Anlagen hatte er verkehren lassen. Dass es einmal so weit kommen würde, hätte er nie im Traum gedacht. Weil die Zinsen so niedrig sind, ist er ratlos. Und seine Freunde auch.
Einige haben mir schon gesagt, sie werden das Geld also nicht mehr bei der Bank verwahren, beziehungsweise wo verwahren, aber nicht mehr im Auto, sondern im Safe als Bargeld, als physisches Bargeld, ja, deponieren.
Den Gang zur Bank kann sich Karl-Heinz Eich eigentlich schenken. Die Sparzinsen taumeln bei knapp über 0, genauer 0,01%. Das heißt, für 100 € kriegt er exakt 1 Cent Zinsen in einem Jahr. Was passiert da mit seinem Geld? Die Leute seien verunsichert, sagt der Chef der örtlichen Volksbank Elmar Schmitz. Den großen Run auf seine Schließfächer, den gäbe es zwar noch nicht, aber die Nachfrage der Kunden, dort Bargeld oder Gold zu deponieren, die steigt.
Wir erleben ja den Zinsverfall seit fast genau 8 Jahren, natürlich mit einer stärkeren Dynamik. Ich müsste Prophet sein und zu sagen, ob das jetzt lange so bleibt. Ich glaube, dass diese Situation, die wir heute haben, nach 2, 3 Jahren andauern wird, sicherlich, dass es danach vielleicht ein Stück weit wieder anders werden wird, aber wir werden nicht mehr die Zinsen sehen, die wir vor 10, 20 Jahren gesehen haben.
Für den Bankdirektor steht ein Schuldiger vor die Inflation fest. Die EZB. Die Aufgabe der Europäischen Zentralbank ist klar: Preisstabilität. Als Instrument benutzt sie dazu den Leitzins. Den senkte sie seit der Finanzkrise stetig ab. Bis auf 0. Sparer schauen in die Röhre. Aber damit kommen auch hochverschuldete Staaten wie Griechenland an billiges Geld. Oder eben marode Banken im Süden Europas. Obendrein soll das billige Geld Wachstum ankurbeln. Durch den Ankauf von Staatsanleihen pumpt die EZB zusätzlich Billionen € in die Märkte. Sonst droht dem System der Kollaps. Der Preis: eine Geldflut. Irgendwo muss es dann hin, das viele Geld. Etwa in Aktien und Immobilien, deren Werte stark steigen. Resultat: eine gigantische Vermögenskonzentration ganz oben. Bill Gates, als reichster Mann der Welt, besitzt 65 Milliarden €, der Börsenwert seiner Aktien. Zum Vergleich: etwa 5 Billionen, also nur rund 100-mal so viel, ist die Summe allen Bargelds auf der Welt. Euro, Dollar, Pfund. 75 Billionen € ist der Wert aller Waren und Dienstleistungen, die im Jahr geschaffen werden. Das ist die reale Wirtschaft. Viel höher als die erwirtschafteten Güter sind die Schulden der Welt. Staats-, Unternehmens- und private Schulden. Die Welt lebt auf Pump. 705 Billionen ist der Wert aller Finanzderivate, der spekulativen Finanzwetten auf die Zukunft. Die haben fast nichts mehr mit realen Gütern zu tun. Zur Erinnerung: das ist das Vermögen von Bill Gates. Was passiert, wenn es zu viel Geld auf der Welt gibt? Für Max Otte, den Wirtschaftsfachmann, überschwemmt die Flut des billigen Geldes nicht nur die großen Banken. Die Niedrigzinsen sind für ihn das Symptom für eine massive Erkrankung des globalen Finanzsystems. Mehr noch: billiges Geld gefährde die ganze Wirtschaft und fördere immer größere Verschuldung. Wer meint, mit der Finanzkrise 2008 sei alles überstanden, der täusche sich gewaltig.
Die große Geldflut ist extrem gefährlich, vor allem weil sie langsam kommt, aber irgendwann brechen die Dämme und dann haben wir die nächste ganz große Krise.
Die größte Gefahr aber: die Flut des billigen Geldes spaltet unsere Gesellschaft. Sie schafft Geld von unten nach oben, sagt er. Eine gigantische Umverteilungsmaschine.
aufnehmen. Das bedeutet, dass die Reichen sich billig verschulden können. Die können sich oftmals verschulden, ohne dafür zu haften. Also wenn ich als Superreicher ein Unternehmen kaufe, hafte ich nur mit dem, was ich kaufe, nicht mit meinem sonstigen Vermögen. Das ist eine eklatante Ungerechtigkeit gegenüber Häuslebauern und der Mittelschicht.
Denn die Geldflut rettet nicht nur Staaten und Banken. Sie begünstigt die Reichen, die sich mit billigem Geld Aktien, Firmen und Immobilien kaufen, deren Werte rasant steigen, während die Geldanlagen der Normalbürger an Wert verlieren.
Die Mittelschicht, die hat Geldvermögen, die hat Sparbücher, die hat Sparkonten und Lebensversicherung, das sind die Leidtragenden, Zinsen und die Armen. Die Armen der Bevölkerung, die leiden dadurch, dass eben die Immobilienpreise steigen und dann irgendwann auch die Mieten steigen.
In London, dem größten Finanzplatz der Welt, kann man wie in einem Brennglas sehen, wie die Geldflut wirkt. Hier werden Billionen bewegt. 300.000 Finanzarbeiter versuchen, aus Geld noch mehr Geld zu machen. Londons Immobilienpreise schießen in den Himmel. Hier sitzen alle großen Banken. Hier ist das Geld der Reichen dieser Welt angelegt.
Speedy!
Kennt die Immobilien, deren Preise in den
Relampago!
wo mittlerweile Millionäre von Milliardären verdrängt werden. Borisowitsch kämpft gegen den
The Harold Lloyd Classic Comics. Music composed by Carl Davis.
Anonymen Besitzer zahlreicher Immobilien recherchiert und als ehemaliger Banker
Paramount release. That's when they started owning shit. Harold Lloyd in Speedy!
So zwischen 5 und 7 Millionen Pfund hier in dieser gefragten Gegend. Diese Häuser wären ideal für Familien. Aber welche Familie kann sich ein Haus für 5 oder 7 Millionen Pfund leisten? Die teuren Häuser, alle leer. Spekulationsobjekte. London gehört den Investoren und die wohnen nicht hier. Diese Stadtvilla wurde an einen ukrainischen Milliardär verkauft, hat Borisowitsch herausgefunden. Kaufpreis 66 Millionen Pfund.
This challenge without any
Auf dem Papier ist die
fear,
Villa im
without
Besitz
any
einer Briefkastenfirma. Über 40.000 Immobilien gehören Briefkastenfirmen laut Grundbuch. Deren Besitzer bleiben anonym. Es können ehrenwerte Millionäre sein. Ich nehme an, dass ein großer Teil des Fremdenkapitals in London illegaler Herkunft ist.
You have broken the tradition.
Überall wird gebaut. Die Spekulation mit Immobilien hat die Stadt ergriffen. Billionen Euro von Russen, Deutschen, Chinesen, Indern stecken in London. Das kann nicht funktionieren. Eine Stadt, in der die arbeitende Bevölkerung nicht mehr leben kann.
The freedom that we have,
Die Immobilienblase
we have
wird platzen.
taken for granted
Keiner weiß wann.
to do what we like to do. That's what
Immobilienblasen gibt es nicht nur hier, sondern auch in deutschen Städten. London ist
we're all
überall.
free to do what we like.
Wenn eine Immobilienblase
And
platzen sollte,
immediate.
trifft es Vermögende, die haben natürlich breit gestreut.
Consequences of that, you know what it
Chancen
is.
rund um den Globus war. Und wenn da in München irgendwann die Immobilienblase platzen sollte, sind
That's
die
not
hier oder
free.
in Tokio oder sonst wo, die können global
So
agieren.
freedom
Das kann die
then
Mittelschicht
means
nicht.
the brain
Wie bei der
being free
Finanzkrise
of the
2008.
condition
Die
and is
Mittelschicht trifft es, die
incapable
Vermögenden verdienen.
of thinking in terms of time. Just me going to slowly.
Es hat sich nicht viel geändert.
I need
Von den
time
kleinen
to
Regulierungen
learn
der
how to drive a
Finanzbranche
car.
merkt man hier in London nicht viel. Am
I
weltweiten
need
Finanzplatz
time
Nummer 1
to
hätten
learn
die
a
Finanzjongleure wieder neue Gewinnspiele
Month,
aus.
6 weeks or 3 months.
Viele Transaktionen finden
I
jetzt
need
unter dem Dach
time to learn
unkontrollierter
any
Schattenbanken
skill.
und die Boni für dicke Deals sprudeln wie eh und je.
There I need
Mit dem Brexit werden die Regulierungen weiter gelockert. The show must go on.
But I discovered that time, psychologically, is not necessary. The time has conditioned us, right? And the question of time, both the physical as well as psychological time. The physical time is necessary to go from here to where one lives. But time as the future of me getting better and better and better.
This just in, Canada
me trying to
is
become
not free.
Somebody psychologically.
And we're in
Is it a
distress.
fact?
That's why
Or
the
it's
flag
an
is
illusion which thought has created.
currently flying upside down.
I am not happy, but I will be happy.
Like many other countries.
Heaven is in that hole.
We gotta figure
and
it out.
Ultimately, I'll go there. All the evangelistic promises. And they're
We'll miss you when you're gone.
Having written books, published, selling, they become famous and we will even accept it. We accept the specialists. That's one of our conditions. So when you look at all this, sensitively aware of what the others are saying,
weird,
and sensitively aware of one's own condition, and seeing that time is a factor that really shapes the brain to a particular condition. It has taken 2,000 years for Christians to accept all that. Tremendous propaganda which is going on now. And the Hindus with their propaganda of 3,000, 4,000 years. It has taken time, with constant repetition. Jesus is the same. They have their own pattern in India, Japan, China, repeat. Obviously, brain becomes atrophied, and probably that's what is happening to humankind. Right? Sorry when it's taken so long, but one question.
I'll just say one or two things by way of introduction. Dr. Schlogel there is a well-known scholar in Zen Buddhism. She lived in Japan 12 years and she teaches Zen Buddhism in London. She was also the librarian of the Buddhist Society till very recently, and many people know her because many people have been students.
Little louder.
We've been wanting to arrange this dialogue with Krishnaji from last year. It was not possible. Dr. Rahula is from Ceylon, Sri Lanka, and he's a very great Buddhist scholar both in the Theravada and the Mahayana. He lectures in Ceylon, in Oxford, he goes to USA, Japan, and he is quite well known and has written quite a few books. And I'm very glad it's possible that we have this dialogue today with Krishnaji.
Probably you all know Dr. Berman myself, so we don't need introduction.
David Bohm, Jiddu Krishnamurti. Anybody else in here I gotta point out? You? What's your name?
It's all right, sir.
I have read
What's your name?
most of your books with great interest, deep interest. And I wanted to have this discussion with you for a long time. And I'm very happy, very pleased that we got this opportunity today. Thanks to Mr. Narayan for arranging this.
Will eigentlich auf Sicherheit setzen und sein Geld aus der Lebensversicherung möglichst breit streuen. Auf dem Sparbuch des verliert das Geld täglich an Wert.
Das hieß, man musste also schon irgendwie in
Aktienfonds, wie Sie das ja auch schon kennen, oder Immobilienfonds, wie Sie das ja auch schon kennen.
Okay, dann würde ich auch vorschlagen, dass wir
Mehr in Immobilien und Aktien investieren? Die Volksbank sagt ja. Und was bleibt ihm anderes übrig in diesen Zeiten?
Unwohl ist mir nicht, ganz wohl ist mir auch nicht, so in der Mitte. Aber ich denke, bisher habe ich also gute Erfahrungen gemacht.
Aktien, Immobilienfonds, höheres Risiko. Ob er will oder nicht, Karl-Heinz Eich muss jetzt auch im Spiel der großen Finanzwelt ein bisschen mitspielen. Dort herrscht Partylaune. Große Konzerne kaufen dank niedriger Kreditzinsen die Konkurrenten auf und steigern den Aktienkurs. Von dieser Strategie profitieren nur die Aktionäre, in der Regel die Vermögenden. So kauft der deutsche Chemieriese Bayer den US-Saatgutkonzern Monsanto. Kaufpreis 65 Milliarden Euro. Der weltgrößte Brauereikonzern Anheuser-Busch InBev übernimmt den Branchenzweiten, den Bierkonzern SAB Miller, für über 100 Milliarden Euro. Der Software-Riese Microsoft kauft das Karriereportal LinkedIn für 26 Milliarden. Unternehmen als Spielmasse internationaler Finanzinteressen. Das gibt es auch um die Ecke. Im schwäbischen Geislingen residiert seit 137 Jahren die Traditionsfirma WMF. Eine Marke von Weltruf. Hersteller von Bestecken und Kaffeemaschinen. Früher einmal in der Hand deutscher Besitzer und Aktionäre. Tausende Arbeitsplätze boten zahlreichen Familien Sicherheit. Bis die WMF in den Fokus der Geldjongleure geriet. Die Firma wechselte in den letzten 11 Jahren 3-mal den Besitzer. Und mit jedem Verkauf steigerte sich der Preis enorm. Gleichzeitig verschlechterten sich Arbeitsbedingungen und Löhne. Es gab heftige Proteste. Seit die schwäbische Traditionsfirma von der französischen Groupe SEB übernommen wurde, hat Martin Purschke die Hoffnung, dass es endlich besser wird. Er ist IG Metall Bevollmächtigter und macht sich auf den Weg zur Betriebsversammlung der WMF. Er findet es symptomatisch für die heutige Zeit, wie leicht ein milliardenschweres Geschäft zu machen ist, weil die Investoren bei den großen Banken so gut an billiges Geld kommen. 1,6 Milliarden Euro bezahlte der neue Eigentümer.
Wie einfach ist es eigentlich für Investoren, über ein Unternehmen, Aufkauf und Verkauf, so große Gewinne zu erzielen? Sowas würden sie nie erzielen durch einen normalen Geschäftsbetrieb. Und die Frage ist natürlich für mich, inwieweit es schadet, zu was für einem Spielball auch die Arbeitsplätze werden.
Betriebsversammlung in unruhigen Zeiten bei der WMF. Wie geht es weiter mit dem neuen WMF-Eigner? In der Vergangenheit haben sie richtig schlechte Erfahrungen gemacht.
Wir sind quasi gemolken worden, wie die Kuh bis Blut kommt. Und wenn da nichts mehr zu holen ist, dann gibt man das Ding her.
Das ist doch
schon seit Jahren so. Jeder macht sich die Taschen voll.
Wir können ja bloß hoffen, dass es irgendwie weitergeht und endlich mal Ruhe einkehrt.
Immerhin hören die Mitarbeiter heute, dass die neuen Käufer die WMF nicht weiter ausschlachten und weiterverkaufen wollen. Aber eines ist auch dem IG Metall-Vertreter Purschke klar. Nur weil die Kreditzinsen extrem niedrig sind, können solche Deals überhaupt finanziert werden.
Und ich sehe da, dass zu meiner Linken
Bei der WMF lief das Geschäft so. Die Amerikaner von KKR kauften die WMF für rund 660 Millionen Euro über eine Tochterfirma mit Sitz in einer Steueroase. Dafür setzten sie 100 Millionen Eigenkapital ein und liehen sich 560 Millionen von den Banken. Nach 4 Jahren verkauft KKR die WMF an die französische SEB für 1,6 Milliarden, aufgenommen mit sehr niedrigen Zinsen. Gewinn für KKR nach Abzug des Kredits 940 Millionen Euro. Und das bei nur 100 Millionen Kapitaleinsatz. Eine Rendite von über 800%. Ein Riesengeschäft. Aber nur für KKR-Aktionäre.
Möglich ist das deswegen, weil ich denke, dass im Moment genug.
There's a terrible disease going around infecting millions of people. It's highly contagious, creating the worst pandemic the world's ever seen. If we don't act now, it's going to keep spreading, potentially infecting everyone. The disease is a mental condition called intelligence. Intelligence is a very contagious disease spreading around the globe at unprecedented rates. It's threatening to destroy the world as we know it. Symptoms of intelligence include thinking for yourself, elevated levels of self-responsibility, nuanced thought, the desire for freedom, acts of bravery, and an intolerance to being controlled by fear. We don't know much about intelligence, how it works, or how it spreads, but there's very strong evidence it's easily transmitted through ideas, self-expression, and human connection. Together, we can slow the spread of intelligence, but we all must practice strict obedience to the following guidelines. Socially distance yourself from critical thought. Sanitize your mind with the news. Rely on other people to tell you what's true for you. And wear a face suffocator to reduce the amount of oxygen going to your brain. Additionally, we'll need to permanently shut down the economy to fight this dangerous infection with the weapons of poverty and despair. We're also working with our partners at the social media giants who are strongly committed to ending intelligence by censoring free speech on their platforms. If you find yourself accidentally thinking for yourself or think you may have come in contact with someone infected with intelligence, please self-quarantine in front of the news for 14 days and seek the medical guidance of your local computer programmer. With this infection, it's also advisable to put your entire trust in the hands of people who, in the past, have been found guilty in antitrust lawsuits, and to outsource your entire thinking, well-being, and choices to people who aren't you. It's your social duty to help out and do your part. If we all work together, we can rid the world of intelligence once and for all. One more thing, you beautiful weirdo. I want to thank Primally Pure Deodorant for sponsoring this video. Now, not to sound too superficial, but I don't like to smell bad. That's why I've had such a big problem with natural deodorants. A lot of them look good on paper, but in reality, function horribly, and I end up smelling badly. And I also don't like to poison myself in order to not smell badly. That's why I refuse to use commercial deodorants. That's why Primally Pure has stepped in and solved a massive smelly problem for me. It's all natural, which I love, but it also works, which I really love. Primally Pure keeps me smelling fresh all day long while keeping me true to my healthy values. Plus, its nourishing vitamins and essential fatty acids with anti-inflammatory properties helps improve the health of my skin, leaving my pits smooth and protected.
Photo shoot!
Happy Pits. If you want to join me in using Primally Pure to smell great all day long while staying healthy, just go to primallypure.com/JP to get yours.
Fluoride free! In my pants and shit like that. The owner of the Beaumont has it all. Who owns the Beaumont? Not really sure anymore, to be honest with you. All I know is that my stuff is attached to this Beaumont. That's what I know. Figure it out. No rush. Maybe I'll just stay and make it home. You know? You know? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Wait for it. Wait for it. It's not done yet. Your connection is unstable. And our USA Today fact checkers have deemed you unstable. So, good morning, good afternoon, good night. It's all happening at the same time. Hey you, sleeping there. I'm watching you. Creepy! I'm watching you. I'm watching you. I'm watching you watching me. Say cheese. Hi. Welcome to Tea in Space. My name's Tom, and this is my toothpaste. Know what I'm talking about? Are you for realsies? Yeah? Who was with you? Tom? Nobody? Nobody? Let's check. Who was with you at that time? Two concurrent viewers. We are popular today! Welcome to Tea in Space. My name's Tom. This is my toothpaste. Post. Done. Tom's toothpaste. Brought to you by Vaccination Bear. Hey kids! Vaccination Bear! This is how you do it. Revolution! Perfect. Perfect. Hello, Unisalawe. Sawi. Unisalawa. Unisalawi. Ture. My brother, good evening from here. Good evening to you. From here. Hi, Jeanette. Got it. Thank you. You want me to go long? Whatever you want me to do. At this point, you're the quarterback, not me. What do you need from me? Perfect. Welcome to Tea in Space. My name's Tom. Welcome.
We need lines, right?
Yes.
And all the rest of it. does not the beginning matter enormously?
I beg your pardon?
Does not a beginning matter enormously, which might condition as he grows up? You understand what I'm trying to do? I don't know if I'm making myself clear. Does freedom lie at the end or at the beginning?
It has no beginning nor end.
No, therefore,
freedom has no beginning nor end. And
would you say is freedom limited by knowledge?
Freedom is not limited by knowledge.
Oh no?
Knowledge
Who is that guy?
which is wrongly applied or acquired may obstruct freedom.
No, there is no wrong or right accumulation of knowledge. I may do certain ugly things and repent or carry on with those ugly things, which again is part of my knowledge. So I'm asking if knowledge leads to freedom. As you say, discipline is necessary in the beginning. And as you grow older, mature, acquire capacities and so on, that discipline has it not conditioned the mind so that it can never abandon discipline in the usual sense of that word. Look.
Yes, I fully quite understand. You agree that discipline at the beginning, at a certain level, is necessary.
I question that. When I say I question it, I don't mean I doubt it or it's not necessary, but I question it in order to inquire.
Yes, I should say at a certain level it is necessary. And if you cannot abandon it ever, now for instance, I am talking from the Buddhist point of view, and when you take, there are two words in Buddhism with regard to the way, Saiksha and Asaiksha. Saiksha is all those people who are on the way of getting the right. That means that all those
I feel this is just too one-sided. Okay, well, let's go back the other way. Want to look at it at a different angle? How about this? Wait for it! Wait for it. Death carries away a person who plucks at worldly flowers and thereby is distracted, just as a great flood will sweep away a sleeping village. Dhammapada.
Creature, no little worm,
Death and mortality. Radha Bernier. Or Bernier. Radha.
there is no creature, no little worm or plant, no human being who does not want to live unless the body has become too painful. Every creature, every person likes life. But is that all? I wonder. Because to live is to be aware. How many of us would like to live if we couldn't be aware? If the body lies as if dead, we cannot sense life around us. If we cannot know something more than we already do, which is all awareness, we cannot experience and learn through experience, would we care to live? Life means also to proceed in whatever way is possible, to allow what is potential within our own consciousness and being to express itself, to grow and expand through expression of the seed of perfection, we may call it, which is within every individual. Is life then, or the will to live, the desire to live, merely an unconscious participation in a bitter struggle to live, to fight with each other as many creatures do, claim territory or supremacy and lose one's life or get hurt? Certainly not. Perhaps it is this will to live, this deep unconscious instinct in everyone is an intuition of our own immortality. The immortality of what is real within ourselves. That perfection which is now in seed, but which will later bloom. So bodies are born and they die, but the dweller in the body, that dweller who is aware, who can expand into extraordinary sense of happiness
cool, look at that.
by experiencing by knowing more deeply that dweller in the body is indestructible. The outer mind, the mind which is working through this material body and its brain, thinks of immortality as belonging to what we know as ourselves. That is, this flesh, these bones, this encasement in which the dweller for the time being gains experience. We want this to be immortal. And so all kinds of means are being investigated. How extraordinary that, knowing what happens to the body, we want it to go on and on. Toothless, hairless, afflicted by disease, bent back, moving with crutches. We know what can happen, but still, this is what is attempted. It is a right to appreciate life. And it is wrong to extinguish it. For it is meant, as we said, to know more, to grow in happiness and in knowledge and in many other things. Because every creature has the right to live, no one has the right to kill.
Yep.
That is what every religion teaches.
Yep.
The first of the Christian commandments is not to kill. Once someone asked the sage who lived in a small place called Tiruvannamalai in South India, Ramana, a wise man, how am I to come to realization? How am I to realize the self, truth? And Ramana replied and said, you are already realized. You have only to know it. Give up the idea that you are not realized, that you are suffering, that you are unwise. All the things that you think about yourself in connection with your life, which makes you ask the question, how am I to realize the truth? So perhaps we can begin that way, that if we think of ourselves in a variety of ways as mortal creatures, we may live in the field of mortality and not be aware of anything else. But if we begin to have an intuitive perception of our own eternal being, then we would be different. Recognizing that deep within us is that which is immortal, the totality of life is present inside. The question arises, what we can do to fully be aware of it. A story is told about the Lord Buddha, who it is said was staying in a potter's shed. When he was staying in the potter's shed, he found a young monk. And the Lord Buddha gave him a discourse, which is an illuminating one. And he said, the way to that which is undying and real is by not clinging to impermanent things. So, think carefully over what is impermanent and what is unchanging, real. Contemplate this. And then turn towards the eternal, the immortal and the infinite. Meditate upon it. But as you meditate, you will also then find subtly arising within your consciousness formulations about the immortal, about the infinite. They are not real. You may not even recognize that these are mental formulations. So, when you realize that, then you stop contemplating the impermanent and the eternal, the immortal. There is no thinking, no craving for immortality, no attachment to the transient. The mind is not tethered to anything. Then it may get assimilated to that which always is, and that is nirvana. And it is said that nirvana, which has often been equated with immortality, cannot be reached. No one can say, I will go to nirvana and get there. Nirvana literally means extinguishing all desires, cravings, lust, even for the highest of things. But you cannot extinguish it. And therefore the advice is given, stop feeding it with fuel. Then nirvana is, immortality is. If all your attachments to impermanent things, to unreal things, to the passing moods and fancies which arise in you, to the ideas which appear petty or grand, if all that ceases, then there is something else. When you seek the things of the world, that means the fleeting, unreal things which come and go, and you are distracted trying to see whether this flower is better or that one, and hello, running here and there.
Hello.
This
Salut.
is distraction. It is
Y a-t-il
stress.
quelqu'un? Salut.
When you do that,
Joe, ça va?
you are
Hello?
as if dead.
Hello, dude. Hello.
Death then sweeps away
Ah,
that person.
Hey,
Because,
là, je
as
suis pas
we
chez
said,
nous, mais
to live
bientôt je vais
is to
l'être.
be aware.
Puis
And
quand
to
que je vais
die
arriver,
is to
je
be
vais essayer de
alive.
trouver des articles coup de coups s'il y en a qui veulent
When
se
we are
gâter.
plucking
Ça a l'air
the
que
flowers of
à Varennes,
loneliness,
l'entrepôt
we are
Jean
all dead.
Coutu a
Because
été
we are
victime
so
d'un lockout
absorbed
par le
in the
patronat,
self-centered
puis on n'a pas
activity
entendu un seul
that
mot publiquement
we are not
là-dessus,
sensitive.
ni des médias ou ni du
We are
gouvernement en
not
tant que
alert
tel,
to
à part
the
un
beauty
certain
of
député.
existence of
Puis
existence.
ben, ce centre-là à Varennes
And therefore the
est
Buddha
responsable de la distribution de 400 pharmacies Jean Coutu. Ce qui veut dire que quand on entend le gouvernement, Legault et autres parler qui veut maintenir le service de soins de santé et hospitalier et compagnie, j'aimerais comprendre comment ça qu'il n'a pas appuyé les employés contre le patronat pour réouvrir le centre de distribution de plus de 400 pharmacies Jean Coutu dans toute notre belle nation qu'est le Québec. Donc j'aimerais comprendre encore une fois, lorsque des employés font un lockout illégal, le gouvernement fait des décrets et des amendes pour forcer les gens. Et ces gens qui avaient reçu des primes en temps de pandémie parce qu'on disait qu'ils faisaient un service essentiel puisqu'ils assurent la distribution de matériel médical pour beaucoup de personnes à travers le Québec, ben il y avait une prime puisque, comme on disait, ils étaient essentiels. Et là, du jour au lendemain, le patronat fait un lockout, ferme toute la place, puis ben il n'y a pas un mot, il n'y a rien qui est dit. Mais j'aimerais juste rappeler que si ce n'est que les individus qui vont encore en souffrir, tous ceux qui ont des maladies, qui seront laissés pour compte une autre fois de plus dans notre bel pays, dans notre beau pays, on se dit, mais merci, hein, notre cher ami Legault et ses amis de l'industrie. Je comprends vraiment pas où est-ce qu'on s'en va en 2020. Là. Je regarde avec mes yeux, là. Je regarde avec mon cœur, je regarde avec mon âme, je regarde avec mon sens moral, je regarde avec mes valeurs, puis je me dis tabarnak, mais c'est quoi ce pays, man? C'est quoi ça, dehors, là? C'est quoi je regarde? C'est quoi cette horreur, man? Donc là, j'aimerais comprendre si le gouvernement il est pour le bien des gens, le bien de l'industrie, des soins de santé et compagnie. Comment ça se fait que nulle part a été mentionné le lockout des Jean Coutu de Varennes, du centre de distribution des Jean Coutu à Varennes? Et comment se fait-il que tous les gens qui vont être privés de médicaments sont laissés pour compte actuellement? Donc voilà ma pensée en ce présent de Joe l'Indigo, 432 Hz, 72 BPM, du fucking Big Love à toutes ces personnes qui auront pu leurs médicaments.
This person was immortal.
Sérieux, là. Wake up, man. Wake the fuck up. Traitez-moi de complotiste, moi je vais vous traiter de 3 petits points.
Why nothing could afflict him inwardly or outwardly. He was in a state of perfect health, morally, spiritually, and in every way. And no, death could not come near him. It says, because I have no sense of possession.
Hello, my name is Lawrence Burian, and on behalf of the American Society for Yad Vashem, it is my pleasure to introduce you to an important conversation in our series, Lessons from Our Parents.
Which are all of passing.
This series features entrepreneurs.
My mind does not say, I got this now, and I will reach to that in the future. In the minds, in the perceptions of all enlightened people, past, present, and future, exist simultaneously. That is what we are told. And one may wonder how, but mystics have had experience of that. And now in which
affecting millions of people. It's highly contagious, creating the worst pandemic the world's ever seen. If we don't act now, it's going to keep spreading, potentially infecting everyone. The disease is a mental condition called intelligence.
Praises nor condemns.
Intelligence is a very contagious disease spreading around the globe at unprecedented rates. It's threatening to destroy the world. Symptoms of intelligence include thinking for yourself, elevated levels of self-responsibility, nuanced thought, desire for freedom, acts of bravery, and an intolerance to being controlled by fear. We don't know much about intelligence, how it works, or how it spreads. But there's very strong evidence it's easily transmitted through ideas, self-expression, and human connection. Together, we can slow the spread of intelligence, but we all must practice strict obedience to the following guidelines. Socially distance yourself from critical thought. Sanitize your mind with the news. Rely on other people to tell you what's true for you. And wear a face suffocator to reduce the amount of oxygen going to your brain. Additionally, we'll need to permanently shut down the economy to fight this dangerous infection with the weapons of poverty and despair. We're also working with our partners at the social media giants who are strongly committed to ending intelligence by censoring free speech on their platforms. If you find yourself accidentally thinking for yourself or think you may have come in contact with someone infected with intelligence, please self-quarantine in front of the news for 14 days and seek the medical guidance of your local computer program. With this infection, it's also advisable to put your entire trust in the hands of people who, in the past, have been found guilty in antitrust lawsuits, and to outsource your entire thinking, well-being, and choices to people who aren't you. It's your social duty to help out and do your part. If we all work together, we can rid the world of intelligence once and for all. One more thing, you beautiful weirdo. I want to thank Privately Pure Deodorant for sponsoring this.
We may find light, and thereby we go from mortality to immortality in our inner being. So the body is born and it dies, but the consciousness, which is free, lives forever. It is immortal.
Back at the ranch. Who was your father? Oh, that was John McKay. John McKay, eh? Say, do you mind if we talk a little bit more? Sure. So, oh, my name's, John. By the way. Have you a pistol, buddy? After you. Why does everybody want to kill this guy? Looking for a gun. You got a gun? Just because he plays a fool doesn't mean he is a fool. Is that right? There you go, you fuckers. How about this one? How about this one? This just in. Disturbing video showing a Calgary police officer slamming a handcuffed woman into the ground face first has been released by a judge at the constable trial. Wow, look at this. This is, these are monsters. They become monsters. They don't treat others like humans. They treat them like cattle. And it's got to stop, right? Still happening. These fuckers slammed right to the fucking floor, eh? Wow, by the hair? Is that right? Woo! Let's try it again. One more time. Hey, can I get that out of your hair? No, please stay back. No, can I get it out of your hair? No, please don't touch me there. Don't touch me. That's slam. Right to the fucking floor, head first. Good job, police. Good policing, you fuckers. Right? So, pull it back. These fuckers should not have a job that requires them to communicate and enforce law in this society. Fuck them. It's got to all be cleaned out. Who's going to do it? I'll help. I'll help.
I've decided in your safety to use all of your mobile phones to track the people that have got
Israel's just done it.
Have they?
Israel's just changed the law so they can legally track their population through the mobile phones.
I think I saw that. Now, what if Trump came out and said this to Americans and said, in your safety, to save our population, I have to do a federal order and track everyone's data from now on and where you're going in order to make sure you don't kill the old people and all of that stuff. Most people, David, in the current state of fear would say, thank you, sir.
Save me.
And like you said, for the people that refuse to do it, they would vilify them because you're the one that's going to kill my grandma and do all that stuff.
I'm already seeing.
That's scary.
I'm already seeing articles by academics, not least in America, saying if people aren't vaccinated, they should never be allowed to fly. You know, so when something is being so pushed by a system that couldn't give a damn about the health of the population. Look at all the crap in food that is legally allowed, never should be, and all these other things. Look at the pharmaceutical cartel, Big Pharma. The third biggest cause of death in the United States is the frickin' treatment after heart disease and cancer. They care about the health of the population. How does Big Pharma get its money? By the population being sick. And I'll tell you what, Brian, I will take this system seriously. I will think, oh, well, maybe they do care a little bit. When they come out, mainstream everything, mainstream medicine, and say, here is how you boost and strengthen your immune system. Vitamin A, vitamin D3, vitamin C, something to boost the thyroid function, which produces vitamin A. Let's do that. Let's get the immune system going. What are they saying instead? Oh, it's weakened immune systems that why people are dying. Okay, so what are you telling them about how to boost their immune system? Well, they're not. Because first of all, even on a purely financial level, in terms of big pharma, what would a strong immune system in the population in general do? Their profits would absolutely frickin' plummet.
It's not in their best interest to make people healthy.
That are their profit margin. And you know, some doctors who actually have sussed it are pointing out, you know, that it's not the virus that's killing people. It's their immune system that's killing them. Because it works like this. If you've got a strong immune system, there are different levels of the immune system. It's very complex, and you know, mainstream medicine doesn't understand it yet. Honest people within it will actually agree with that. So it's making decisions on vaccines and all this stuff. It doesn't even understand the immune system and how it works. Anyway, there are different levels of it. So you get a virus, first level.
From the top, shall we? What do you think? I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. What do you think? I think there might be something going on here.
American lives, I've decided in your safety to use all of your mobile phones to track the people that have gotten...
Israel's just done it.
Have they?
Israel's just changed the law so they can legally track their population through the mobile phone.
I think I saw that. Now, what if Trump came out and said this to Americans and said, in your safety, to save our population, I have to do a federal order and track everyone's data from now on and where you're going in order to make sure you don't...
Come on now. There we go.
kill the old people and all of that stuff. Most people, David, in the current state of fear would say, thank you, sir.
Save me.
And like you said, for the people that refuse to do it, they would vilify them because you're the one that's going to kill my grandma and do all that stuff.
I'm already seeing...
That's scary.
I'm already seeing articles by academics, not least in America, saying if people aren't vaccinated, they should never be allowed to fly. You know, so when something is being so pushed by a system that couldn't give a damn about the health of the population, look at all the crap in food that is legally allowed, never should be, and all these other things. Look at the pharmaceutical cartel, Big Pharma. The third biggest cause of death in the United States is the frickin' treatment after heart disease and cancer. They care about the health of the population. How does Big Pharma get its money? By the population being sick. And I'll tell you what, Brian, I will take this system seriously. I will think, oh, well, maybe they do care a little bit. When they come out, mainstream everything, mainstream medicine, and say, here is how you boost and strengthen your immune system. Vitamin A, vitamin D3, vitamin C, something to boost the thyroid function, which produces vitamin A. Let's do that. Let's get the immune system going. What are they saying instead? Oh, it's weakened immune systems that why people are dying. Okay, so what are you telling them about how to boost their immune system? Well, they're not. Because, first of all, even on a purely financial level, in terms of Big Pharma, what would a strong immune system in the population in general do? Their profits would absolutely frickin' plummet. Because it's weakened immune systems that are their profit margin. And you know, some doctors who actually have sussed it are pointing out, you know, that it's not the virus that's killing people. It's their immune system that's killing them. Because it works like this. If you've got a strong immune system, there are different levels of the immune system. It's very complex, and you know, mainstream medicine doesn't understand it yet. Honest people within it will actually agree with that. So it's making decisions on vaccines and all this stuff. It doesn't even understand the immune system and how it works. Anyway, there are different levels of it. So you get a virus. The first level will meet it, then the second level will meet it, which is much more specific to that virus. This is the level that creates the reaction that's absolutely encoded to meet that particular threat.
Had me a
And at that point, gone. This is why 80% of people have mild symptoms, because this is what's happening.
So fast.
You get a mild fever, yes, because the immune system's using heat to kill the virus. It's like throwing up. That's the immune system getting rid of something before it does real damage to the body. But when your immune system is compromised through lack of nutrients, shit food, and all the rest of it, these levels of the immune system can't cope, especially if you are someone who has other health problems, because the immune system's already kind of working flat out on that. So what happens then when they fail is the immune system in effect panics, and it unleashes something called a cytokine storm. And these are a substance that is released by the cells, and it is the equivalent of a machine gun firing in all directions, because it's desperate. And I'll give you an analogy of what I mean. An intruder breaks into a house. The homeowner is fighting to deal with the intruder. The intruder's winning. The homeowner's losing. And it's getting desperate. He's getting desperate. So he grabs a gun. And he's so panicked, he's shooting in every direction and shoots at himself. So what this cytokine storm does is unleash this tidal wave of reaction. And it is so powerful and so unfocused that it attacks its own body and kills the body. And you know something? With a coronavirus, when there's a cytokine storm, you know what it attacks? The lungs. And it causes inflammation and gunge in the lungs as a result of that attack. And what are people dying of coronavirus? The elderly and with other health problems. They're dying of respiratory.
And guess what? You know what? All this good messaging right here, all this stuff that you're hearing right
pneumonia.
now.
That's another thing.
You can hear it, and then it's followed up by, my son died of COVID-19. Because the algorithm has been written this way so that this comes after that, so it counters the real truth message.
Attacks on the lungs.
So everything that's truth, it gets countered with a lie, and then it just continues to lie. So that
doctors
eventually
who are,
the truth
you know,
becomes
prepared to tell the
non-existent,
truth
and only the
are
lie
pointing
exists.
out
COVID-19
it's
is
weakened
scary,
immune system
something to fear.
that are causing
Just so you
people
know,
to die.
it's a problem.
So why isn't the
And
system
there's a legitimate reason
blasting
to be
out in all
concerned
directions
about it.
everything you need to do to boost your immune system?
Because it's the
'Cause they
money,
care about all
the
people.
money that dictates who gets heard, right? Anyways. Good one. Hey, did you see that incident, the Calgary events yesterday at 11:03 a.m. was this was posted. Disturbing video shows Calgary police officers slamming a handcuffed woman into the ground face first at the facility. Yeah. Holy fuck. Yeah. Yeah, where's the video footage of that? Oh, there it is. Yeah, they got cameras all over the place. And they got footage of it. Do they have to keep it? I wonder if they kept mine. I wonder if they kept mine. 12 hours. Torture. And my mom believes David Icke. And David Icke is believed by many now. And he was ridiculed heavily. I've never seen anybody more ridiculed as David Icke. Especially in the 1980s. Fuck, he got. It's amazing we got him still. It's amazing that we got him still, because so many people have just kind of given up. Either committed suicide, fucking did something else, just gave up completely. You know, seriously. It's amazing we have him still. David Icke. And I got confirmation from my mom. So, did I get it? Yeah, I got it. Again, same message. Did I hear it from him? Nope. No, I did not. Well, how'd you get that information? It's at everybody's disposal. Are you watching? Are you looking? Do you study it? You don't. I know you don't. You might. You don't. Some of you might not. You don't. Just so we know. So we're clear about shit, right? It's obvious. It's obvious. You know about some things, though, don't you? It's good. Maybe I can learn from you. You best be honest. Because that's all that's going to be acceptable from now on. Honesty. Own it. All of it. Own it. Oh yeah, I'm going. I'm going for sure. I'm going. You going? Why not? Sure, new. Oh yeah, let's go. Let's see what's going on there. Hey, remember those times when we used to get together in groups? Hey, you remember the times in wartime where they didn't want you to get together and they made you hide? Or you felt like you had to hide? Do you remember those times when your government wanted you dead. Sick. Sick or dead. Remember those times? We can laugh about it now, right? Sounds good. Sounds good.
What if I told you that everything that you think you know about the coronavirus is a lie?
What if I told you that?
That you are right now witnessing the largest, costliest, deadliest cover-up in world history.
What if I told you this? Inside China's death labs. Would you believe me?
What if you saw hard evidence and you started asking the scary questions? Why don't you watch? Decide for yourself.
My fellow Americans, tonight I want to speak with you about a nation's unprecedented response to the coronavirus outbreak.
The Chinese coronavirus pandemic will be recorded as one of the most consequential global events in world history. How the hell did this happen? Who's responsible? What you're about to hear is a true story, backed by scientific evidence and hard facts. There are those who witnessed what happened.
Does it matter who created it? At this point, when you know your government's in on it, you think, okay, China's created it, they've got labs. You don't think other countries have labs with the same shit in them? They're all working on it, right? Hey, buddy, come on in.
You know what time it is?
Oh, I think I do.
4:20, it's lit.
Oh my God! Look at that! You're right on fucking time. Nice.
4:20 later, 4:20 joint at 4:20. That was that. Oh, my last window, bro. That's all I got. But I have some free off actually because I was in a rush to get to 4:20, but I got a little something.
Oh, thanks, man. This is your last one? I like where he's going, man.
That's one we got.
Oh, it's good to cleanse, man. It's good to cleanse.
Absolutely.
I like your fucking approach, dude. It's really good. It's cool. I'm glad you vocalized it too, like, because I was recording it. It's good for people to know. Balance, right? Yeah. Balance. I'm really enjoying watching Buster Keaton, man.
That's good.
Yeah. His subject matter is like 100% on track. It's really cool because like I know Melanie's doing some stuff with kids, for like with theater and stuff, just like naturally developed, and like all the scripts are written. The kids are gonna fucking have a blast. I got so many fucking ideas. You know,
It's alright.
Yeah, it's great. And then all the ideas that they got already, they're gonna do it themselves. We won't even have to resort to our stupid ideas. That's what she was saying.
Nice.
You build it, you will come. I'm talking I'll probably call her tonight. See how we did the change it up. It's nice to change that. Communication 101, that's a big thing. Gotta teach 101 before you go to 102.
So they say. I'm not too sure that's absolutely true.
101 was a shit course anyway.
Pretty sure I skipped a bunch of steps. Went to some advanced one.
You can get right to it right quick, right? Like immediate.
Although
that's why I always say do the clip notes.
But there is real problems to it because it fucking my brain skipping steps. And in fact, I think I could have been better. I mean, it wasn't supposed to be because it didn't happen, but I can see the power in the wealth and not skipping steps and going through it organically.
There you go. So that's the major problem, I think, just in general, is that we're skipping steps. And we're wondering, oh fuck, how did that all go wrong? Well, without that one step, or the few steps that you skipped, it's inevitably going to go wrong because you didn't know how to do that, right?
I skipped some human steps because I forgot that
yeah, that's right. That's right. For a little while longer.
Too much longer though, like I feel like it's all closed in.
Walls ever close in so bad on you? You come here, eh? Ever? Like you got people, eh? Yeah. Well, just know you gotta know, right?
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I just
That's why every morning when I fucking wake up and I go back right to the very beginning. I try to catch the steps that I missed because there's so fucking many of them. You know? young music that is being worked on right now is incredible.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's a pretty cool storyline to watch as it unfolds over the course of. You know who you are.
Habib, he just retired. Perfect champ.
Who?
Habib Nurmagomedov. He's the MMA guy. Go to all time.
I remember.
So during his run, he's in the middle of his rounds and he's whooping the dude's ass, right? And he says to Dana, he's like, Dana, want to talk? Dana's, Dana White.
Yeah.
So he's like, yeah, what do you want to talk about? He's like, I deserve title shot, blah blah blah. He's like, first you think you gotta get through this there, but he says to Habib's response, he was like, win or lose, I know who I am. You will give me this fight, and not a fake contract. And he fucking goes back and fights. And he fucking now the round's over. Now he's back in. Now he's because he was in the middle of a fight.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Okay.
When he's talking to Dana and saying this to him, he's in the middle of the fight. Like it's like in between.
Fucking me, okay, now I'm glad you.
Cowles, right? And
I'm glad you went back on
Dana
that.
White says like, yo, like you gotta get through this first. And he says, win or lose, I know who I am. Like that's amazing, right? You know, because he's like telling
in the fight, during the fight. Is this there like
he's like, I smash your boy. He's like, Ma, because he wanted to fight Conor McGregor, but he had to get through this last guy first, right? He's like, no, I smash your boy. I want a real contract. Don't give me a fake contract. This is Dana White sometimes, right? Like he's
not an innocent boy. This is Dana White.
And he's like dude's mid fight. That's what he says. So mid fight, he's like, I smash your boy. Stop. Holy fuck.
Did he end up smashing? You must have been.
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Just ragdoll him.
Yeah. The story actually wouldn't have been as good if it, went the other way.
Yeah, no, there's a reason he retired the GOAT, but like it was just like he says, like the whole thing premise was knowing yourself, right? And he says to him, he's like, win or lose, I know who I am.
I am. That's the final statement. I know who I am. So everything, so you shorten it, the closest you can get to knowing yourself, that's it, those 3 letters, I am.
It's profound, eh?
Yeah.
It's profound.
The inner, the alpha, outer maybe.
Becomes the other.
Yeah, maybe. I'm trying to draw the parallel. And I forgot the fucking thought, because there's so many fucking different things that you can go. You can combine the 3, the very best scenarios. It starts a relationship. That's the only thing that we bring out of this. This relationship. With self and others.
This was like a big community poster. Got some of the best works that I had.
Yeah, that seemed like it's going for a while. It's got some, and it's only one. I'm feeling the effects. And now we're getting to the nitty gritty again on that one. It just gets better and better, eh? I cleaned out my pipe, right? And I got about a small little ball bearing size roll of the excess, the black stuff. I don't know what you call that. What would you call that? Tar? Yeah, residue? Resin? Yeah. And just kind of every over the dead. True, eh? Hey, funny how that goes. What's in is out. Expands the same way inside as it goes out. This is hard. Yeah.
Body from Houston. Alright, enjoy it.
Yep. Thanks, man. Of course. Awesome. Welcome to Tea in Space. My name's Tom. This is Space. An entrepreneur is live now. If you're focused on money right now, then your focus is wrong. Sorry. If your focus is money right now, your focus is wrong. Yeah, I'll stick to that statement. My brother, good evening from here. Unisalawe, Toure. Hello. Becky, Rose, Henry, Greco, Lynn, Usain, Tony Cowles, Norman Lacoste, and others. See your ass? Not right now. Just like in the middle of the new war online, so I'm just kind of focused on that right now. But no, maybe later. No. We'll see. I got a ship to run here. Fuck. Kids show. Hey, look who it is. It's Vaccination Bear. Come on in, Vaccination Bear. What's on your mind? Hi, Tom! Have you got your vaccination yet? No, I haven't. That's a big needle there, Vaccination Bear. What's in it? Ah, medals and stuff. What? I don't know. Maybe. Hey, how about you take it first? Alright then! Oh, okay. That's the result? Yep. I think I'll pass on that one there, bud. I pass. Vinny the Vaccination Bear. Got it. What's on your mind? This. Hi, kids. Vinny. The Vaccination Bear. Hey kids, Vinny the Vaccination Bear here. I'm cool, right? Just like you. We're cool. You want your vaccination? Vaccinations are cool. Vaccinations are cool, kids. Would you like me to give you a vaccination? All the major media moguls. Is it moguls? Moguls? How do you spell moguls? Media giants. All right, here we go. I'm going to tell you a little story. Hey kids! Vinny here, the vaccination bear. Vaccinations are cool, aren't they? Hey, would you like me to give you a vaccination? Yes? That's what I thought. Hey kids! Vinny here. You know, the vaccination bear. Vaccinations are cool, aren't they? Would you like me to give you a vaccination? Yes? That's what I thought you said. All right. That's what I thought you said. Hey kids, Vinny here. You know, the vaccination bear. Vaccinations are cool, aren't they? Would you like me to give you a vaccination? Yes? Ah, that's what I thought you said. Hey kids, Vinny here. You know, the vaccination bear. Vaccinations are cool, aren't they? Would you like me to give you a vaccination? Yes? That's what I thought you said. Oh, look who it is! It's President Obama! Hi, kids. President Obama here. Have you met Vaccination Bear? Vaccinations are cool, aren't they? Yeah. Would you like me to give you a vaccination? Hey, Vaccination Bear. Would you mind? Lest we forget. Oh, they all come out in the wash. After a while. But I like Obama. You can if you want. He's fine. If you like murderers. If you like murderers. Womp womp. He's funny. Wow. That's your president. Who? That guy? No, that guy. Got it. Oh boy. What a time we're having. Drag and drop. I am. Are you? We got a ghost. There it is. That's the one. You fucker. I knew I'd find you. Ah! I have found you, you shit. Guess what? Checkmate again. Ever since I started playing chess, I haven't lost. Except to Dwayne. That was the last time I lost. Dwayne. I like Dwayne. Remember Dwayne? You don't? He used to sit at the poker table and take your money all the time? You don't remember him? Dwayne. The quiet guy. Yeah, the really nice one. He used to take all your money? Yeah, that's how he made his living. Yeah, he still does. I wonder how he's doing. I wonder how Dwayne's doing. Look at this fucktard, eh? Shouldn't say that. Yeah, I should. There's a difference between being retarded and this. Does that make any sense? No. Double back. There's a difference between being retarded and other. This is retarded. Nailed it! Got it. Done. Post it. Wait a second. It's coming, it's coming. If you want to join me on my Facebook page and have a conversation with me, that would be great. Tommy Cowles. TOMMYCOWLES. Yeah. I am quite popular here in my hometown. He's not. Well, not as popular as this fucker. Hey kids! Vaccination Bear here. We have a special guest with us today. Guess who it is? Jesus? No, someone better than Jesus. Obama! Hi kids! Vaccinations are cool, aren't they? Haha! Right? And I encourage everybody look into this mind-altering device. There you go. Everybody can just... You won't remember a thing. Thank you, Vaccination Bear, for all your help. Oh, Dick Cheney. I didn't know you were under there. It's Dick Cheney. He's Vaccination Bear. I always wondered. Dick Cheney walking in the park, hand in hand, all romantic like. I like it. Let's do it. Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney today? Well, let's see it. The devil. The devil himself. Arr. There we go. Yeah, but it's gotta be... Was that him today? Who's this guy? Well, let's get a picture of him today, sure. There we go. That's the fucking ruler of the world right there. At one time. Vice President Dick Cheney! Hey kids. I can't do Dick Cheney. I can't. Someone else do Dick Cheney. I can't do Dick Cheney. You do Dick Cheney. Look into it! He's a tyrant! He was your vice president! Do your fucking history! Fuck! You know what I'm saying? Fuck! Education, number one. Dick Cheney's connected to the... Own it. No. No. Cancel. 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 There you go. And let's check it. And that'll be a wrap. That'll be a wrap. Oh yeah, these two guys. I want to see these two guys in the same place. That would be fun to see. That'll have to happen. Sometime. For America's sake. Hey kids. Hey kids. Do you love your new school? I love your mask! It looks so cute! Evil. Fucker, that guy. Your mask looks so cute. It covers up your face so well. Because otherwise you are ugly as shitballs. Do you know what I'm saying? Making masks cute. Not cool, actually. And not true. Not true, kids! Vaccination Bear here! You had your vaccination yet? No? Ah. This won't hurt too much. Bend over. Yep, we're doing it there now. Government policy. Yeah, I'm a government doctor now. Oh yeah, best kind. We get paid real good. Real good. We get a good life here now. Yeah. We sure do. Oh yeah, you don't want me to see a doctor, that's for sure. Get another doctor that cares. Get a fucking doctor who cares. You're my doctor. Not any longer. They took my license. Oh, fuck. What did you do? Practicing bad medicine. Oh, well. Found the ghost. Still kind of fucking every time I see it too, eh? It's like, fuck, you got me again. Right? Amen, brother. You're right on it. Dick Cheney, fucker. I calls him as I sees him. And Dick Cheney is first grade. Fucker, like the best. Number 1. Yeah, move back from 33, 34 and go to number 1. Do you understand? Well, I thought he was number 2. Number 1. George Bush wasn't even number 2. Ba-dum-ba! You get it? Who do we go to war with, Dick? Iraq. And, after that, I don't know, we'll see. Most likely Afghanistan. Yeah. We'll take Afghanistan. Send some troops. Buy, sell weapons. Lockheed. Shit like that. Ugh. My daughter's a lesbian. I love her still. Yeah, she's a lesbian. I still love her, though. On record. Of course you would. Why wouldn't you? She's your daughter. Yeah, I know. I just had to be on an interview to make sure everybody knew that, so. You're weird. Also a little bit evil. I'm gonna edit something here. Because I feel like this is like a really good, this is a great picture of you. It represents you very well. And I'd like to see in context here. Man, I am fucking on fire today. All these great ideas just pouring through me. It's like I've connected to some kind of force that is beyond my, you know what I'm saying? Sun's going down. 45 p.m. 4:45 p.m. Really? Yeah, it's short form for 4:55. 45 p.m. Do you like it? Yeah, I do. Cool. We're gonna use it from now on. 100% battery life. My power cord's fucked. But when it goes down, I've got another one. That's how it goes. I'm eating well. Great coffee. Kicking horse. Kick-ass blend. And today's show is sponsored by Tom's Toothpaste. Fluoride free. Fluoride free. Thank you. Because I don't want my pituitary gland to calcify. Fluoride turns to, do you know what I'm saying? In your pituitary, that third eye they call it, it's the same thing that has an ocular kind of whatever, right? It's all connected, same thing as an eye. It's your third eye. What the fuck? I didn't know this existed. Holy shit, son! Yeah. So fluoride, yeah, it keeps that from you. Oh, Dick Cheney, that's right. Hold on. What do you want from me? I'm an old man. I'm an old man here! I'm actually the oldest Highlander. Approximately 1700 and something. I stopped counting. Oh, guess I gotta take Dick Cheney's head now. I'm collecting heads. I'm collecting heads. I tell you what, you fuckers. I'm gonna give you a vaccination. Yeah, you want. Yeah, Obama, Dick Cheney, and I don't know who else. And then we're gonna watch it, see the ramifications of it, see how you decline in health. Because I'm sure that's what's gonna happen. Hilarious. Hey kids, Vinny here. You know, the vaccination bear. You know. Vaccinations are cool, aren't they? Would you like me to give you a vaccination? Yes? That's what I thought you said. Photo shoot! I see you. I see you. Right? Hey kids, vaccination bear here. Oh fuck, him again? With special guests, Dick Cheney and President Obama. Should be a good show. Hey kids! That's a concept, you know, I'm working with it. We'll see. We'll see where it goes, you know. That's my character. That's what I come up with. Hey kid! Nah, that's too much. Hey kids, vaccination bear here. Do you like vaccinations? Do you know how to pronounce vaccinations? Say it with me. Vax, vaccinations. How many syllables is that? Vaccinations. 4, right? Say it with me. Vaccinations. Vaccinations. Do you like your vaccinations? Do you like that word? It's a fun word, isn't it? Yeah, it's a fun word. Everybody line up for the vaccinations. Creepy. Why is it so creepy? Because it's fucking creepy. Why are they so fucking hell-bent on fucking throwing needles in everybody's arms across the fucking world for a fucking flu? What the fuck is going on here? You know? Let's see. I haven't changed the settings. I can't find it. We got to work that through sometime. I don't know, whoever it is that I was talking to last about that. Hey kids. Hi. Everybody's cool? Everybody got their vaccinations? Good. Good. Don't make it so hard next time, Timmy. You little fucking weasel. Oh, fuck. You didn't get that on tape, did you? Big Pharma wants us to be sick. This just in. This just in. And Calgary events. A disturbing video showing Calgary police officers slamming a handcuffed woman into the ground face first has been released by a judge. ... The courts are corrupt, and that fucking hurt. I'd love seeing that over and over again. Let's not forget Buster Keaton. Lest we forget. When was the last time you had an Elijah fire?
There's a terrible disease going around infecting millions of people. It's highly contagious, creating the worst pandemic the world's ever seen.
Listen up.
If we don't act now, it's going to keep spreading, potentially infecting everyone.
Oh, dear Lord.
The disease is a mental condition called intelligence.
Fuck intelligence.
Intelligence is a very contagious disease spreading around the globe at unprecedented rates. It's threatening to destroy the world as we know it. Symptoms of intelligence include thinking for yourself, elevated levels of self-responsibility, nuanced thought, the desire for freedom, acts of bravery, and an intolerance to being controlled by fear. We don't know much about intelligence, how it works, or how it spreads, but there's very strong evidence it's easily transmitted through ideas, self-expression, and human connection. Together, we can slow the spread of intelligence,
sure can.
but we all must practice strict obedience to the following guidelines. Socially distance yourself from critical thought. Sanitize your mind with the news. Rely on other people to tell you what's true for you.
That's right.
And wear a face suffocator to reduce the amount of oxygen going to your brain.
There you go. Right? You can't breathe proper. You say you can, you made a choice, right? So you're defending it, but go fuck this. Why am I always sick now? Why do I feel like lightheaded? Oh, fuck. Maybe that fucker was right. Maybe. Hey. Maybe. Hello? Good evening. Wow. These are nice. Beautiful pictures, man. Daniel Corden, everybody. These are worth sharing, like, piece by piece, man. Look at this. Watch this. Watch this, watch this. Watch this. Stream finished. Ah. Okay. Well, this one's still going. A bit of a lag. About 12 seconds. 9 playbacks. Average watch time 45 minutes, 22 seconds. Sounds right. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't at all. Maybe. Nope. Maybe. Guy comes over at 4:20. How nice is that? How many times did that happen in my life? Twice. Both times with him. 4:20. Now I get it. I get it now. That was nice. It was nice. Oh man, what a day. What a good day. We had a good day today. I'm still having a good day. Today's a good day. They're all good days. Why is that? Well, because every day is a good day. Just to be a part of this moment in history, right? All right, so got Melanie here, and oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Sorry, guys. Oh, okay. Okay. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. This is Buster Keaton, Night in Color, 2020, Laurel and Hardy. 22,044 views. Subscribe, sure, yeah. I'm gonna subscribe. Back on YouTube again. No way, he's back? Said nobody. Except for Melanie. A few other people. A couple other people. Maybe a handful. Maybe. True. That's true. That's true. I always liked him, but he knows too much. Ooh, I didn't realize that was a crime. I didn't realize it was a crime. Yo, pretty ladies around the world. Got a weird thing to show you, so go. Let's start again. Yo, pretty ladies around the world, got a weird thing to show you, so tell all the boys and girls, tell your brother, your sister, and your mama too, cause we're about to throw down, and you know just what to do. When your hands in the air like you don't care, light other people as they start to look and stare. Do your dance, do your dance, do your dance so quick. Mama, come on, baby, let me watch the word, a word up, burn it, everybody say. When you hear the call, you got to get it underway. Now all you super DJs, you creep, you fly, there's got to be a reason, and we know the reason why you're not. You know, fuck, I don't know. He's good, huh? Too loud. Too loud. Turn the music up. Yep, there you go. That's nice. Perfect. It's everybody's having a good time until someone let's clean it up. Oh man, it's the best. Thank you. Thank you to Nick today. Thank you to my neighbors. Thank you to what's going on here? Copyright 1923 in the United States of America by Buster Keaton Productions. It doesn't apply anymore. The royalties have lapsed. There's a time limit on these things, eh? So these are all part of the public domain now. Should be anyways. Check it. The engineer. Joe Keaton, remember him? He played the engineer in Buster Keaton Night in Color 2020. The prologue. Oh, I love this one. The prologue's the best. Once upon a time in certain sections of the United States, there were feuds that ran from generation to generation. Men of one family grew up killing men of another family for no other reason except that their fathers had done so. That's true. That's true. Our story concerns the old-time feud between the Canfield and the McKay families as it existed about the year 1810. It's history. The humble home of John Mackay, the last of his line, except his infant son. In color. Look at this. Beautiful. Should I share it? Hey, a little baby. Cute. Oh boy. I've already shared it? Oh boy. I guess I'll share it again. Wonderful. Wonderful. Everything is wonderful. I just heard that Jim Canfield's in town. I'm afraid that means trouble. So. Home with Joseph Canfield, whose fiery brother is visiting him. Fiery? Jim, I've been trying to forget this feud. Why can't you do the same? No. I came a long way to kill him, and I'm gonna do it tonight. Bye, my precious child. No. You can't go anywhere. No one's going anywhere in this weather. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Right? Listen to her. Everybody's going crazy around her. And she's made out to be the crazy one. Not to be listened to. As the boys go out and fight their fucking wars. How big is your chest? Strong like bull. I am a titan! I'm a warrior! I feel no pain. That breaks down. Perfect. Enough said, enough said. What's next, Tom? Find our way. Ship's gotta right its course sometime. The way home's not that fucking far. October 28th, 2023. Just so you know, it got worse. If you get this message, 2020, heed the call. Obama, not your friend. Dick Cheney, not your friend. Donald Trump, not your friend. Don Lemon, not your friend. Chris Cuomo, not your friend. Jill Biden, not your friend. Oh, maybe Jill Biden might be. Nah, can she? Joe Biden, not your friend. Confirmed. Hey kids, vaccination bear here. Vinny. Yeah, that's me, Vinny. Vaccinations are cool, aren't they? Aren't they? That's right. Who's next in line for the vaccinations? Who are the good kids? There you go. Hey, you fuckers, get in line. What the fuck did you say? Come on over here, you're first. Give him a double dose. That's a fun show. All these politicians that come our way. That's right. There's more we can list in that bunch. Can't we? Yes, we can. There's a whole group of them so far. I'm collecting heads. That's my job, I guess. How long you been doing this Highlander thing? Well, it's actually not a Highlander thing. It's like, that's where I fucking I'm from the Highlands. Are you an idiot? Look, there can be only one. That's all you need to know. Dark. That's dark. You're a messed up fucker, aren't you? Yep, this is a show for the messed up fuckers. Hey kids! Vaccination bear here. Have you had your kids inoculated yet? Well, you should. Let me tell you why. Number 1, ping. Number 2, ping. And number 3, ping. Thanks for listening. And, I don't know, enjoy the time off. Fucking parents are gullible as fucking shit nowadays. I didn't know it was this bad. I didn't know I could manipulate it this much. And the evangelists are the most gullible of them all. It's true. Sorry, guys. This time. Oh, come on, man! After all we've been through, you're gonna burn me? Why? You're a witch! Okay. Well, you better stay away from me then. So grateful. Yeah, so go on that kick again, you know. Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. Who else? Who else haven't I thanked in a long time? That's another one. Vicky. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you. Unisalawe Toure. Thank you. Thank you to Heidi Plang. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to my good friend Andrea. All my good friends from back home. Joe, Richard, Andreas, all you guys. Friends from college, Brandon, Alan, Daryl. Look at it. The mainstream media news got some fucking hold on some of you. Look at it. I see it on your Facebook pages. You're missing something. We need to talk. We need to talk. We need to talk more about things that matter. Freedom being one of them in our country. We're not done. We're not done. We got kids here. We're not done here. I don't care how old you are, how young you are. You're not done. It's up to us to make it better. Right? Right? At one time, I thought that was Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, thank you. live streaming for the last 6 hours. And 1 minute. Average watch time, 43 minutes. Playbacks, 10. And currently, we have 1 like. And 0 concurrent viewers. But that's okay. So that's not what it's about. Want to talk about time? Do you understand now? So, what? So buttons on your underwear. How about that one? I don't get it. It's a saying. It's a saying. Oh boy. You feel that? So it says to her, it says, hey, lay off, will ya? And she goes, no. And I goes, back and forth, back and forth. Relationship. How are your communication skills? I think we gotta work on those. That's very important now. Can I help in any way? We gotta teach our children better. Can I help in any way? Teachers. Can I help in any way? To make you a better teacher. It's changing, eh? Teaching? Guess what? Those who were teachers aren't teachers anymore. Those who should have been teachers are. No qualifications necessary. It just is a fact that they know more in that subject than anybody else. Because they lived it. They've done it. They did their due diligence. Right? Public. Privacy. I don't want anybody to know what I'm doing. Everything's public. Now, YouTube, get your shit together. No more censorship. Right? Am I right? I'm right. Fuckers. Facebook, same with you, shitheads. Mark Zuckerberg's gotta go. The king. Yep. I already got his head. He's gotta come down. He'll be coming down pretty quick. It has to be this way. Monsters. That was my first band. Men Become Monsters. He took offense to it. Me. Little old me. He took offense to it. It wasn't even directed towards him. Now it is. He's become a monster. This fucker's a monster. He wants to take everything. He eats the whole pie every time he sits down. He doesn't share a fucking piece. Nope. All his. He makes the decisions. He got 51% final say. Really? Nope. We have a say. Public that's using it, you shit dog. Shit dog? Dick shit? Shit dick. Shit dick. Next time. That would have been better. Anyways, what were we talking about? I'm just getting started. And for instance, you know what she said? You know what he did? Yeah, we can go on and on about everybody right at this point. Because you're all fucking criminals as far as I can see. Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, except for a few, yeah. Oh yeah. So? Varying degrees. Oh, fuck. That one! The rapist. The child molester. Yeah, you come forward. Come here. Not to me. Come forward. Not to me. Come forward. You're no longer in charge of the Vatican. Still doing the Vatican now? Still doing the Vatican? You fuckers? Well, fuck, you're not. Catholic Church. How many people are in the fucking how many people keep on giving to the Catholic Church thinking that they're fucking doing something good, when in fact, they're only arming people with the resources to do bad shit. Vatican. Vatican. Hey, and don't sit there all little fucking smug over there, you shit. Oh. Evangelists. Yes. That's where I'm talking to you now. Wake up. Oh, it's a good thing. We got Kavanaugh now. You got shit. You got a liar making decisions for shit. Big decisions. You got a liar making those decisions now. Oh, well, it's not as bad as you thought. You know, no, he lied. All of them did. She did too. She's a liar. All of them. All of them. Who's this Connie Barrett? Who cares? Just another pawn. Just another useful fucking idiot. Thank you, Noam Chomsky. I knew we'd get there. We were lost there for a bit, but we're not quite lost, are we? Are we? Okay, well this will make some sense. What's the latest? Channel 4 News. I like this. Just Channel 4, that's it. 4 News. With Noam Chomsky.
For the rise of Donald Trump, is it?
It's pretty clear what is responsible for the rise of the support for Trump, and there's general agreement about it. If you take a simple look at economic statistics, the primary support for Trump is coming from mostly white working class, poor people who've been cast by the wayside during the neoliberal period. They've lived through a generation of stagnation or decline. Real male wages are about what they were in the 1960s. There has been, it's also been a decline in functioning democracy. The overwhelming evidence reveals that even their own elected representatives are barely reflect their interests and concerns. The contempt for institutions, especially Congress, has just increased, skyrocketed. It's down single digits often. These are people who, meanwhile, there has, of course, been wealth created. It's gone into very few hands, mostly into a fraction of the top 1%.
Indeed,
so
but
there's enormous opulence.
Yes, indeed. And how dangerous do you think this all is in terms of Donald Trump, for example? I mean, he has been toning down some of his most extreme pronouncements.
It's not just Donald
recently.
Trump.
He may, if he ever
It's not just
got
Donald
anywhere
Trump.
near power, he could be held in
It's
check
not
by
just
Congress. I mean,
Donald
how
Trump,
dangerous
right?
do you think he is
This is the
to
thing.
America?
He's very dangerous.
The greatest danger that he and indeed every Republican candidate poses is barely mentioned. It's kind of reminiscent of Sherlock Holmes's dog that did not bark. The greatest danger is that there are two huge dangers that the human species faces. We're now in a situation where we have to decide whether the species survives in any decent form. One is the rising danger of nuclear war, which is quite serious. The other is environmental catastrophe. Now, on these issues, Donald Trump and the other Republican candidates are basically uniform.
And do you believe that
the threat of nuclear?
And do you believe that Hillary Clinton, the Democratic frontrunner, would champion those issues in a way that would satisfy you?
No.
Not in any way that would satisfy me, but at least she recognizes that climate change is going on and that we have to do something about it. Every single Republican candidate denies that it's happening, with the sole exception of Kasich, who says, sure, it's happening, but we shouldn't do anything about it. And that's having an impact. The Paris negotiations last December were aiming at a treaty. They couldn't reach it for a simple reason. The Republican Congress would not accept it. So it's a voluntary agreement, which means even the weak standards that were proposed will be barely, maybe it undermines the likelihood that even they will be met. Every Republican candidate, including Trump, wants to eliminate the Environmental Protection Agency, Richard Nixon's legacy, to cut back regulation, to race toward the precipice as quickly as possible. On militarism, every one of them wants to raise the huge military budget. Already over half of discretionary spending, leading right now, it's one factor leading to confrontations which could be extremely hazardous.
And briefly, I think
this again is not being discussed.
Indeed, well, I'd suggest one thing, perhaps that you might agree with Donald Trump on, would be about the EU. I mean, he talks about the fact that the UK may leave the EU. You've railed against European Union bureaucracy. Could you agree with him on that?
No, I don't. In fact, I actually have no real strong opinion on Brexit, but my concern about it would be that it would weaken the European Union, but it would also probably leave Britain even more, don't want to use too strong a word, subordinate to U.S. power.
Navigating his way through
which I don't think would be a good thing for the world.
Shitty media.
What in a
leading
nutshell
questions,
is the
trying to
answer
think.
the world now?
She's got the answers, but she's slightly open because it's like Channel 4,
As I try
right?
to discuss in the book, there is no
This
simple
isn't
answer.
CNN with Donald
We
Lemon.
usually think of
Is what I'm saying.
states when that question is raised. And with regard to states, there's no doubt
There's
that
power in
the
this.
United States, despite its decline for many, many years, is still overwhelmingly more powerful than any state or group of states. But that's only one factor. States have internal structures, an internal distribution of power. In the United
You
States,
can't
power
disagree
is
with this guy.
overwhelmingly and increasingly in recent
Anybody who
years
listens
in the
to
hands
this
of
is
a
31,000
very
to
narrow sector of,
5,000.
Corporate wealth, private
31,000,
wealth, power.
5,000.
And they have counterparts elsewhere who agree with them, who interact with them largely. And that's another dimension in who rules the world.
So
and there's also
he
the public.
needs to be listened
the
to.
public can have, sometimes does have,
You won't go
enormous
wrong.
power. We can go back to David Hume.
While
first
he's here.
Major modern work on political philosophy, foundations of the
Right.
theory of government, pointed out that force is on the side of the governed. Those who are governed have the force if they are willing to and eager to and recognize the possibility to exercise it. Sometimes they do. That's a major force in who rules the world.
But when it comes to state power, you don't buy the idea of China as the next superpower, the imminent superpower?
China? I mean, China plays a very important role in the world, undoubtedly. If you take a look at, say, per capita income, it's far behind the United States and other developed states. It has enormous internal problems, demographic, ecological, resources, and so on. It's undoubtedly going to play an important, in military terms, it's not even a fraction of the United States and Western powers. So it's, yes, and economically it's significant, but bear in mind that a good deal of Chinese production is actually foreign owned. Apple, world's major corporation, happens to produce in China largely, but that's U.S. production, which happens to use Chinese facilities, labor and other facilities. So China is a growing, developing power in some domains. In fact, it's gone quite far, even in high technology industries. So, for example, in production of solar panels, China's in the lead, not just in mass production, but also in innovation and high-tech development. And all of this is significant, but is by no means a power on the scale of the United States. In fact, take a look at the confrontations between China and the United States now. There are serious confrontations. Are they in the Caribbean? Are they off the coast of California? No. They're in waters around China where China and others have territorial claims. That's a symbolic reflection of the nature of state power.
Well, you describe, you're scathing about the United States, no one will be surprised to hear that. You describe it as a leading terrorist state. I'm just interested how you describe Russia.
How I describe Russia? Authoritarian, brutal, harsh, carrying out ugly actions in its own region. The United States, on the other hand, carries out such actions all over the world. In fact, again, look at there are serious confrontations between Russia and the United States. And once again, are they on the Mexican border, the Canadian border? No, they're on the Russian border. In fact, right at the point of the traditional invasion route through which Russia has been virtually destroyed several times in the past century, also earlier history. Again, that's
wrong.
No.
Oh, sorry, not you. No, sorry, I wasn't talking to Noam Chomsky.
Should lead
I was talking to Don Lemon.
A rational perspective on the relationship between these forces in the world. As for the U.S. being the leading terrorist state, I should say that's
October 28th, 2023.
My opinion.
You should be getting this around 2020.
I was introduced.
Like around, like the exact time that I just said.
That I
should be getting around that
the
time.
United States as the gravest threat to
got
world
worse.
peace. That's not exactly. It's a little misrepresented.
That's the time to change. 2020.
There are international polls run by the leading
Dear Lord,
U.S.
please.
polling agency.
I've come to
Gallup,
you from the future
international
and also from the
affiliate
past.
Gallup win. And one of the questions they ask is, which country is the gravest threat to world peace? And the United States is first by a huge margin. Far behind, in second place, is Pakistan. That's undoubtedly inflated by the Indian vote, and others have slight mention. So that's global opinion. And I should mention that
Fox
this
News is
was
not
even
without
reported
blame.
in the United States.
Just
Happened to be
saying.
reported by BBC, but it wasn't reported in the United States.
BBC, all those
As for being
ones.
a terrorist state,
They're not free
President
from
Obama's
blame.
global assassination
Structures.
campaign, drone assassination campaign,
But
is
somewhere we gotta say,
extreme,
okay, enough, put the brakes on.
war. I mean, if Iran, let's say, was carrying out a campaign to assassinate
And let's call it what it
people
is.
around the
It's
world
propaganda.
who it thought might be planning to harm
So you
Iran,
get an X.
we
Wrong.
would regard it as terrorism. For example, if they were bombing the editorial
X marks the
offices
spot. You want to
of
fix
the New York
something?
Times and
There
the
it
Washington
is.
Post, which publish op-eds
There's one
by
of 'em.
prominent figures saying that we should bomb Iran right now, not wait. So obviously they want to harm Iran. Suppose Iran was assassinating them and anybody who happened to be standing around all over. Would we regard that as terrorism? I think we would.
Well, let me put a few questions to you from people online. People are sending in questions via Facebook. First, Gary says, what are the dangers of TTIP?
Of Putin, the dangers are...
Sorry. What are the dangers of TTIP?
Of...
The Transatlantic Trade and Partnership. TTIP. TTIP.
Who cares about
Oh,
it?
TTI, yeah. Oh, they're pretty extreme. In fact, Greenpeace, a couple of days ago, released 280 pages of internal documents on this so-called trade agreement, and they spell out details of what all of us should know. The so-called free trade agreements are not free trade agreements. In fact, to a large extent, they're not even trade agreements. These are investor right agreements. There's a reason why they're kept secret from the public. And as soon as you look at them, you see why. Notice I say secret from the public, not secret. They're not kept secret. They're not secret to the corporate lawyers and lobbyists who are writing the detailed regulations, of course, in the interests of their constituents, doesn't happen to be the public of the world or their own countries. So these are highly protectionist for the benefit of private power, so-called intellectual property rights, effectively raise tariffs. They're called patents, but which have an enormous impact on economies, great, wonderful for pharmaceutical and media conglomerates and others. Investors, corporations are given the right to sue governments, something you and I can't do, but a corporation can, to sue governments for harming their potentially future profits. You can figure out what that means. In such cases, are already in the courts they're not in the courts, they go to private trade adjudication groups made up largely of corporate representatives. They're already going on with NAFTA, and we can expect more of them. There are provisions that undermine efforts at regulation, including, incidentally, regulation of environmental dangers. And rather strikingly, the phrase climate change does not appear in these 280 pages, which are illustrative of the whole structure. So these, they have almost no, I should say these agreements, so-called Pacific and Atlantic, have virtually no effect on tariffs. Tariffs are already quite low among the major trading partners. When you read the propaganda about it, it says, oh yeah, sure, Vietnam's going to have to lower its tariffs. Yeah, almost no effect on trade. The major trading partners already have agreements that have reduced tariffs very substantially. There are few exceptions, not many. So these are we should disabuse ourselves of the illusion that these are free trade agreements, anything but, and to a large extent, not even trade agreements. We have the experience of others, like NAFTA, many years of experience. So take, say, NAFTA. It has all of the aspects that I just described, but even more. Consider even what is called trade, interactions across the U.S.-Mexico border. They've increased substantially since NAFTA, so economists will tell you trade has greatly increased, but have a look at them. So, for example, suppose that General Motors that produces parts in Indiana sends them to Mexico for assembly and sells the car in Los Angeles. That's called trade in both directions, but it's not. It's interactions internal to a command economy. It's as if during the days of the Soviet Union, parts were made, say in Leningrad, sent to Warsaw for assembly, then sold in Moscow. We wouldn't call that trade. That's interactions internal to a command economy.
Well, Noam Chomsky, thank you very much for being so generous with your time and for staying on to have that live online discussion. Thank you.
teenagers get candid. The National.
Followed by Alberta and Quebec, with more than 1,000 each, then Saskatchewan and Ontario, each having around 500 cases per million.
Why are we counting these flu
Now,
cases?
Gyms and fitness centers are often cited as places that explain those climbing numbers, with thousands ordered closed at one time or another.
You're
But
very good at
as
reading the
Cameron
news,
Babcock
aren't you? But
explains,
you don't
many
really
owners
speak.
and users
You don't really
disagree,
speak from your
with
heart.
some
You just
facilities
read
now
the news
closed,
that's
demanding they be allowed to reopen.
in front of you, right? The National.
Kicking,
Right?
punching, sweating. Before COVID, lunch hours here were packed.
Gym
Today
restrictions.
it's just one client in Tim Ewan's kickboxing gym.
We've definitely dropped our membership.
Still, he'll take it over shutting down again.
So you're just hanging on, basically? I'm hanging on, yeah.
How can you box in
And
one of
so
those
it's,
fucking
you know,
masks? Are you stupid?
Just making people aware that we are still available here.
For now, at least, Manitoba is letting Winnipeg keep its gyms and recreational facilities open. The type of treatment the industry is pushing for in Toronto and across Quebec.
What a shit show. You gonna let your government do this? Your government. What does that mean? Your government. Do you work for your government? Or is your government supposed to be working for you? Does it work for you? No? So you work for the government? No. Is the government working for you? No. Then why the fuck hell would you be paying taxes? Doesn't seem like the government does anything for you. You know? Hola! Hola! Howdy doody! Hola! Yep. Buster Keaton soundtrack. Night in Color. You shouldn't play with a loaded pistol. You're really good at playing that piano, you know. Listen, how about you and I? Yes, yes. Shame, shame, double shame. Now I know your girlfriend's name. Saw you kissing her. Yeah, baby, I saw you and him last night. Yeah, I saw it. You were holding hands. I was holding hands and I never been the same. I saw you and him walking in the rain. You were holding hands and I never been the same. Hey, baby. Yeah, I saw what you did last night. I saw it with my own two eyes. Took me out for 5 years. It's alright. If I knew if I knew I was so weak that it would break me for that long, I would have trained harder. Yeah. "12 playbacks, average watch time 38 minutes. 56 seconds. 6:15 on a Wednesday, October 28th, 2023. 6 hours, 37 minutes, 37 seconds. Hola. 10 seconds. 10-second delay. All right. Good enough. Can you hold your breath for 10 seconds? And then you can do my job. What's your job? Stuff. Looks like good food. And things. I am food. What have I done with that lately? It's a thing. Yeah, it's a thing. I am food. At I am food, we're relevant. And yes, everything matters. Well, everything's affecting our food, our government, and come on, it's all connected, right? So, what do we go with? I am food. I am food. Oh, this happy face. Teresa Tam. Really? You going with that, eh? No. You're overthinking it. I posted that before, eh, Melanie? I posted that that swastika flag before. I posted that way back when George Floyd was first being fucked over, and I never got banned for it then. And then I got banned for it afterwards. Isn't that interesting? Oh, I find that fascinating. Remember this little fucker? This picture? Yeah, it should be in your consciousness. Is it appropriate for I am food? Maybe not. But then again, like, what is? What's this one about? Maybe later. I don't know, I'm busy. I got shit to do. I'm a busy guy. Plus, I gotta talk to Melanie sometime tonight. So, hola! 39 minutes, 34 seconds. Ground control to Major Tom. I'm blind here. Confirmation. We're live, right? Thank you. What's next? That was a nice break. It gave us some time to digest the last thing. What were we listening to before? I know what to do. Hold on. Take it back. Right? Very important. Hold on. Hold on. Edit. Get it now. There you go. Save. Good. Next. Edit post. The most trusted name in propaganda. Thank you. Got a little show called Noam Chomsky Now. Have you ever heard of it? No? Oh yeah, it's a thing. Yeah, I named it. Yeah, I'm naming lots of things right now. Oh, fuck. Get back there. I am Noam Chomsky. Video. Edit post. Edit! We're dealing with, edit post. We'll get it. One of these days. There you go. Some of your best work yet. Oh, really? Thank you. What did I do right? It's what you didn't do wrong. Because
about this is that whereas 40 years ago when I was born, the question of having to deal with what is unspoken by the subjugated, what is never said to the master, of having to deal with this reality was a very remote possibility. It was in no one's mind. When I was growing up, I was taught in American history books that Africa had no history, and neither did I. That I was a savage, about whom the less said the better, who had been saved by Europe and brought to America. And of course, I believed it. I didn't have much choice. Those were the only books there were. Everyone else seemed to agree. If you walk out of Harlem, ride out of Harlem, downtown, the world agrees. What you see is bigger, cleaner, whiter, richer, safer than where you are. They collect the garbage. People obviously can pay their life insurance. The children look happy, safe. You're not. And you go back home. And it would seem then, of course, that it's an act of God, that this is true, that you belong where white people have put you. It is only since the Second World War that there's been a counter-image in the world. And that image not come about through any legislation on the part of any American government, but through the fact that Africa was suddenly on the stage of the world, and Africans had to be dealt with in a way that had never been dealt with before. This gave an American Negro for the first time a sense of himself beyond a savage or a clown. It has created, and will create, a great many conundrums. One of the great things that the white world does not know, but I think I do know, is that black people are just like everybody else. One has used the myth of Negro and the myth of color to pretend and to assume that you are dealing essentially with something exotic, bizarre, and practically, according to human laws, unknown. Alas, that is not true. We are also mercenaries, dictators, murderers, liars. We are human too. What is crucial here is that unless we can manage to establish some kind of dialogue between those people whom I pretend have paid for the American dream and those other people who have not achieved it, we will be in terrible trouble. I want to say at the end, at the last, is that is what concerns me most. We are sitting in this room and we are all, at least we like to think we are, relatively civilized, and we can talk to each other at least on certain levels, so that we could walk out of here assuming that the measure of our enlightenment, or at least our politeness, has some effect on the world. It may not. I remember, for example, when the ex-Attorney General, Mr. Robert Kennedy, said that it was conceivable that in 40 years in America we might have a Negro president. And that sounded like a very emancipated statement, I suppose, to white people. They were not in Harlem when this statement was first heard, and did not hear, and possibly will never hear, the laughter and the bitterness and the scorn with which the statement was greeted. From the point of view of the man in the Harlem barbershop, Bobby Kennedy only got here yesterday. And now he's already on his way to the presidency. We've been here for 400 years, and now he tells us that maybe in 40 years, if you're good, we may let you become president. What is dangerous here is the turning away from.
And it happened.
The turning away from anything
40 years later.
any white American says. The reason for the political hesitation and in spite of the Johnson landslide is that one has been betrayed by American politicians for so long. And I'm a grown man, and perhaps I can be reasoned with. I certainly hope I can be. But I don't know, and neither does Martin Luther King, none of us know how to deal with those other people whom the white world has so long ignored, who don't believe anything the white world says, and don't entirely believe anything I or Martin say. And one can't blame them. You watch what has happened to them in less than 20 years. It seems to me that the city of New York, for example, this is my last point, we've had Negroes in it for a very long time. If the city of New York were able, as it has indeed been able, in the last 15 years to reconstruct itself, tear down buildings and raise great new ones, downtown and for money, and has done nothing whatever except build housing projects in the ghetto for the Negroes. And of course the Negroes hate it.
Oh, yeah.
Presently the property does indeed deteriorate because the children cannot bear it. They want to get out of the ghetto. If the American pretensions were based on more solid, a more honest assessment of life and of themselves, it would not mean for Negroes, when someone says urban renewal, that Negroes simply going to be thrown out into the streets, which is what it does mean now. This is not an act of God. We're dealing with a society made and ruled by men. If the American Negro had not been present in America, I am convinced that the history of the American labor movement would be much more edifying than it is. It is a terrible thing for an entire people to surrender to the notion that 1/9 of its population is beneath them. And until that moment, until the moment comes when we, the American people, are able to accept the fact that I have to accept, for example, that my ancestors are both white and black, that on that continent we are trying to forge a new identity for which we need each other, and that I am not a ward of America. I am not an object of missionary charity. I am one of the people who built the country.
That's right.
Until this moment, there is scarcely any hope for the American dream, because the people who are denied participation in it, by their very presence, will wreck it. And if that happens, it's a very grave moment for the West. Thank you.
Did you hear the pin drop? James Baldwin. James Baldwin, civil rights activist. Interview, Mavis on 4. The Thames TV, 342,000 views 5 years ago. 5 years from 2020. 1995. No. 2015. Good math. 2015.
When school isn't a place you have to be, why not go to school where remote learning can be as remote as you want? Like a Verbo.
Looks like next up is Scout.
Hi, I'm here. So these are some plants I found hiking. Some wildflowers. Here we have a pine cone. And
Thames TV.
I don't quite remember what this is. Wait, don't touch it!
Leave it 3.
215,000 subscribers. That's pretty.
Whatever
That's where you
kind of
want to
vacation
be.
your family needs right now, find it on Verbo.
Guess what? I think I found another good source, maybe.
Hi, I'm Dr. Amy Killen. I have my own medical practice, and I've been using Doodly now for a few weeks to create these really fun.
Yeah.
Well, in 1952, I was a play in Paris. In 1952, there were no black people effectively speaking in London, in England for that matter. They began to come after 1955. And this is an extraordinary event for me because it's the black community, West Indian community of London, which is claimed the play.
What is wonderful is coming into the theatre and finding black people here at last, because they never come to the theatre otherwise.
Well, to tell you the truth, I often wonder why white people come to the theatre. There's very little in the theatre to speaking to anybody.
Do you look at the play and wonder, do you want to change it? Do you feel it's relevant still?
I certainly wouldn't change it. In any case, the question is not whether it's relevant to me. It is certainly relevant to the people who have claimed it, the people who are playing it, the people who are interpreting it, who are making it theirs. I wasn't, after all, 35 years ago, there was no guarantee that I would be alive now.
So you might as well be dead, you say.
I might as well be dead, yes.
It's about blind faith. Margaret, the heroine, just takes on faith. doesn't
Well,
she?
she takes on faith as a way of avoiding something else. Many people do that. Perhaps most people do that. In order to avoid confronting love, and love involves the terrors of life, and that involves the terrors of death. And faith is, for many people, a kind of hiding place in which you won't be hurt, in which you won't have to think about yourself, and in which you won't have to change, in which you haven't got to be responsible for your neighbor.
Why do you think your father became a preacher?
My father was the son of a slave, which has something to do with it. He was a very strong-willed, very powerful, passionate, proud man. And for a man like that, in the South of those years, to speak only of the South of those years, a man like that was menaced from every conceivable angle. He was a walking phallic symbol. He was the culmination of the nightmare white people have in their heads when they talk about the nigger. And he had to become a saint in order to become a man.
You mean to remove himself?
To remove himself from the world's absolutely merciless judgment.
Then why, at 14, did you become a preacher?
In a peculiar way, though, I was 14 years old. I couldn't possibly say it to myself that way. But my father's motives had something to do with my own, certainly. I wasn't as big as my father. I wasn't as visible, but I was very much like him. I was very proud and very difficult to handle. I, too, was a bad nigger. And a bad nigger, a free... Until today, let's face it, in the Western world, for the most part, a free black cat is looked on as a bad nigger. And he's in danger. And that was one of the reasons I entered the church, so I didn't put it that way to myself.
But where Margaret flies away from, in a sense, flees away from her sexuality, her sexual responsibility, in a sense, right? Do you think at 14 you were beginning to fear yours?
Oh, I think that must certainly be so, you know. It was incoherent. Adolescence is an incoherent time. But certainly that had something to do with it. But it wasn't conscious. That became conscious when I began to be aware that as I stayed in the pulpit, as I began, against my will, perhaps, to learn more and more about my congregations and how little I could really console them or how much of any kind of wisdom. And I was learning more and more about myself. And I began to see that in a sense I was hiding in the pulpit. And if I kept on doing that, I would become a liar. Lie to my congregations, lie to myself. And whatever faith, whatever possibility of faith and love there might be in my life, I would destroy it. So I left.
More people are turning to religion at the moment.
More people are turning to a hiding place. It's not the same thing at all.
Right. What is the you mean there is no such thing as religion? What are you saying?
Well, religion, I take my cue from Jesus Christ, really, who told me, who told all of us to love each other, clothe the naked, feed the hungry, and visit those in prison. And if you can't do that, you're not a believer. I don't care what church you go to.
And the world can't be behaving as though it's religious, you're saying. But I wonder why there are born-again Christians then in large
numbers. Because they're
panic stricken. Because they don't know what to do with this century. They don't know what to do with what they've made of the world. They don't know what to do with the choices they've made. Look at the world. The Christian world.
Are you as frightened by the world as you were when you were a child?
I'm not frightened of anything.
You were?
I was terrified.
Well, terror can have one or two effects. You've got any sense, you realize that you better not run. No place to run, so you walk toward it. At least that way you know what he did.
Terror was because you were black, right?
Terror was not because I was black, it was because I was despised.
By the white? As a black, right. Now, but one thing that recurs in a lot of your writing is a feeling of of this person, James Baldwin, feeling lonely. Now, right, that's not to do with colour, is it? That's more like, I interviewed somebody recently, a woman who said, loneliness is when I had a recurring dream, and I still have it, of being in the world with nobody else in sight. No living thing, no grass, no tree, just me. And it's terrified her all her life.
Well, we have a song that says down in the valley. That's also where you find the strength of what everybody is.
When you moved from America to France as a young man with not much hope of much of a living, were you fleeing for company? Were you fleeing from loneliness, from terror? What were you doing?
Well, the truth about that is, my baby sister, whom I named, was born the day her father died. And in my own mind, I was in effect her father. But I had worked for the Army, I'd worked for the Post Office, I'd worked for all kinds of people for quite a long time by that time. And I knew I could not survive the Post Office for 17 years, which I thought would be the time that she would need to be able to take care of herself. I'd be 36, assuming I'd survive the Post Office, which was very unlikely. It'd be too late to start. So I had no choice but to jump. Those when all my eggs, as you say, were in one basket. I had to become a writer or perish. And so I jumped.
But you left her.
I had to leave her in order to
survive.
Well, in order not to betray her, I had to leave.
When you
write the book.
When you went to France, you were saying, as a writer, were you not, that you were not going to write as a Negro writer, as a Negro man. You wanted to be a man, a writer, taking what you knew to other people, find out where it connects with other people.
Exactly.
Yeah. Was it easier to do in France than anywhere else?
Well, it was easier. I'm not sure if that's ever easy, but it was easier in France because at least there I was released from the hostile eyes of white Americans. I was released. You see, the worst thing about that is that first the world called you, and imperceptibly you begin to call yourself. You begin to react that way. You begin to confirm the world of judgment. And that was beginning to happen to me in New York. It was so touchy that I was like a spring. Like every vent something. I realized that I was doing it to myself. And so I had to get away and find out who I was, not what I was, but who. And since I was after French, very, well, you're not French in France, you simply don't exist, and I was invisible in France, and that was what I needed.
But when you went to France, what got me, one of your essays, I think I read it, in order to find out who you were, you actually took a typewriter and some Bessie Smith records.
That's right.
To remind you who you were. What did why the Bessie?
I didn't do that consciously. I love them. I've been very sick, and a friend of mine carried them out to Switzerland to bring me back to my. I was very ill. And I carried the two records with me in the typewriter because I was working on them. I've been working on them at that time for almost 10 years. And it's true, in that chalet, in the snow, I listened to Bessie Smith and to Fats Waller. And they carried me back to what I myself had been like when I was a little boy, and gave me the key to the language, which gave me those around the mountains.
We were in the theatre watching you play last week, and I noticed something. Which I think is a tricky thing about, let's leave aside the very big issue of race for a second. The race is quite a small everyday way. I'm going to discuss it with you for a second. This chap, right, he looked intelligent. He looked
now that she's back in the atmosphere, I'm afraid that she
since there were a lot of blacks and whites in the theatre that night, there was a black family, and then they started to fall to go, they started to laugh at that, then to make a noise, then to cry, then to bawl, and he turned around, because it was a quiet part of the play, to say something, and then he saw that they were a black family. awfully slow to turn around, I think. He couldn't actually say, tell them off like he would in a white
No, that means you would tell them all things about the way it was. The only interesting question about that is why the black man or the black family.
Looking for yourself, you know, leaning? Yeah.
Yes, I wondered that too.
Well, I know why.
Why?
It's the same reason that people don't even see.
Can you imagine no love, pride, deep fried chicken? Your best friend always sticking up for you regardless of what you did, because it doesn't really matter even when I know you're wrong. Can you imagine no first dance, freeze-dried romance, 5-hour phone conversation?
He's come
the best latte that you ever had.
Something, the child will not remember he was there, but something in the child will
Tell me, did the wind sweep you off your feet?
But I do think,
Did you
however,
finally
because
get
that was the
the
point I
chance
made,
to
that it
dance
is
along the
extremely
line of
difficult, isn't
day?
it, when there are
Head
racial
back to the
prejudices
Milky
around.
Way.
For us to
Tell me, did you sail across the sun? Did you make it to the Milky Way to see the lights on fading? That heaven's overrated. Tell me, did you fall for a shooting star? And one without a permanent scar?
very dubious
Did
reasons.
you miss me
After
while
all,
you were
one of the
looking for
reasons I'm black
yourself?
is I had to be black in order to justify my slavery. That's part of my heritage, and part of yours too. It must be human race. It's the way the boy is.
Did you finally get
When,
the chance to
in
dance
another
along
of
the
your
line
essays,
of
you had a
day?
mother say that she, her words to you were, I wonder sometimes what makes white folk so mean.
And did you
Why?
fall for that shooting
Why?
star again?
Well, that was
And are you lonely looking for
in a white
yourself out
class
there?
in Little Rock.
Are you lonely like me?
30 years ago, during the school integration crisis.
You're always there.
And he was
I
going
see
through hell
you.
in that school. From, not only from the students, but from all the other white people, too. And yes, she was a real wonder. What in the world do you see when you look at my son to make you treat him that way?
We're here to shop.
No one has done anything to you.
Don't get me going about
Why
Walmart
do you think it is?
I think,
and
I
their
really
policies.
Think, though it may sound a little strange, I think that the hardest thing for any human being to do is to forgive
Very
somebody
careful,
they know
Walmart.
they're wrong.
So that white people live with a guilt.
White people didn't.
You won't be lasting very much longer in our
The nigger they've
communities.
invented.
Hmm.
They
That's
have to
what I
have a
know.
nigger to justify the crime,
Hmm. Do you think?
so they don't see the person.
Walmart.
Do you think that people ever get rid of prejudice?
Putting the
Do you think
mask
they
on,
just let
wiping
them-
down
matter
shit,
of
checking your
prejudice. It is a
forehead
matter
with
of
fucking
cowardice.
guns behind plexiglass.
It is easy to blame the
Walmart.ca.
nigger or the Arab or
Save
the
your
Jew
money. Come to
or the dyke
us.
or the faggot. Anyone who isn't you.
We're the only store open
You
in
wanna see that
town
you could
now.
be
We
that person.
own you.
Then in some way you are that
fuckers.
person. What we call racial prejudice is the matter of the most abject
Right?
cowardice.
It's cowardly, all right. That's for certain. But I mean, what is it that
Right.
makes people frightened? Because I mean, it's to be a coward is to be frightened.
But what you see in other people, whatever you see in other people, is what you see in the mirror. What you try to do is isolate whatever it is you see in that other person, which is you. Everybody knows, for example, if you listen, every writer knows. If you listen to me, if I listen to you, no matter what I say, no matter what I may be describing, I'm describing myself.
There's a prejudice that at one time was against sexual, but it was about love. But you deliberately put something homosexual, presumably.
Time makes you bolder, children get older, and I'm getting older too. Oh, I'm getting older too.
Are you still in despair about the world?
Chris, very
enraged,
I don't think I'm in despair. I can afford despair. I can't tell my nephew, my niece.
take my love, take it down.
I suppose
Climb the
someone
mountain and turn around.
I don't know.
See my reflection in that snow-covered hills. When a landslide will bring it down. When the landslide will bring it down.
There's been a breakdown, a betrayal of the social contract in Western life. And people are grabbing for things and holding on to what they think they can get and stepping all over their neighbors because they are panic-stricken.
What, comforting themselves with material things? Are
Yes,
you
but
saying it's simple?
yes, when people do that, they are reacting to something is beginning to crack.
CIBC, not a big fan of the big banks at all.
They don't really believe in it.
They are a part
And they
of
kill
the
to get
shit
it.
we are in.
That proves
What?
the moral bankruptcy, which translates itself into the actual bankruptcy of the world in which we live. We've yet to understand that if I am starving, you are in danger.
If he's homeless, I'm homeless. Do you understand?
They're in trouble.
If they're sick, I'm sick. If I'm sick, you're sick.
What we call the political vocabulary of this age cannot serve the needs of this age. That we will have to find a way to get beyond our crippling habits. This is not the 19th century. Queen Victoria is long, long dead.
Yep.
And Europe is no longer the
Stream's
center
been choppy. Seems to play fine now. Okay.
The centre of my world for a while.
Thank you.
James Baldwin.
Thank you very much.
James Baldwin, who died on Monday. We showed that programme again instead of our build interview with Sir Alec Guinness, which you will be able to see next Wednesday. I'll be back on Friday. In the meantime, good afternoon.
Well, I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do ya? Well, it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Well, your faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof, her beauty and the moonlight overthrew you. And she tied you to her kitchen chair. She broke your throne and she cut your hair. And from your lips she drew a hallelujah. 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 Baby, I've been here before. I've seen this room, I've walked this floor. You know, I used to live alone before I knew ya. And I've seen your flag on your marble arch. And love is not a victory march. It's cold and it's a broken hallelujah. 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 Well, there was a time when you let me know what's really going on below, but now you never show that to me, do ya? But remember when I moved in you and the holy dove was moving too, and every breath we drew was hallelujah. 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 Welcome to Tea in Space. My name's Tom, this is Space. 7 o'clock. Karaoke time! Yay! Maybe there's a God above, but all I've learned from love was how to shoot somebody who outdrew ya. And it's not a cry that you hear at night. It's not somebody who's seen the light. It's cold and it's a broken hallelujah. 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 Welcome. Welcome. Well, you know, if we can't communicate proper, we can sing together. That usually brings us closer. Usually. It's true. When we sing together, that's what brings us together. Music. Especially when we can't communicate, we're so confused because it's so we made the thing so complicated. Music. Singing. Together. Oh yeah. No, we don't do commercials here. Sorry. Yeah, especially with the commercials that are presented. Banks. Fucking commercials. Kid show. Hi kids. Uncle Tom's got a potty mouth. Yeah, but he got his reasons. There we go. darkness, my old friend, I've come to talk with you again, because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping, and the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams I walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone, neath the halo of a street lamp. I turned my collar to the golden dam, when my eyes were stabbed by the flash of a neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more, people talking without speaking, people hearing without listening, people writing songs that voices never share. No one dare disturb the sound of silence. Fools say now you do not know. Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words and I might teach you. Take my arms and I might reach you. But my words like silent raindrops fell and echoed in the wells of silence, and the people bowed and prayed to the neon god they made, and the sign flashed out its warning in the words that it was forming, and the signs and the words of the prophets are written on the subway walls of tenement hall, and whispered in the sound of silence. Now I've been happy lately, thinking about the good things to come. And I believe it could be something good has begun. Oh, I've been smiling lately, dreaming about the world as one. And I believe it could be something good has to come. 'Cause out on the edge of darkness, there rides the peace train. Oh, peace train, take this country, come take me home again. Now I've been smiling lately, thinking about the good things to come. And I believe it could be something good has begun. Oh, peace train sounding louder, ride on the peace train. Hoo-ah, hee-ah, hoo-ah, come on the peace train. It's peace train, holy roller, everyone live upon the peace train. Hoo-ah, hee-ah, hoo-ah, come on the peace train. Get your bags together, go bring your good friends too, because it's getting nearer, it soon will be with you. Oh, come and join the living, it's not so far from you. And it's getting nearer, soon it will all be true. Oh, peace train sounding louder, ride on the peace train. Ooh-ah, ee-ah, ooh-ah, come on the peace train, peace train. Ooh-ah, ee-ah, ooh-ah. Now I've been crying lately, thinking about the world as it is. Why must we go on hating? Why can't we live in bliss? 'Cause out on the edge of darkness, there rides a peace train. Oh, peace train, take this country, come take me home again. Oh, peace train sounding louder, ride on the peace train. Ooh-ah, ee-ah, ooh-ah, come on the peace train. Yes, peace train, holy roller, everyone live upon the peace train. Ooh-ah, ee-ah, ooh-ah, come on, come on, come on. Yes, it's the peace train. Ooh-ah, ee-ah, ooh-ah, come on the peace train. Oh, peace train. Tacky. I do what I want when I want it. Bitches. That's right. Y'all my bitches. Well, you know what? That would make me a bitch. It's a good thing. Deal with it. Right, bitches? We're getting it done, man, on the peace train. Do you want what's best for everybody? Perfect, come on the peace train. Is that not you? Oh, we don't want you on the train. Yeah. Yeah, you're the one prick we don't want here. Sorry. Ugh. Get better.
It's revealing the secret diary of Canada's most famous detective. Going in.
4, 3. Heads fading away, oh my true lover. I never expect to see you again. For I'm bound to ride that northern railroad. Perhaps I'll die on that train. Right? Exactly. Maybe your friends think I'm just a stranger. My face you'll never see no more. But there is one promise that's given. I'll meet you on God's golden shore. I think we're getting a little better on that one. I really do. I really do. I really do. You hear a lot more sirens in Penticton lately, recently, over the last few months. Not a good sign. When you hear before, couldn't look you in the eye, just like an angel. Like a feather in a beautiful world. I wish I was special. You're so fucking special. But I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't care if it hurts. I wanna have control. I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. I want you to notice when I'm not around. You're so fucking special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Oh, oh, she's running away. She's run, 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 whatever makes you happy. Whatever you want. You're so fucking special. I wish I was special like you, but I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't belong here. After I'm gone, of course. Some things gotta change before I come back. How about you? You coming back? Gotta change, right? Yeah, if it did change, of course, yeah, this would be paradise. It'd be paradise. Got me again, you guys. Oh, you sons of guns. More commercials! Ah, Bear Paint. It is actually good paint. Bear Paint. I'll put my stamp of approval on Bear Paint. How's that? Having painted for 30 years of my life, I trust Bear as my trusted paint supplier place. That's not the one. That's not the one. There it is. There it is. Saying I love you is not the words I want to hear from touch me, hold me close, don't ever let me go. More than words is all I ever needed you to show. Then you wouldn't have to say that you love me, 'cause I'd already know. If my heart was torn in two, more than words to show you feel that your love for me is real, what would you say if I took those words away? Then you couldn't make things new just by saying I love you.
One realizes deeply the importance of awareness of one's inner and outer actions. Yet one slips into inattention so easily.
If I saw you
Must there be a Krishnamurti? The books, the cassettes to keep us alert.
If I saw you
Why?
in heaven,
Why this gap between understanding and immediate
I
action?
must be strong
I'll read it again if I may.
and carry
One realizes deeply the
'cause I
importance of awareness
I
of
don't
one's inner
belong
and outer actions.
here in
Yet one slips into inattention so very easily. Must there be a K? The books, the cassettes keep us alert.
Would you
Why?
hold my hand
Why this gap between understanding and immediate action?
if I saw you
Right?
in
You
heaven?
understood the question? Why
Would
is
you help me
inattention
stay
so easy, so common?
if I saw you in heaven?
It's taking place all the time. And
I'll find my way
to be aware of what is happening inside the skin and what is happening outside the skin, outside to you in the world.
here in heaven.
And must there be somebody to remind you of it? Right? That's the question. Clothes don't make a man.
Time can bend your knees.
By putting on good clothes, you don't become a man.
Time can break your heart.
By putting on robes, monks, you don't become a saint. So either, let's see very carefully, either the clothes remind you that you must be conscious.
So I guess you're wondering why I called you here today.
Then you
Nope.
depend on the clothes.
Okay.
Whether the clothes be some kind Can one be aware without slipping into inattention? And why is there a gap between understanding, realizing, comprehending, and immediate action? That's the question.
Would it be the same if I saw you in heaven?
What is it to be aware?
I must be strong.
Is this awareness, whatever it is, going to present? Is it to be developed through practice? Say, I must be aware and meditate on that awareness and remember and have some kind of thing to remind you of it constantly. Whether a picture, shirt which is most uncomfortable, a robe that irritates you, so that you're constantly reminded to be aware. So,
Hola!
let's find out.
Stream has been choppy today. Seems to be playing fine now. Closing the chat window. What? Not cool. YouTube. How dare they kick me out right now in the middle of a good one. Punks. No worries. I'm trying to be funny here.
What the politicians
What the fuck?
What the
I'm trying to be
secret
funny
service is doing,
here.
what the army is doing, what the scientists who are helping the army
I hear
and the
you.
government are
3
doing.
concurrent viewers. Wonderful. That's a record.
You don't know
Hey?
what your neighbor is
That's
doing.
a record.
Nor what your wife or husband is doing inwardly. So we can't know everything. But we can know or become aware this movement inward. Now, is that movement different from the outer movement? You must be very clear on this point. Is that which is outside, the pollution, corruption, the chicanery, the deception, the hypocrisy, violence, is that very different from us?
See, my hands are steady.
Or it's a movement out
See my
and a
face
movement in.
before. Soon you can take your last look, and they'll close
It's a
the door.
constant movement, like the tide going in and out.
I stand accused before
Can one
you.
please, can one be aware
I
of
have
this
no
movement?
tears to cry.
Aware being know,
And you will
recognize, see,
never break me
observe,
till the day I die.
or in the very process of observation,
A criminal
this
mind
this
is all
unitary movement,
I ever know. They
choices,
tried
make
to
choice in this
inform
movement.
me, but a miracle
I
stood.
like this, I don't like that. I am a subject of
My
Britain,
criminal
and I like to be British.
mind is all
Or
I
a
ever
citizen.
had.
It can produce a passport, I can have all of those.
Ask one who knows me if I'm really so bad.
In this movement,
I am.
is the awareness based on choice, the observation.
I spend my life behind steel bars. I paid my debt in time, but being brought to justice, that was my only crime. I don't regret a single action. I do the same again. These prison walls secure me, and I'm numb to pain. A criminal mind is all I ever know. They tried to reform me, but I'm made of cold stone. My criminal mind is all I ever had. Ask one who knows me if I'm really so bad. I am.
That movement is moving.
Before you hand me over, before you read my sentence, like to say a few words here in my own defense. Some people struggle daily. They struggle with their conscience till the end. I had no guilt to haunt me. I feel no wrong intent. A criminal mind is all I ever know. Don't try to reform me, 'cause I'm made of cold stone. My criminal mind is all I ever had. Ask one who knows me if I'm really so bad. I am. Oh, that sounded sinister. Okay, I am. Is that better? No, that's worse. Well, I'm made of cold stone. What do you fucking want? Fucker. Saw it with my own two eyes.
As its meaning. Because it's not until you discover that you're not attentive.
Welcome to Tea in Space. My name's Tom. This is Space. 6 months ago, I was beaten and tortured by the RCMP in the park across the street here. Canadian citizen. Been in this town for about 19 years. Just thought I'd throw that in. Hilarious. No? Oh, this is a plug for.
By understanding.
But I saw what happened. That I got front row seats for it, so.
I understand that communist boys, Russia, and without their start. I understand what terrible thing they have done. Not only Russia, but all countries have done. And the present state of Afghanistan is terrible. I understand it. What has been called, the desire to expand, dominate, and so on. I understand it. Somebody explains this nature and the structure of the atom. I listen carefully.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight.
I listen to some philosophers.
I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight?
I listen to some philosophers.
Oh Lord,
And yes, I understand the structure of their words and words. All that is intellectual
well, if you
research.
told me you were drowning, I would not lend you a hand.
To discern,
I've seen your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. I was there, and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own two eyes. See, and what about that grin? I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Come on in, bud. Oh Lord, I can feel it coming in the air tonight.
Never the explanation.
Oh Lord. Oh my God, man! This moment is
Not very
Yeah. Oh, dude, and this is so nice. Thanks, man. Yeah. How could I ever forget?
If my mind is
It's the first time, the last time
fully comprehend what we
we ever met. I know the reason why you keep your silence up.
not translate what you're saying or interpret what you're saying. Listen carefully because I'm frightened of what you're saying.
Stranger than you and me. Yeah. a bad karaoke
a form of
version.
self-protection, which is healthy, natural. No. You don't stand in front of a bus which is running you down, or stand looking at a dangerous snake or animal. It is natural, instinctive response to save yourself. Unless you are drugged and say, well, I'm going to stop the tiger, then of course, jump out of the window, show you how strong I am against gravity, and so on. But
First, it's like,
if
wow,
the
I didn't realize that it was so tasty, you know? It's a, what is that, cherry or something? It was some fruity taste though.
But if perception is complete, you understand?
That's what I liked about some of those
Which can
vaporizers,
only
but
take place when the
I'll tell you
mind
what,
is quietly
those vaporizers
listening,
are good for you.
not
Popcorn
accepting,
lung.
not denying, but listen. Then that
Ooh, boy.
perception and action are the same. It's not perception and I'll wait for action.
Anything change in your mind, or is it the same old?
Right?
Yeah.
May I move to the next question?
You would have said something, I think.
It's a cheated gun over weed, but same. Gonna make my butt pucker tomorrow night, so we'll see if it's good or bad.
I've understood the things we have talked over.
What are you gonna go on
during these
a special
meetings.
diet too?
Even if
No,
only
You know what I
intellectual.
got, man? If you want.
I feel they are true
I got
in
colloidal
a
silver,
deep sense.
if you like.
Now when
Got
I
it from
go
my
back
garden.
to my country, shall I talk about your teachings with friends, etc.? Or, since I'm still a fragmented human being, will I not produce more confusion and
This is like, okay, I'm putting everything on black?
Kinda.
Yeah. I like
It's really a
that.
very good question. It's going to.
That'd be fun. Can I be in on that
Okay.
somewhere, like just to watch? I'm usually pretty
I
good
have
luck.
understood the things we have
Watch it.
talked over during this meeting,
That's your best bet.
even if
It's already
only
done. You won.
intellectually. I feel
I believe so.
they are true in a deeper sense. Now I go back home to my country. Shall I talk about your teachings with friends and so on? Or, since I'm still fragmented, will I not produce more confusion and mischief? I have understood the things that we have talked about. The things. You know, the word thing comes from Latin race, which is thought.
It's a two-step bet, so.
So-
One fight,
Going
one
to
football.
the thing,
Okay. Same day?
the statue, the painting, the
might-
books,
I might add. We'll see.
the edict,
It's funny you
the
say same day
sanctuary
because
of the church,
might
and
add
so
is
on.
Sunday
All
football.
of it.
Is a team that I really
All
believe is winning
things.
on Sunday as well. And so like combining it makes the
And
odds better. right?
thing
So it's like,
is the movement of thought.
so I'm gonna bet on that on that game.
Which
no matter.
created the things.
See.
The statue, the painting,
And on top of
the
that,
symbol,
Saturday
the
night is a fight.
cross, and a dozen things.
And I know one guy who's gonna win.
Now, have one understood
How I want to play this, right? So all I know is at the
not
end of
the
the day,
thing,
it's something to make my butt pucker.
But-
And it's just a matter of how big I'm.
the nature of thought,
So this is like, so two
How
things
can
that
I
are
do-
happening. They both have to win.
And
to,
what is
to
its
win.
activity?
You have this third that you were going to add.
Yeah, so
So there's going to be a third.
if
Okay.
that is fully,
it's a maximum
deeply
of 4.
comprehended,
There's a fight tomorrow, one fight tomorrow, and one football. That's for sure.
then the
That's
questioner
that's
says,
tomorrow, and it's like
when I go back to my
now
home,
the
shall I talk about what
still
you,
doing a little
what you,
like
about the
some work
teachings,
on
your
the
work,
research is what I'm
since I'm still
pretty
fragmented,
sure.
will
One
I
fight
not
on
create more
Saturday
mischief
and one
and
of the
confusion?
football games on Sunday. So if I add those 2 together, it'd be it's a big
Yeah,
tip.
this is a really very good question.
You know?
I like it. I like it either way. Like, I really do, but I like it on the upside. You know, I just like the idea of it. I like investing more into
Only
what is not a sure thing, obviously,
religious
but is the
or
best, you know. Come on.
Just might do it, it's the styles, the
the
safe place,
priest
just
to
do
go
tomorrow
whole
and take the winnings,
works
cash out, and then play the,
are
play the
promulgated
others
by
on the
fragmented
lines
human beings.
that I think I've got for the weekend.
Right?
Yeah. Still,
Don't they
it'd
say
just
we
be
are
slightly less
high
profitable
up?
that way, right?
They're
Safer,
still
less money.
fragmented human beings.
Well, if it's slightly less profitable, then yeah, that's the way you should do it. You should
And
pull
we
out
are
and then
spreading all
you-
that.
Yeah, that's exactly what you should do.
I don't know if you realize
If you had if there was a bigger upside on it, right?
I may say
then you could let
I
it.
am a complete human being.
It has to
I
have
know,
a way bigger
have,
upside though,
I know
because
in
the
evolution. I know.
the further down that line you go,
You understand?
the more chances that the
The moment I have
inevitable
the
sheer
state
thing becomes zero.
of
Yes.
fragmented
Yeah.
human being. Right?
2 and 2. Yeah. 2
The
and 2.
precepts
We'll see how it goes.
only moderated. And we are
I like
spreading
talking
what
about
they are
it.
telling us.
We'll see.
Because we are fragmented
There's so
human
many
beings
patterns
like that.
out there, dude. If you're
Therefore, we
picking up on a
accept
few of them,
another fragment.
then you're
What
doing
if you
pretty
see?
good because most people are going on.
They're
going.
just talking with Buddy, but he's just
And
like,
the questioner says,
That's all you need
Oh,
is a few
he's like, you
seconds.
gotta keep your
I've
hands up on these
understood
right
what you have
nowadays.
said.
He's like, you know,
somewhat.
and he's like, remember when you were in Ottawa and you got fucking kept playing on the fucking the zero and the roulette? He's like,
I'm not a
no, you just were
transformed human
making
being.
bank, and it's like all I remember
I
is thinking like, I
understand.
don't understand. He's like, this game is designed to lose, and you just
And
consistently kept
I want
winning
to
and
tell
winning and winning.
others what
And then you
happened
got
to
fucking banned. And he's like, yeah, I told him why. He's like, oh, so you
But
weren't,
I
that's why.
haven't.
So you were, I was like, no, I didn't cheat. I said, I just saw the pattern. And he's like, well, they knew you knew the
I don't
pattern.
say
And so
I've
they're like, go
understood
fuck
the whole
yourself.
world. I've understood a part.
That's what
I
they do.
know
It's,
it's
it's
fragmented.
unconscionable that they
I know
actually
it
have
is
that
not
authority over it.
They
complete.
lost all my money.
I am not
They confiscated
interpreting
thousands.
the teachings of the
Where?
world.
At a casino?
I'm just informing you what I've understood. What's wrong with that?
Because I got paid out for a while. Right?
Yeah.
Just to
But
see
if
if I was
you
gonna
say,
keep going, I guess.
I've got
That's why your choice of
damn
sites is
things.
very, very
He
fucking
told me I was
important.
cheating. Because I would also never play American roulette. Only
And I'm
roulette.
telling you,
One single
You,
person.
basically,
Single
you're
zero.
beating their
Then you can
fucking
say how
robots. You're beating their algorithm, and you're beating everybody's robots that they're playing with.
the chairman of the
Yeah,
committee,
I just realized that most people don't play off zero. People are not wired to play off zero.
and such a
The
person
casino fuck line is zero.
becomes a
If
danger.
the house always wins, what does the house
It
bet on?
corrupts
The house
other
is betting on zero, so I'm going
Also
to bet off of the house.
That's right. So you just, that's good.
And
But
then I
it's
got
fine.
banned for cheating.
That's good, man. Good
I've
job.
seen
That's nice
some-
little. That's a
It's
good
true.
little money-making thing for a
No,
while.
I'm not deceived.
But then, if you know it,
True.
maximize it.
There is,
Because it'll be
I
taken
feel
away
there
from you.
is in that
That's
a
what happened.
certain
I was
affection,
buying cases
love,
of hockey cards. It's funny,
compassion,
like,
feeling.
it's like, my buddy's like, oh,
Naturally,
it's gotta be your time to shine.
I
All
can't
these
help
things are
but
like
go
back
on.
in his
I
own.
mean, the silly set.
Fucking online shit now,
But
like online
I
games moving
warn
all over the fucking
my
place.
friends,
You know,
my
cards are coming back.
say,
So that's
look,
what he was kind of like, you know.
be careful.
You think cards are coming back?
Because they are. The
Don't
card
put
market's
me on a
crazy.
pedestal.
Yeah, that's good. That's good for me.
The hockey
You haven't
cards,
put me
sports
on a
cards market is massive. And,
This pedestal
like I was buying
is only for
cases
convenience,
cards, right? So I'd buy like, instead of buying a box, I'd buy a
which
case.
doesn't give the speaker
So then
authority
you know, and then I
whatsoever.
put together sets and pieces and to sell and shit. And like I was buying and selling like cards like mad.
But
That's why you gotta
as
keep
the
an eye
world
out
is
for.
so
I was
corrupt,
doing that with like house money, right? Because I was like, people are like, yo, man,
and
you just bought a
human
piece
beings
of
who
cards.
are
You're like,
trying
"Oh, and I
to
said, I just fucking won a couple spins last night.
Or
He's
rather,
like, I thought I'd invested in
lead that
this. And now
person to an
I have an
idea,
eBay account where I sold hundreds of
to an
cards.
illusion, to a dogma.
Just crazy
You,
shit.
you
Yeah,
don't have
correct.
these cards anymore, right?
Oh, fuck no. Sold them and got rid of them.
And that
They're not good for
corruption
travels.
speaks.
No. It's too much weight, man. It's too much fucking weight.
And we also
Yeah,
are
it's
somewhat
not
corrupt,
necessary.
so
It's
we
not necessary.
join
No,
the crowd.
You're right. But, you know, if you know it, you can see it, you can pinpoint it,
For sure.
maximize it, and then get out of it
If
real
you
quick, right? You don't
see
even have
beauty
to change. You don't even have to have it come in your hands. A lot of the time you
Sometimes
don't.
you don't, that's right.
Yeah.
of these
You're
hills,
absolutely correct.
the river,
If
the
you want to make money.
extraordinary tranquility of a fresh morning,
Well, that's a good old one, that.
the shape of the mountains, the valleys, the shadows. How extraordinary everything is in proportion. Not made by the painter. Seeing that, won't you write to your friend and say, come over
Oh, cool.
here,
That's exciting.
look at this.
Yes, we'll see how she goes tomorrow. How she goes.
Then you are not concerned
Over
about
tournament the other night, I
yourself,
finished second, by the way.
but
Oh, yeah,
but the
yeah.
beauty
Okay,
of
well, it's second's good.
That's right.
Yeah. There's what, a couple $100 difference?
Yeah, a little bit. It was like $60 or something. $60 difference.
Wow.
It wasn't a huge trade. It was just what it was.
Good job.
It was fun.
Yeah, I see it.
I mean, I know.
You too. It's really good. Yep.
my son died 2 years ago. My husband 4 months later. I find it extremely hard to let go of the memory of their utter desperation. There must be a way, and perhaps you will know. I have come along this and found help and so on. Could you speak?
You get a shiver in the dark and it's raining in the park, but meantime. So the river you stop and you hold everything. A band is blowing Dixie double 4 time. You feel alright when you hear that music ring. Well, now you step inside, but you don't see too many faces. They're coming in and out of the rain. Competition in other places. Oh, but the horns, they're blowing that sound. Way on down south. Way on down south, London town. And check out Guitar George, he knows all the chords. Mind he's strictly rhythm, he doesn't want to make it cry or sing. Left-handed? Oh, guitar is all he can afford. When he gets over those lights to play his thing. And Harry doesn't mind if he doesn't make the scene. He's got a daytime job, he's doing night. He can play the honky-tonk like anything. Saving it up for Friday night. With the Sultans. With the Sultans of Swing. a crowd of young boys, they're fooling around in a corner. Drunken, dressed in their best brown baggies and their platform soles. They don't give a damn about any trumpet playing band. It ain't what they call rock and roll. And the Sultans, yeah, the Sultans, they play Creole, right? Creole, right? Creole, yes. Good night, everybody. Good morning. Good afternoon. Karaoke Wednesday. Welcome to Tea in Space. My name's Tom. This is Space. Heading that way. And then the man, he steps right up to the microphone. And is this on? And he says, "Alas, at the time bell rings. Good night. Now it's time to go home." And he makes it fast with one more thing. We are the Sultans. We are the Sultans of Swing. Currently live on YouTube. Melanie trying to be funny. And she's succeeding. Made me laugh. Inside. She's very funny. It's just obvious that there's just me and her here. Not cool, YouTube! How dare they kick me out right in the middle of a good one? Punks! No worries. I'm trying to be funny here. I'm fucking trying to be funny! You know? You know what I'm saying? Hi kids, Vaccination Bear here. Who wants to get their vaccination first? Hello. Is there anybody in there? Just nod if you can hear me. Is there anybody home? Come on now. I hear you're feeling down. Well, I can ease your pain and get you on your feet again. Relax, relax, relax. I need some information first. Just the basic facts. Can you show me where it hurts? There is no pain, you are receding. A distant ship, smoke on the horizon. You are only coming through in waves. Your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying. When I was a child, I had a fever. My hands felt just like two balloons. Now I've got that feeling once again. I can't explain, you would not understand. This is not how I am. And I have become comfortably numb. Thanks for coming out, everybody. No, it's good to sing together. Definitely good to sing together. Genuine. We gotta get together and sing more. Can we do that? That'd be nice. And I have become comfortably numb. Okay, just a little pinprick. There'll be no more. But you may feel a little sick. Can you stand up, stand up? I do believe it's working good. It'll keep you going through the show. Come on, it's time to go. There is no pain, you are receding. A distant ship, smoke on the horizon. You are only coming through in waves. Your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying. When I was a child, I caught a fleeting glimpse out of the corner of my eye. I turned to look and it was gone. Then I put my finger on it now. The child is grown, the dream is gone. And I have become comfortably numb. It's kind of where we are right now, right? But can it be better? Absolutely. But you gotta recognize it. So we gotta sing about it. It's uncomfortable. It's good though. It's good though.
If one could detect and make that under form you are exactly the same as before. This is that. That is, if detachment from my attachment is
Bud Light, smooth.
opposite,
That's all you get.
then there is conflict. Right? There is conflict between attachment and I should be detached.
We don't do advertising here.
And then my whole attention or my energy is trying to be detached.
Woke up cold one Tuesday. I'm looking tired and feeling quite sick. So I'm wearing my brand new shoes. Oh, take me wandering through these streets where bright lights and angels meet. Stone to stone, they take me on. I'm walking to the break of dawn. Make me wander through these streets where bright lights and angels meet. Stone to stone, they take me on. I'm walking to the break of dawn. Hey, I put some new shoes on and suddenly everything is right. I said, hey, I put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so inviting. I'm short on money but long on time. Slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine, and I'm running late and I don't need an excuse. So I'm wearing my brand new shoes. Oh, hey, I put some new shoes on and suddenly everything is right. I said, hey, I put some new shoes on, everybody's smiling. It's so inviting. I'm short on money but long on time. Slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine, and I'm running late and I don't need an excuse. So I'm wearing my brand new shoes.
I love my friend. I am attached to every evening to sit on the bench with him, talk over my problems. And I miss when we don't meet the same every day on the bench and sit down. So we are asking each other, is love attachment? To possess somebody, to hold on to somebody, whether it is the idea of God, whether it's the idea of liberation, freedom, whether it's the idea, concept, that in possession, love grows. So we ask question, what is the relationship between attachment and love? My friend who's married and has had several marriages, and
I feel so unsure as I take your hand and lead you to the dance floor. As the music dies, something in your eyes calls to mind a silver screen and all its sad goodbyes. Never gonna dance again, guilty feet, I've got no rhythm. No, it's easy to pretend, I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend. Wasted chance that I've been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Time can never mend the careless whispers of a good friend to the heart and mind. Ignorance is kind. There's no comfort in the truth. Pain is all you'll find. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I've got no rhythm. Oh, it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend. A wasted chance that I've been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. way. We hurt each other with the things we wanna say. We could have been so good together. We could have lived this dance forever. But now who's gonna dance with me? Please stay. I'm never gonna dance again. I'm guilty feet, I've got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend, I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend and wasted a chance that I'd been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I danced with you. There's just some people.
She will not accept what to me is a real truth. And see what is involved in this. How painful it all is. It's nothing superficial. It touches the very core of one's being. And what shall I do? Have patience? Patience. To be patient doesn't require time. Patience is not time. Whereas impatience has the quality of time. Think it over. Right?
When the night
my wife
has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only I will see.
I have to live in the same house and so.
No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me.
I can't do anything.
Oh, stand by me. Stand by me.
I tolerate.
If the sky that we look upon
and its tolerance, love,
should tumble and fall, or the mountain should crumble to the sea, I won't cry. I won't cry. No, I won't shed a tear. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me.
quality of love, compassion, intelligence. Bring
When the
about
night
a children
has come and the land is dark,
that if she's at home,
and the moon is the only light we'll see.
observant,
So
listening to
darling, darling, stay by
wants
me.
to understand,
Oh, stay
then there's the possibility
by me. Oh,
if
stay
people
stand
if
by,
people do,
stand by me.
then what am I?
Oh, stand now. Won't you stand by me? Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? No, won't you stand by when you're in trouble? Won't you stand? Oh, stand by me.
It's one of our peculiarities.
Oh,
that we want
won't
to
you stand? Stand
I
by
want
me.
to settle. Because then I'm free. Then I can do what I want.
Buckley's Complete Plus Mucus provides all-in-one relief for more cold and flu symptoms than you can shake a stick at.
As there is no definite answer to this question. It depends on the quality of your attention, your intelligence, your love. And the question my friend asked, my son and the husband are dead. I'm attached to their memory. I'm getting more and more desperate, more and more depressed. I'm living in the past, and the present is always colored by the past. So what do you want to do? And the question
Well, you done me in your bed, I felt it. Tried to be chill, but you're so hot that I melted. I fell right through the cracks, and now I'm trying to get back. Before the cool done run out, I'll be giving it my bestest, and nothing's gonna stop me but divine intervention. I reckon it's again my turn to win some or learn some, but I won't hesitate. Open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and damn you're free. Look into your heart and you'll find love, 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 love. Listen to the music of the moment, people dance and sing. We're just one big family, and it's our God-forsaken right to be loved, love, 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 love. So I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm sure there's no need to complicate. Our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. Don't you want to come on? Won't you come on closer, dear? Let me nibble your ear. Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Doo. Whoa, 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 whoa. Bop-biddy-doo-doo. I've been spending way too long checking my tongue in the mirror, bending over backwards just to try to make it clear, but my breath fogged up the glass. So I drew a new face and I laughed. I guess what I'm saying is there ain't no better reason to rid yourself of vanities and just go with the seasons. It's what we aim to do. Our name is our virtue, but I won't hesitate.
That's a fact. We all want to understand the significance, the depth of this extraordinary event, which is extraordinary, and what is the relationship between death and living. Please, I hope you're following. I'm asking my friend, I hope you're following what I'm saying.
Welcome. Tea in Space.
This is
My name's
my
Tom. This is Space, coming to you live from Penticton, British Columbia, Canada. Yeah.
Various civilizations.
About 40 minutes away from Washington there.
Trying to overcome that.
Washington border.
They've said life after there is more important than now.
We are not free. This
So
just
they're
in.
prepared for death.
So,
And at present now,
we might want to think about that.
that people say we must help our patients, our friends, to die happily. We never asked what is important before death of the many years, before death or after death, which is important, which is essential. I'm asking my friend, he said, naturally, he says, before dying, the long years one has lived, maybe 10, 15, 30, 50, 80, 90, those long years before the ending. That is the period of living. That is far more significant
Whatever he did to this song.
One
by the window, that is where the sun sits out through the tulips with a field.
help me to die happily.
From the garden,
But
by the
what is
garden,
my life?
on the willow tree, come
Have
sits
lived
out
for it.
through the tulips with me.
It has been
In flowers we'll stray, we'll kiss, but
where
I kiss you in the garden, in the moonlight, you fall in me and tiptoe through the tulips with me.
Right? That's what we are all doing. Not only my friend and I, but all human beings are that. Struggling to have work, being unemployed, wanting more wealth, being afraid, the tyranny of totalitarian, and so on, which is a vast jungle. And I think that to become that's all I have. That conscience makes up consciousness. Without the content, consciousness as we know it doesn't exist. Right? So my friend and we see the logic of it, the rationality of it, and so on. We agree to that. Then, is this consciousness which I have clung to as mine, and my friend also clings to it, calling ourselves individuals, is that consciousness unlike other consciousness? Right? Please be clear on this. That is, if you are lucky to travel, observe, talk over with other people, you will find that they are similar to yours. They suffer, they are lonely. They have 1,000 gods, so you may have one god. They believe, they don't believe, and so on. Almost similar to yours. Though on the periphery, there may be variety. On the outskirts of our consciousness, you may be tall, you may be short, you may be very clever, you may be scholarly, you have read a great deal, you are capable, you have a certain technique, it's all on the place, the outside, but inwardly.
There were bells on a hill, but I never heard them ringing. No, I never heard them at all, till there was you. There were birds in the sky, but I never saw them ringing. No, I never saw them at all, till there was you. Then there was music and wonderful roses. They tell me in sweet fragrant meadows of dawn and dew. There was love all around, but I never heard it singing. No, I never heard it at all, till there was you. Tell me in sweet fragrant meadows of dawn and dew. There was love all around, but I never heard it singing. No, I never heard it at all, till there
Talk
was
too much.
you.
Oh boy. Hey. Kick back, relax. Oh. Yeah. This is what I like. Free concert, man. These guys are great.
If you want me to, I will. For if I ever saw you, I didn't catch your name, but it never really mattered. I will always feel Sing it now, so I
Something like that. No?
make it easy to believe.
Do what I want when I want to. That's what happens. Oh yeah!
If I fell in love with you, would you promise to be true and tell me understand? 'Cause I've been in love before, and I found that love was more
than just holding hands.
If I give my heart to you, I must be sure from the very start that you will love me more than her. If I trust in you, oh please, don't run and hide if I love you too. Oh please, don't hurt my pride like her, 'cause I couldn't stand the pain, and I would be sad if all you love was in vain. So I hope you see that I would love to love you, and that she will cry when she learns we are two. 'Cause I couldn't stand the pain, and I would be sad if all you love was in vain. So I hope you see that I would love to love you, and that she will cry when she learns we are two. If I fell in love with you.
Good job. These guys are good. The Rio Brothers. Part 2.
Is beyond mortality, beyond death.
3 songs, nice. I think that's awesome.
As
Go on
we
to the
said
next
the other
3.
day, where there is a cause, there is an end.
Yep,
There is an end to the
I agree
escape,
with this.
and if they cause the end, it creates an end.
They got advertising. What is this? Oh, don't slip on that banana!
And they're asking, is there a life?
Lennon, McCartney, the Beatles.
You understand? We live with causes.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The works covers steering, suspension, brakes, batteries,
Ford,
lights, interior, exterior, your tire treads, everything.
Maintenance. Someone's got to do the maintenance. These guys are great. Look at these guys.
I love you because you are sexually consent. And so on. That's the cause. And the effect.
I give her all my love, that's all I do. And if you saw my love, you'd love her too. I love her. She gives me everything, and tenderly the kiss my my lover brings, she brings to me. I love her.
Thank you, Nick, for the Gatorade. Wow.
A love like her
Again.
could never die.
Wow.
As long as I have you near
You know what I'm saying?
Right under stars that shine, dark as the sky. I know this love of mine will never die, and I love her. Right under stars that shine, dark as the sky. I know this love of mine will never die, and I love her. To lead a better life, I need my love to be here.
Hey, Melody! Hola! Stream has been choppy today. Seems to be playing fine now. Closing that chat window. Not cool, YouTube out there. They kicked me out right in the middle of a good one. Punks! No worries. I'm trying to be funny here. Smiley, wink face, emoticon. Pink flower, turtle, rainbow. Makalani home, makachana. Hey. Two concurrent viewers, one like. 9 hours in, that's pretty standard. Takes us a while to get warmed up. Tea in space. With Melanie Escamilla and her sidekick. Time!
Each one believe that love never dies. Watching her eyes and hoping our bones there will be there and everywhere, here, there, and everywhere.
Oh, donuts in the parking lot.
Two of us riding nowhere, spending someone's hard-earned pay. You and me Sunday
Coming here to the end of the evening here. Shut her down.
on our way back home.
Guess you're wondering why I started this in the first place.
All religions, as far as I know,
Thanks, boys.
agree and accept a life after death. Of course, Buddhism and Hinduism, they accept not one life, but many lives before this birth and after this death.
Right. And?
I think that the spiritual trip at this moment is not necessarily a cave in the Himalayas, but it's in relation to the technology that's existing. It's relation to where we're at. I think that's all part of one package now.
You know who you are. You dress like somebody. Your face looks like somebody. Everything is somebody. We enter in these conspiracies. I'll make believe you are who you think you are. If you make believe I am who I think I am.
You know, this young man just texted me right now.
This emperor happened to have a great predilection for chopping off heads of his advisors if they made a mistake. Yen Hui was afraid of this job and came to his teacher for his advice. He said to his teacher, "I don't think I'm sufficiently enlightened to be safe in this exalted position." Chung Su said to him, "In that case, you must retire and practice mind fasting." Yen Hui asked, "What is mind fasting?" Chuang Tzu gave him the following instruction. Now, this may be a little far out. When you want to hear with your ears, don't listen with your ears. When you want to see with your eyes, don't look with your eyes. When you want to understand with your mind, don't think with your mind. Listen, see, and understand with what he calls the Tao, or the deeper intuitive wisdom of your being. In other words, go for a deeper part of your knowing mind rather than your intellect. Yen Hui retired and spent 3 years practicing this discipline. After 3 years, he returned to his teacher and said, "Master, I think I am ready." Chuang Tzu said, "Well, prove it." So Yen Hui said, "Before I practiced mind fasting, I was sure I am Yen Hui. But now, after I have practiced mind fasting, I have come to realize that there never was a Yen Hui." The teacher said, "You are ready." Now, that's a lot, but my statement is, my suggestion is, where did you learn who you think you are? You learned it from your parents, you learned it from the school, and you built a structure or a model, which is called an ego structure, in your mind of who you think you are. And then it comes like a mind net around you, so you go down the street and you enter into conspiracies with each other, saying, "I will make believe you are who you think you are if you will make believe I am who I think I am." And we enter into these games to keep reinforcing our models of who we think we are. We dress that way, we look that way, we project it of who we think we are all the time. And we get trapped in it. And it turns out to be too finite. You are shortchanging yourself because you are much more than any model you can have of who you think you are. And finally, when you're ready for that next push, you start to go deeper and you start to become interested in those methods that allow you to escape from the structure your mind has created, so that the structure is available as your servant, but not as your master. In the spiritual traditions, they say an intellectual who is proud of his intellect is like a prisoner who's proud of his cell. Now, you may decide I'm a flake. That's perfectly reasonable. I might if I were in your position, too. But I would now like to quote from a man who was the vice president of AT&T. Can't resist. This is the last page of his book. His name was Robert Greenleaf. He said, "Awareness behind conscious intellect I see as infinite and therefore equal in every human being.
Perhaps just gonna peek over the fucking
blinders
clouds
which
see.
block our conscious access
It's
to
all
our
kind
own
of
vast
working,
awareness
you know?
are the uncompensated losses we've sustained,
It's more of a dance
the
than
errors
anything.
we have
And the
acquired
worst
from
kind
our
of dance
cultural
is like
inheritance, from the undigested
hurting
residues
each
of
other.
our own experience,
At
and
least
from our
it's
own
dance.
conscious
How about the
learning.
COVID-19 shuffle?
Remove
That's
the
a real
blinders from
fun
your
dance.
awareness by losing what must be lost. The key
Silly.
to which no one can give you, but which
If
your
everybody's
own
having a good
inward
time in the room,
resources
that's
rightly
the dance. I don't
cultivated
care
will
what you're
supply.
fucking doing.
Then set forth
Everybody's
upon your journey.
not being hurt.
And if you
Someone's
travel
not being
far
hurt
enough,
as a consequence of
filling the
it.
voids of
Not one
loss
single
with
person. If
noblest
everybody in that,
choices, you
if
may be
everybody
given the
wins,
secret of the kingdom,
win-win-win,
awe and wonder
do that.
before the majesty and mystery of all creation.
Yep. All the
The
books say
shift
that.
in perspective that is required for the next stage of the journey is the realization
done?
that everything that you thought you
Don't tell me what to do.
were
Okay, don't
is
do that.
only
Not with that
part
prick.
of
Don't
who
do
you
that.
are.
Not with that prick.
And the
That prick's
desire
really trying
to
to get me to-
cultivate, if
I'm
you
not
will, the
feeling-
meta system of which
Yeah, I'm trying to
the
get you
ego
to do something.
structure is
Trying to
only a
get you to...
subset. And the problem is that a
Not view the
subsystem can
world
never
so
understand
full
the
of-
meta system. And that is why
Negatively.
in the biblical injunction
And if
it
you're going
says,
through trauma,
"Lest you
mind
die,
trauma, I understand, man.
in other words, you can't
But
realize
the
your
shit
larger
that's
system
happened to me
if
recently,
the smaller system keeps
and the
trying
trauma that
to
I was
explain it
exposed to
away
in my
and
mind,
control it. That is the
And
rational,
physically.
intellectual,
And physically.
analytical mind
Yes.
has gotten you to just
but
where
the
you are
mind
now.
shit's worse.
Now the question
I can
is,
take the physical
can
beatings.
you see? It's
It's
like
the mind shit
you use a boat to
that we're
cross
so
an
good
ocean.
at doing,
You get to the far
torturing each
shore.
other.
Do you then have to portage? Do you
Yeah,
have to carry it with
I
you?
forgive you.
Or can you let it go and now
Let's not do
be
that to
on another
anybody
medium
anymore.
in
Tested
another
it
way?
on me, didn't work.
That journey
Yep.
of
We're
going
good.
beyond
Let's
your
just do
own,
something different.
the tool that you have mastered, but now letting the tool
Right?
go
Yeah.
for a moment. The trap, of course, has been that you thought you were the tool. Cogito
You
ergo
tested it
sum,
out on
I
a few
think,
people. Didn't
therefore
work.
I am. The fallacy of that is that it's the reverse way. Behind that is I am and I think. And the thinking mind is your servant, while for most people the thinking mind is their master. And as you cultivate that meta-awareness, that other part of your being, that what's called the intuitive heart mind, the sin in Chinese, the Atma in Hinduism, there's names for it in every system. As you cultivate this
All you need is
meta-system,
love.
then you learn how to delight in the forms of the play. You learn how to work in the business world. It doesn't mean you give up the game. It means you give up the vantage point from which you're playing it. So you no longer have to milk it for the success because you're not so busy identifying with your separateness that you need to keep proving again and again that you're adequate, that you're good, that you can accrue more, so that the journey of the separate individual now starts to balance with that part of you that is identified with the totality. So your actions are coming out of a much more
Love,
interesting
love,
place.
love.
So that your actions
Love me,
are
do.
the coming together of a
You know I
number of
love you.
strands in
Love,
your being.
love,
I'll always be
Because
true.
You and I
There's
are
nothing you can do.
human.
So please,
And what that humanity represents
Nothing you can sing
is a
that can't be
creative
sung.
tension
love me do.
between
Nothing
our
you can say.
humanity
Love me
But you
do.
can learn
and
how to
our,
play
if you will,
the game.
awareness or divinity
easy.
or spiritual consciousness. And it's only keeping both of those in balance. So
Nothing
keep
you
both
can
of them
make
honored does
that
the
can't
game
be made.
become interesting. Everything
No
short
one
of
you
that
can
is
say
make,
that
you
can't be
can't
saved.
make.
Nothing you can do.
And then
Nothing
I
you
go
can
You
to
do.
can learn how to be you.
But you can
So
learn
your
how to be
next
you
level
in time.
The work
No.
begins
easy.
inside your own
It's
head. It
easy.
does not begin
All you
in
need is love.
manipulating the
All you
environment.
need
It
is
begins
love.
in manipulating the
Ba-da-da-da.
I repeat.
All you
All you need is
need
love.
is love.
All you need is
Ba-da-da-da.
love.
All you need
Love is all you need.
is
She started to
love.
lead a
Love.
march of protest against the British.
Love,
Love is all you need.
love, 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 love.
Love is all
Love.
you need.
And his lieutenants
Love.
came up to him
All
and they
you
said,
need is
All
Mahatma,
you need is
love.
love. All you need is
you
love.
can't do this. People left their jobs. They're taking great risks. They're here behind you. You can't stop them.
Love. Love is all you need.
I have a mixed understanding. I'm only human. I don't understand it all.
Love is all you
Nothing you
need.
can know that
Nothing you
isn't
can
known.
know that
Nothing
isn't
you can
known.
see that
Nothing
isn't
you can see.
shown. Nowhere you can be that
Nowhere you
isn't
can be
where
that
you
isn't where
you're
you can
meant
be
to
in time.
It's
What?
easy.
It's easy.
I repeat.
No, it's not.
Nothing you can know that isn't known, nothing you can see that isn't shown, nowhere you can be that isn't where you're meant to be. It's
Is
easy.
it possible that
All you need is love.
at your stage
All you need is
of
love.
life
All you need is love. Love.
All
can
you
Love
allow
is
for
all you
this
need.
continuity?
All you need is love. All together now.
Allow the shift
All you need is love, everybody.
another way
All you need
of
is love. Love. Love is all you need. Love
to consider
is all you need.
Love 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 is all you
the entire
need.
circle
Love.
of the people
Love is all
around
you need.
count on consistency. They don't count on truth, they count on consistency. But what you can offer them
Yahoo!
is
You missed your
reaching
bus.
for the truth. That becomes part of your bottom line. And in the course of it, it may not be consistent.
Hey, kids!
The other part of Gandhi that I want to talk about is...
Hi, Vinny.
He was on a train.
This is going to be a
leaving
different
the
show.
railway station, and the reporter rushed up to him and said, Gandhi, give me a message to take back to the people in the village. The train was already moving. Gandhi took a paper bag.
I hope my audience allows their kids to watch restricted shit.
And what it said was, my life is my message. I think that applies to every one of us.
Gots to do what I gots to do.
I understand, brother. I understand.
What you are all.
They're always
you
watching.
The zeal to do well in business have had to separate means and ends and have not realized that
I'll be
means
keeping
and
an
ends
eye
are
on
peace.
you.
And you use means that are divisive to the human condition in order to bring about ends that are good. Realize that
Oh, it's the other way around,
you are
friend.
projecting into the world.
Glad
So
you're
you try
here.
to bring about peace with anger in your heart. What you do is sow the seeds of anger.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Look and see
I feel
at
welcome.
your totality of your life. Ask it of yourself. Is the way I am with all
This
the
is space.
is the way I use my resources? Is the way I enter into business? Is the way I am with my family? Is the way I am in relation to silence, aloneness? Am I ready to stand up and be counted as I am and say, this
Great
is
audience
what
we
I
got
want?
today.
Oh, it's beautiful. This is great.
What do
Yeah,
I
I mean,
say?
we've never had an
God
audience
knows me,
this
knows my thoughts.
amazing.
Finally, for each of us,
All right.
our life is our message.
Hey, Vinny.
In talking about methods
He's hilarious.
of working on oneself,
He's always wanted to kill me.
or shifting the perspective, or shifting the context in which you understand what you're doing and what your life
Here's a
is
secret. I'm gonna
What's
tell
new?
you. It's a
the
secret.
various strategies
What's
some of
up?
them involve
He's sleeping.
the withdrawal into another context
He can't.
in order to change and
not
then
possible.
coming back. Like when you go on a vacation, you leave one context in order to reintroduce yourself to parts of your being that got lost in the
It's not possible.
sort of subtle toxicities of daily life. You pull back, you get another perspective, then you come back with that enriched. So, for example, what we do when we go on vacation is usually get very busy in doing, which doesn't really deal with the quality of our mind at all, and then we bring the mind back still very agitated and quite speedy. In other cultures, for example, in Burma, where I have studied, the heads of government and business, their vacations, they go into a monastery in order
So,
to meditate
to the
for
east,
for 10 days or a month.
to the
In
south,
order to quiet their mind,
to the west,
to get this shift
to the north.
Who knows
so they can come back
what we
and
get up
be
to
a more
today?
effective game player, if you
What's
will.
above,
and,
what's
understand
below,
the shell in which they're functioning.
what's inside.
In that strategy of a
Sandwich.
cyclic form of life, think about
Did
how
you
you
see
use
that?
All my
the time
relations?
that is available to you
Why not?
to, if you will, get beyond time, to find that part of you that is beyond time. That can be done spirally in that way of going out into the world and coming back. And those going out and come back, the pulling back can be, it could be in terms of a sabbatical, a year, it could be in terms of a month, it could be in terms
This is
of a
interesting.
week, it could be in terms of a weekend, it could be in terms of an hour
I'm gonna
every
skip
morning
ahead
or
because
an hour every night.
I tell you what, I
Because
think this
most
next
doers,
program
if
is
you
going to
will
be very
notice,
interesting. So
they
let's
are
see where it
so
goes.
addicted to stimulation that they go
4:18,
from going
okay,
to work
2
and
minutes
then
to
there's stuff
the
to
end.
read on their desks, and then there are
when
people
they
to
started
see,
owning
and there
shit.
are things to think about, and
Harold Lloyd
spreadsheets to study, and problems to deal with. And then they come home, and in the car back, they're listening to the radio. And then they get home, and they turn on the television to read, to see the news. And then they are dealing with the family and what's come up in everybody in the family in the day. And then
What you
in the
thinking,
evening,
bud?
there's more stimulation. And the minute it slows down for a
Hey,
second,
what's up, bud?
let's go out, let's see more people, let's do more. And it's constantly feeding that need for stimulation. And there is just an interesting experience of just sitting down. I mean, there's a stage where you get in your life, whether you even want to believe that it's possible, where you move towards what's called voluntary simplicity. And it gets to the point where you are realizing how cluttered your mind is, and you would like to get free of the identification with your thoughts so much.
I'm going to check out this next show, and then this will be the end of the night.
To be simpler and simpler. It's interesting.
I got a good feeling.
Time you
I got a
sit
good
in
feeling
a totally
about
white room in a simple way and
see how it gets there.
Don't feel with no.
Because this is the first time that something else is following my shit that I actually don't mind.
That you can allow yourself to just
this is good.
And it's enough. Then you
this would be
work
good.
with the sensations and the people.
Not politics. This is
slight anxiety about not having.
It's gonna be interesting.
Coloring just a little bit.
That's exciting.
Coloring if you watch, even as you're eating, you're planning what you do in the evening. Even as you're there at the movie, you're planning what you'll do after the movie. Even as you're doing after the movie, you're planning what you'll do in bed. And so it goes, and it just keeps going and going, and your mind is always planning the next thing out of anxiety that you're going to get caught without something. In the sense of not having anything and having to deal with the emptiness, and then you say, well, at least I'll think. And to come behind it is extremely interesting. Now, so that could be as much as 20 minutes, as little as 20 minutes in the morning and 20 minutes in the evening or something like that, in which you just start to use some techniques to quiet yourself down, to examine the way in which you are so trapped in your own thoughts, to develop this other quality of awareness, and then you go back into your life, and then the next time you come back to it. The other strategy is to take the stuff of daily life and use it in a double way. You use it, one, at the level as it exists, like decision-making, business processes, and the other, you're using it as a vehicle to awaken yourself. And you're using it simultaneously on both levels. Presently, this gathering, all of the funds that came in for this gathering are going to Save a Foundation. And the Save a Foundation is a non-profit that does work in developing countries and with the American Indians and so on. It's a very interesting and unusual organization, which maybe we can go into later. But at any rate, we have a rotating chairmanship in our organization, and for these past couple of years, I've been chairman. Now, being chairman of a foundation is
both the physical
it's a role
as well as psychological.
And but when I go to Nepal, which is one of the countries where we do work and where we have a presence, we are an NGO, a non-governmental organization that has been legitimized by the King and the Queen, and so we're real over there.
This just in,
and
Canada is not
just like
free.
the Red Cross or any of the other organizations.
And we're in distress.
So, when I go to Nepal, I put on my blue blazer and my tie,
All
and I am chairman of a board.
which thought has created.
And in the course of my last term,
I'm
the
not
time I
happy,
was there last
but I
time,
will be happy.
I had an agenda in which I wanted the government to do certain things for
Like many other
us, and
countries.
we in turn are doing
Heaven
certain things
is
for the
in that
government.
hole.
Now,
You gotta
what
figure
the,
it out.
I had an opportunity to meet the Minister of Health. Now, the Minister of
All the
Health, he has an
evangelistic
agenda also.
promises.
It's just in.
Right? He's, after all, a representative of the king, and he sees me, as you can imagine, what somebody sees, the chairman of a board of a funding agency from the West,
chef
when you're a
and
poor
cookbook
country.
author,
what
and
I look like to him.
but I've been doing
And we
my
come
freelance
together. Now,
entrepreneurial
he is the
career
person
for
that can
almost
say
2
yes or
years
no
now,
to
and I
certain
find
things
that
we
I'm
need
not focusing my
to
time and
help us
energy
with
as
the opportunity to serve, really.
well as I can
And
to
so
to
we come
maximize
into the
my
room, each
efficiencies
with
and
a
therefore my
certain
profits.
entourage we've got.
I also want
And
to be
we
able
sit
to
down
carve
at
out
tables
time
just
for
like,
myself, for my
it's
own
like real
personal
people.
writing.
And
So I find
I don't
myself
tell them there are no adults present.
having
I mean, I'm not gonna
difficulty,
share.
especially now during lockdown.
And,
I've been able to go to like the
we
local
sit
coffee
down
shop,
and
library.
we
Now I
meet
can't go
and
anywhere. I'm in
face
Portland,
one another.
Oregon.
And we do
are
all the
literally
bowing and the hellos,
jail
and he's
bound
the
in our
Minister of
homes,
Health, and I'm
and
the chairman of
focus
the
has just
board.
been so difficult
We
for
have
me.
our roles,
Yes.
and we each have our agendas.
Yes.
Definitely happy to have
Now,
you
at
here.
that point, and I am.
Hey guys, just a little ground
I've been
rules.
working on my
Just a little ground rules.
now
Let's
for
mute our
25
phones
years.
when we're not sharing, just so we
But
can have
this
the chance to share.
job, I think I'm not going
Yes,
to get
this
through.
idea
This
of
is gonna be a
focus, is that
hard
what you
one, and
say,
I'm probably gonna
Shannon?
burn
That's
out
the
on
main
it
reason
very
why you're
quickly,
here,
I
to learn a
think.
better way to do
But
that.
I'll see if I can work
when
with
you
it.
do have time, maximize
So
that
I
time.
am sitting
Well, and also be
opposite
able
him,
to
and
be
I've
as
got my
efficient
little
as I can
reminder
within that
beads.
period
These are
of
like
time
lorry
that
beads. They're just beads that I use to remind myself so I don't get too lost in the drama. And I'm just sitting there looking at him. And suddenly our eyes meet.
It's fine.
And I find another being just like me, except he's busy being
Be
the
efficient.
Minister of Health, and I'm busy being the chairman of the
I don't
board.
think that's the way to go.
And we
man.
just met for a
I really
moment
don't. I really
behind our roles as two fellow beings. Now,
Although
for
I
an
get what
Easterner,
you're
that's
saying.
much
I
easier
do.
to do for a West than a
really do.
Westerner because they're trained to do that. I mean, that's part of what their acculturation process is, unlike ours. For me, it took me 25 years to realize that I was a being who was being chairman of a board rather than the chairman of the board. For him, he was trained to fulfill a role without getting lost in it. So that when we meet and suddenly there is this delight. And we meet as two beings who are sharing the dance, if you will, of forms. And then we go into the game just as a Monopoly game with his agenda, but instead of him being his agenda and me being my agenda, we are two beings who are meeting here and playing as two people, Minister of Health and Chairman of the Board, and dealing with our agendas. And we're dealing with it from a collaborative place in that we both would like to end suffering. And the result is that our dialogue together brings us closer together rather than ending up being divisive where, well, if you won't do this, then I won't do this, instead of separating us. It's just like Russians and Americans, or any people where they come together in a dialogue, whether they can meet in what's behind it as well as being in their separateness, can they meet in their unity. And what I experienced was that my journey to Nepal this time, I came out of it of continuous meetings, meeting with the ophthalmic associations and all this stuff, continuous meetings. I came out of it with more energy than I went in. I came out of it lighter than I went in. I came out of it with my heart more open than I went in. I came out of it seeing that us included Nepalese and Westerners and people from the States, instead of the people from the States were dealing with them in developing countries. Now, so what I'm learning, and every time as I was approaching the Minister of Health, I thought, oh my God, you know, it's fine to play this game when you're playing low key, but here I am now, I'm the chairman playing with the Minister of Health. This is big business. And is that going to suck me into losing my consciousness into it? And what I had to do was just keep reminding myself and keep waking up until I met him and we met behind it, and then it started to be play from there on in. And so what I'm learning is how to take the stuff of daily life and convert it. During the break, one of us asked me, how do you keep from burning out? Well, the answer to how do you keep from burning out is the injunction that the Bhagavad Gita, which is one of the sacred texts of the East, enjoins, which says, do not be identified with being the actor. It's one of the key things. In other words, when you drive a car, most of you do, and you are roughly hurtling through space with about 4,000 pounds of steel or something, seeing like it, you're doing that, making incredibly subtle and complex decisions about centrifugal and centripetal force and rates of deceleration and all that. And all the time, you're usually tuning the radio, thinking about where you're going, watching for police, who knows what else you might be doing. And all the time you're doing all that, and you're doing it on what you could call base brain. That is, you're doing it without being somebody who's driving, and yet driving is happening. Well, it is interesting how you can cultivate a place in yourself that is at rest, even as you're full of activity, so that the activity doesn't wipe you out because you aren't doing it. You can take a long trip. Like people say to me, I'm on a tour now of 60 cities, which means that between now and April 15th, I'll do 32 cities. I'll be in a different city every other night. So I get on the plane every other day. I go to airports. I carry bags. I get off, meet people, get up, give lectures, go to bed, get up, etc. People say, what a demanding schedule. It must exhaust you. You know who'll say that to me? Like a woman who's raising 3 kids. I'll say, are you kidding? I said, I look at your life. What a demanding schedule. It must exhaust you. I said, I don't know, just like you. I get up every morning, I brush my teeth, I get dressed, and I do stuff all day. Then at night, I take off my clothes and I go to bed. And then I start the next day. That's what you do. But you see, the minute I have a model of travel, something happens, interestingly, people. Well, I'm traveling. And they get so caught into what you call the dramatic storyline of it, that you wipe out. You wipe out because you milk the drama of your own life, if that's the too crude an expression. And you learn how to not, like, what a day I've got. Instead of, okay, you do what's immediately on the plate in front of you. If you're here and you got to get there, you get in the car and drive there. And then you're there and the next person comes in and you meet them. And if you keep overriding it with the whole storyline of, well, it's 10 o'clock and I've already done 4 and I've got 6 more and will I do it and all, you'll wipe out. On the other hand, if you just do the next thing and the next thing and each thing you do fully, constantly pulling your awareness, noticing where your awareness is and bringing it back, you keep coming into a resting space just as you're doing it. And then it's just event after event after event, and you end up being at rest. And I'm learning how to do this. I don't know how to do it. I know it's doable because I know beings who do it. And I just have to learn how to be in the doing rather than get lost into the doing and lose the being. That's the whole process. And this is just a mechanical technique. There are techniques called the witness, which is cultivating a part of you that notices what's going on. Like most people, when you get agitated or angry or depressed, boy, am I depressed. Now, if you came to me and you said, which people do, and they, well, I'm so depressed, right? Yep. You're really depressed? Boy, am I depressed. Is every part of you depressed? Yeah, I'm completely depressed. Is there any part of you that isn't depressed? No, I'm completely depressed. You're noticing your depression? Yeah. Is the noticer depressed? Well, notice is just noticing. Aha. There's your entry right there. That's that little place. And it starts out with such a subtle little tiny bit of your mind. 99% of your mind is depressed, and 1% is noticing. It's like clouds in the sky. If you take a frame and frame a cloud a certain way, it looks like you just get a frame of gray. But if you put a little bigger frame on, you see there's a little blue around it, and you suddenly say, oh, that's a cloud. It's the same thing you do with your thoughts. See, the thoughts grab you. Like I go into meditation, and the meditative technique I use, which is so Mickey Mouse, it's absurd, is I follow the breath. This is a Southern Buddhist Theravadan technique. It's ancient. It's an ancient technique. I follow the breath, rising and falling in my abdomen. There's a little muscle that goes up and down when you breathe. You can feel it. Now, I start in, and my instruction from my teacher is follow the breath, follow the rising and the falling, and when it rises, notice it rising, and when it follows, notice it falling. So I start. Rising, falling. Rising, falling. Rising, falling. And the first thing that my mind says is, this is never going to work. See? Now, what happened was, you see, my mind just said, my mind came up with a thought that said, think of me. Psst, psst, this is never going to work. And if you buy into that thought, you say, you're right, this is going to work. Well, thank you very much for the teaching, and you're off. See? If, however, you just agreed that for 20 minutes you follow the instruction of the teacher, and he says every time a thought arises, notice that it has arisen, allow it, and then very gently return your awareness back to the rising and falling. So you say, okay, thought, see you later, and you go back to rising, falling, falling. And then a thought comes in. For this, I got a PhD. You know, like, here I went and got all this training and all this, and I'm this intelligent person, and I'm following the breath of whom I better not tell anybody. I mean, it's an embarrassing thing. Well, what'd you do all summer? Well, I followed the muscle rising and falling in my abdomen. Don't you have anything more important to do? You see, I mean, you can feel where that is in relation to the cultural context. So I noticed that as another thought, and then I go back, and then rising, falling, falling. Wonder if the 20 minutes is up yet. Notice it, rising, falling, then I'm hungry, right? My knee hurts. Each one just comes up and it grabs you and says, I'm real, think me. Psst, I'm real, think me. And each time you notice the thought, allow it, and you go back. The one that really sucks you in is rising, falling, rising. My God, I think it's happening. See? That one really gets you. That takes you every time, you know, and then, oh yeah, it's happening, you know. I remember going to one of my teachers and I said, oh, I've just experienced such peace. I am feeling the peace I've always yearned for all my life. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, this is just so wonderful. He listened, he said, that's fine. Now go back and watch your breath. And that's called spiritual materialism, when you get caught in the experiences that happen along the way. Now, what a simple exercise like that does, which has no religious overlay of any stuff, it's just a mechanical method, is it's allowing you to see the way in which your thoughts keep capturing you into being identified with them by giving you a focal point around which you can see your thoughts grabbing you and pulling you. And just doing that simple little exercise allows you to see your thoughts grabbing and taking you, until pretty soon you begin to see that the thoughts are an ocean of continuous thinking. It's like sitting on the edge of a stream and watching the water go by, and leaves come, and fish go by, and all kinds of things go, and twigs, and every now and then something catches your consciousness and your head turns to follow it. And when you're meditating, you just keep it right there, and the stuff comes in, exists, and goes by. And what happens just from that little mechanical method is you start to develop a connection to the awareness. It's like the sky that's behind the clouds. Instead of just transferring your identity from being one cloud to the next cloud to the next cloud, which what happens is, I'm hungry, and then you're focused on the refrigerator. And then as you're eating, you think, I'm missing the game, and then you're focused on the television set. And then you're in the middle of the game, and I got to go to the bathroom, and you're focused on it, and your mind is just constantly. You watch from the minute you wake up, like the alarm goes off, or somebody nudges you, or you wake up and you say, I could sleep 10 more minutes. What was I dreaming last night? I've got to go to the bathroom. That's what I need to do. Oh, it's so warm in bed. Gee, I can smell coffee. What was I dreaming? What was I dreaming now? Boy, do I need to go to the bathroom. Oh, I got to do the laundry later. Oh, I forgot that appointment. Oh, God. I got 3 more minutes. And your mind starts. See, and each one is grabbing you, and it goes all day long. It's just all day long. And each one grabs you, and you do this, and then this. And if you would watch it from any vantage point other than being in it, you'd be absolutely amazed at what's happening. That you're at the mercy of these thoughts that just grab you and invest you with reality. And only when you even have a context that it's possible to stand behind your own thoughts in just presence. All you are, to define who you are, is you just awareness. You just is. Questions, sir?
We did a study, took a year of 100 people in the little plan of ours, and we implemented some of these thoughts and ideas and found that productivity increased quite a bit for a number of reasons, and maybe this is one. And I found the Western mind, or our mind here, was pretty difficult to maintain that. And it kind of leveled out at a good productive rate. I wonder if you've had some experience about collective groups in the Western arenas going further with it.
Well, the whole idea of sharing the journey with other people is extremely useful, extremely strong, because when somebody, if you're alone in a marketplace where everybody else is, like if you look at the sequence we're talking about, some people are on their way up the first round. Some people have plateaued. They see the finite limits of the game, and they're starting to go for another plane. They're starting the second level up. If they are all surrounded with the people on the first rise, everybody doesn't understand what they're doing. They get no support for it at all. What's ideal is if you're surrounded with people who are at this next level with you, and ideally even some people who finish that one are on another tack even, that can keep doing that. That's what teachers are about, and gurus and all that idea of somebody that's gone beyond that into sort of helping you not get caught, mirroring your caughtness back to you. And it's called, in Hinduism, the Sanskrit word is satsang, or in Buddhism, sangha, or in the community or the fellowship in Christianity. It's a group of people that come together to agree to help each other awaken. Now, it's very hard when there is no either manual like a holy book or a teacher to help everybody, because otherwise everybody keeps reinforcing the way they're caught. So it's extremely useful to keep having some either method or text or person or group that keeps pulling you up. And what I think is, when I talked about consistency and truth, is that as you start to grow now beyond the stage of success in a worldly sense and start to deepen your understanding of who you are in the broader social context, it may well be that the nature of your friends change, that a lot of your friends who you picked or who picked you that were relevant at one stage of your life, they don't want to change or grow, and you find that you're starting to be a little bored with being with them, and you feel embarrassed by it and discomforted by it. And that's part of the inconsistency of growth, that sometimes you start to look around for new kinds of friends to be with in order to help you grow. The nature of a self-propelled group, like the one you might be talking about, is the nature of the contract you enter into with each other. And the first of them are things like truth and the contract to help each other grow. I mean, like our board at SEVA, we are very unlike the Red Cross, where the board comes together. They may be people that come together to serve on the board and make decisions. We come together in order to work on ourselves, in order to be the instrument of service, rather than just stand back and do service. So the contract with each other is, would you all help me awaken? So that when one of us gets caught, the others are there to help each other. That's quite a contract between human beings. So you examine the nature of what the group is together for. And if the group has some sense of where it's going in terms of what freedom is and what quietness of mind is to increase productivity, increase satisfaction, increase design, having some control and mastery, control over your own life, not just control over the environment, control over your life, so you free yourself from your own addictions, then what you really need is a contract that allows you to help each other. And that has to be spelled out, and it's risky, it's scary. Because most people don't want truth from each other. You say, I won't wake you, you don't wake me. Questions?
I know I'm interested in doing some things with some organizations, or even going for a period of time somewhere and working or studying, doing both. How does one find out about what organizations there are available to work through, that you might be able to go to places where there are needs to actually either
You're talking about organizations, opportunities for your own growth?
I'm talking about opportunities while living for my own growth, but it also takes going to someplace like India to work with an organization like, is it SEVA, or with some of the other organizations? How do we find out, where do you find out which ones are appropriate for you?
That actually isn't as easy a question as all that. It would be nice if there were a huge computer network that would allow you to feed in, I have this many hours a day, I have these skills and sounds, and out would come airplanes. I know, we all like that. But what we have is quite a hit of a skill. I mean, there are, what you do is you look at the with your skills, because if you're going, the vehicle is your skill. If you're an administrator, you've got those skills. You are a being that has a certain skill, but you don't sell being, you sell skill, and then your skill meets another person with their skill, and then together you be. That's what the process is. So, like somebody needs help, and you're a helper of a certain kind, you come together. The vehicle is helping. But the nature of what the juice is you're just meeting as fellow beings behind the helper-help role. See, this whole book is how not to get trapped in being a helper and to help. And one of the, I think once you do that, you look around for the professional groups that are connected with your skill, and then you explore with them where the opportunities are. Like in education, there are books this thick of educational opportunities for teaching in developing countries. Nursing, administrative, things like that. Unskilled labor, though, I mean, developing countries have a glut of just that. And when you're busy, like SEVA is busy empowering the Nepalese, not sending in Westerners to do the jobs. So we're busy training Nepalese doctors and training ophthalmic assistants and getting the Nepalese to do the work so that when we leave, they are more powerful than when we came in, not impoverished. So we are not a resource for sending people to developing countries. So you've got to hear whether the role you're going to play. See, it's interesting whether your role in relation to other human beings empowers them and frees them or entraps them. And there are ways of doing good for other people that actually diminishes them in your act of doing good. It's a very interesting thing that if you are getting a rush off doing good, if you're getting a sense of righteousness from being a do-gooder, you're doing good, the person you do good to has to feel the effect of that. And they feel somewhat, it's interesting. In the old days, I was a psychotherapist in a previous life. And I needed to be a therapist. So I was identified with being a psychotherapist. The result was that the person in the room had to be the patient, if you can hear that. And my need to be a therapist kept them being the patient. And in fact, now as I look back, the horror is that I actually punished them when they got better because they didn't need me as much and I needed to be needed. I mean, that was my problem. And it's the same thing that if you need to be identified with your role for your own adequacy, what you do is tend to force other people into symbiotic or complementary roles, and you don't let them out of them. And then you only meet in the roles, you don't meet in the space behind the role. Now, when I'm with somebody in a role, I may be helping somebody, like I work with AIDS patients, and I may be going in and holding somebody or changing their sheets or whatever I do with somebody. My vehicle is doing the stuff. I'm here. If they wish to come up for air and be here, that's fine. If they want to stay being an AIDS patient that's suffering, that's up to them. I have no right to take away their right to stay in their role. All I can do is create an environment that allows them to come up if they want to. You can't force another person to come up for suffering, but you can create an environment where they can come up for air if they want to. And that's the same one of playing your role, say, as an administrator with people around you and being impeccable in it and making demands and standards and all of it, and yet not being so entrapped in your role that you force everybody around them to be caught in their roles. but that even as you're fulfilling your roles, you are in them but not of them. And then often you and a secretary or a staff person and all keep meeting in the space behind it, and the relationship keeps feeding both of you, even as you are impeccable at the level of playing the roles out.
Talk a little bit about your relationship now with God, the roles that each of us plays. I am a Jew, I am a Christian, and the difficulty with those roles that we put on. It's a struggle for me.
When you say I am, anything that follows that is a limiting condition. Right? The only truth, the closest to truth, that since all words are lies, the closest to truth you can get, is just the statement I am. The minute you put a limiting condition on it,
right,
you define out what you aren't. Right? You immediately make an us and them, or a, me and that. All right. So, by my saying I'm a Jew makes me not all the rest of it. And then I say, but I was born a Jew. What does that mean? And then I can be cute. I'd say, well, I'm only a Jew on my parents' side. Right? And I hear that from my point of view, what I'm trying to do is to learn the lessons of this birth. I'm trying to learn that everything that is on my plate has been given to me as a curriculum through which I can become free. That's the way I see the universe. I'm giving you the advanced course right now, but that's roughly it. So that everything, including the fact that my father was this, my mother died this way, that I'm bald, that I this, that, all my neuroses, they are all part of this curriculum that is offered to me that I can use through which I can awaken. Now, sometimes role identities, if you push away a role identity prematurely, it still has you. For example, in the early days, I just wanted to get high all the time. I wanted to go and be in La La Land. I wanted to be in the one. The hell with all these individual differences. I didn't like who I was in individual difference land, so I wanted to be out there. I kept trying to get high all the time. Right? And then I saw that that was a trap. I was pushing away something, and as long as you try to push something away, it's got you. It's like your hand sticks to it. See, and the secret of all the transmissions are attachments or aversions. Both of them catch you. I mean, one of the highest teachings is the third Chinese patriarch of Zen that starts out with a line that you immediately, I only get to give you one line for you to say, oh, you're not ready for that yet. It says, the great way is not difficult, meaning the great way, the true understanding, the deepest freedom. The great way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. When you've got that one, let me know, and I'll give you the next line. It says, when love and hate are both absent, everything becomes clear and undisguised, but make the slightest distinction, and heaven and earth are set infinitely apart. And what you hear is that as long as you identify with anything, this versus that, as long as you push away your humanity to hold on to your divinity, as long as you grab your humanity and push away your divinity, it's got you. You don't see the truth of things. They say in the mystic literature, truth waits for eyes unclouded by longing. As long as you want anything, you only see the outward container. As long as you identify with anything or group, you've got an agenda. You're trying to protect it. If you say, I am a Christian, you're busy trying to protect that definition. You say, I was raised a Christian, and Jesus has got one of the most brilliant teachings of just what we're talking about today. I mean, what a mind-blowing teaching. He comes and he says, look, I'm taking a human birth just like you, and I'm just going to show you the truth of the fact that you aren't who you think you are. Watch. I'll go and I'll just be like you, and then people will scorn me. Now, that would freak you because you'd say, loss, shame is terrible. They'll shame me and I'll still be here. You say, well, shame's one thing, but your body is your big deal. Go ahead, I'll be crucified, and I'll drop back in 3 days and show you that isn't it either. Can you imagine a statement? I'm offering my life to show you you aren't who you think you are, so you can be free if you believe that I just did what I did. What a statement. Now, you can appreciate that statement of the Christ consciousness coming down in a form and giving that teaching. But I can also appreciate Buddha, who started out as a rich boy and then saw through the fallacies of stuff, and he saw there was suffering and sickness and death, and that as long as he tried to hide from it or push it away, it had him, and he went out and he had commerce with it, and he kept working on himself, and he saw through the whole game and sat down and came back and taught these clear truths about how the nature of suffering in humanity, and I can love him. And I can look again and again to Moses and what happened up on the mountain, and in each tradition I see the truth. Because every religion was rooted in somebody that had a direct experience of who we are. And then different strokes for different folks. They came down and they, for a different time, they formulated it in a different way. And then people kill each other for my way is better than your way. And it's interesting to understand the universality of the deepest truth and yet honor your form. I mean, I think my guru, who was a Hindu guru, used to say to most Westerners, Christ is your guru. Christ is alive and well in your heart if you will allow him to be, and he'll guide you. And I think that's true. Now, and I listen in each religion to find that form that allows me to touch that deepest truth. It turns out that in Western religions, most of the exoteric component of the religion is not designed to awaken you. It's designed to keep you from causing too much trouble to yourself and to everybody else. And when you start to awaken, then you go into the esoteric components like Gnostic Christianity or
which is what
the
Jesus
Kabbalah
was
in
teaching,
Judaism, or you know the
which is what
Vedic
Jesus
teachings in
was
Hinduism and
learning.
stuff like that. Questions?
Last time I heard you, this time you talked about viewing yourself, and then the last time you mentioned that there was a viewer, a second viewer of the viewer.
The developing of the witness that notices your game movements, your life movements, is still, it's one
The
part of your
observer.
mind noticing another part of your mind.
Observing.
That's only halfway home.
The observed.
If you're going to go the full journey, then ultimately, then this is a very tricky discipline to do it. Your mind turns in and observes itself observing. Because the observing self is just another part of the mind. And then at that point, if your mind is disciplined enough to do that, you go through a doorway, and then you come into the space where you are no longer in your thinking mind. You are behind your thinking mind, and you just, that's the thing that Greenspan was talking about saying awareness is below conscious intellect, is infinite and equal in every human being, perhaps in every creature. That's the one. And that's the one where you are no longer witnessing yourself. There's no more self-consciousness. You just are the thing. You just are the act. You are the washing the dish. You are the driving of the car. You're not thinking, I am driving the car. You just are it. And it gets very simple and very immediate. Then you're like a tree or the grass or the river. You're part of the universe of forms. As Gandhi said, when you die into that completely, then you find yourself in the service of all that exists. It's just natural. It's your recreation and your joy. Rabindranath Tagore, the poet, said, I slept and dreamt that life was joy. I awoke and saw that life was service. I acted, and behold, service was joy. See, there are stages of this recognition until not that you're doing good anymore. Next level is you are good. Not that you are milking for your self-image how good you are. You're doing it because if your hand is sitting in the fire, your other hand will pull it out. And this hand doesn't say to this one doesn't say to this one, thank you, because they're both part of the same thing. I've been struggling with in my lectures, trying to deal with this issue of looking, the description I described is that I was on a beach in Marin and I was playing Frisbee, which is a frivolous game, right? Frivolous Frisbee. Sunlight, it was a beautiful day, and I was playing Frisbee. And as I was about to throw the Frisbee, into my mind came the inscription that is over Gandhi's tomb. And it says, think of the poorest person you have ever seen and ask whether your next act will be of any use. Do you throw the frisbee or don't you? See, what you and I do most of the time is we have little category compartments in our head. Well, I've done good, now I can play golf. And when I'm playing golf, I don't really want to think about those starving people because they'll ruin my golf afternoon. But now you call me and you say there are blind in Nepal, I'd like to help. And then you get a good feeling about yourself, and then after 3 pounds of good feeling, you can have, 2 ounces of pleasure. And you got we have these very subtle ways of playing, of compartmentalizing our life. But I'll tell you, there is another level to play the game from. Because if you think that your happiness can be had through denial of something else, you've got to realize that part of your energy is involved in that denial process, and it's not free energy. And there is another level where you have gone out and you have what's called embraced it all into yourself, and there is the poverty and the suffering and the joy and the pleasure, and there you experience your own unique role in being part of an incredibly affluent society that has tremendous resources to work with. And instead of turning away to grab that and then going back and then turning away to grab that, you embrace it all, and then you do what you do. And you hear that your acts can't be done by a rule book, and sometimes it involves playing frisbee, and sometimes it involves service. But no longer are you denying, you're allowing. You're allowing and appreciating, because you're hearing the unique part you have to play in the total structure of the dance, of the game of life. And you're just playing your part the way an oak tree does or an elm tree does. To make believe you're not part of an affluent culture is dishonest.
It is a revelation. It's brilliant.
But to make believe there aren't developing countries where there are people at this moment starving and blind
There are
is
things
also
that you'll hear in
dishonest.
this mix which you don't hear in the original mix.
Now you're really hearing
And
it.
finally,
for the
you
first
have
time
what they
on record,
describe as
like it
a
was
smile
originally
on a
in
Buddhist
concept.
statue, the smile of unbearable compassion. You bear what's unbearable. There is so much suffering, and it's all us. You go up in your consciousness, you see we're all us, and then you come down and you say, but it's my television. Or in Islam, they say, trust in Allah, tie your camel. And you learn that you have to be impeccable on every front. That you can't be clean out here with one and sloppy with the other. I was helping my audiences get out there, and then I looked, and there were a lot of audiences out there in La La Land. And my teachings were learn your zip code, get your act, get
Welcome.
a job.
Tea in space.
And you find half the audience are trying to say, go, fly, dance,
The original
play, and the
Dark
other
Side of the
everybody
Moon
say,
that
"Come
everyone
on
knows
down,
and
get
loves
it
so
together."
well
Because
David
is actually
Gilmour.
third generation
if we're going
tape
to honor
based
our
on
humanity,
most of the
we've got to
drums and
honor our
bass and
divinity, our
rhythm
humanity.
guitars
We've got to
were
honor that we
bounced
are part
into
of
a
the one
two-track
and
mix.
live it.
And this
we're
mix
also
has gone back to the very original tapes,
That we have
synchronized
fears
them
and
all
pain
together,
and grief
and
out of our
everything
separateness.
is original takes
And
and a
we
better
also
sound
have
quality.
absolutely
It's
safety
being
and
remixed to
vulnerability
be
out of our
close to the original, but
learning that and
to be in the quadraphonic SOCD format.
Start to look and cultivate what is that quality of softness that allows me to be part of the universe rather than separate from it. This all becomes part of your agenda and finally part of your bottom line.
One more.
One more.
In your 5 years since some of us in here have seen you before, are you finding there any change in our culture? It's business culture primarily. Are business people more open to looking and searching and maybe questioning the values that we've had and the roles that we've been in?
There are some very interesting effects of the immediacy of information in the culture. The information facility that technology has given us has changed us in some ways. For example, the immediacy of appreciating the what's called the global village, or the fact of everybody's presence and the immediacy of suffering. I'll list the things. The bomb, which means the presence of the potential of not living. So you got to live with death presently, immediately. Communication, which has changed our natures of time and space because of the immediacy of everything. Transportation, mobility, which has changed the nature of space and time also. Things like terrorism, which has increased the anxiety that comes with an anarchic system. The economic instability of debts and debt structure, and the fact that the culture, the business community particularly, is playing paper games with money further and further out, so that there is less stability, less rootedness in the way the game is being played now. All of these over-determines changes in consciousness of the culture. They all contribute to changing the name of the game. So that, for example, what Einstein did to physics, to Newton. See, when I grew up, I took Newtonian physics in school, and I was told that Newtonian physics was absolutely true. I mean, I remember it seemed like a few years ago, and then Einstein came along and he said, well, it's relatively true depending on where you're standing. Now, Einsteinian physics is taught, and everybody assumes that, and it changed the whole game. It took what I was taught was as absolute reality, and it made it relative reality. Didn't make Newton a liar. It just made him relatively true rather than absolutely true. Well, all this stuff is doing the same thing to the cultural stand you're having anywhere, that the information facility is making your reality relatively real, but not absolutely real, because you're having all these other realities presented to you. You're not growing up in a village in Iowa where you don't know anything but what's going on in Iowa, like just one generation back was doing. You're knowing too much all the time. I mean, a kid in Iowa, by the time he's 12 years old, has vicariously through television lived out hundreds and hundreds of roles. That's a whole different world of view than the kid that grew up in Iowa 2 generations back, where he dreamed of becoming the postmaster in the post office. I look at my audiences now. 20 years ago, my audiences all looked a certain way. They had all either come to me through drugs or through check. My audiences now, and I'm saying the same thing roughly that I was saying 20 years ago, sorry, but nothing changing. It's the perennial philosophy. My audiences are now, first of all, my audiences in those days were at narrow age range of about 10 years, between about 15 and 25.
Pink Floyd.
My audiences now are between about 20 and 80.
Turning
Over
away.
75% of them have never taken marijuana or any drugs or any Eastern philosophy.
07,
Who are
15,
they? What are they doing?
FM.
Why would they come here a flake Nate Rum does? I mean,
Pink
what
Floyd,
is it?
61.
I don't understand. I only can assume that there is a shift in the cultural content that has to do partly with the anxiety of the times and partly of the receptivity to these kinds of ideas. Maybe the culture is ready. Maybe that's what affluence finally does. People burn out how much they think they're going to get happiness through what they can buy and acquire. Either they do it directly or they do it vicariously, because they look at the faces of the hero figures and they don't see happiness and contentment. Frank Sinatra was not a content man. I don't know if he's a hero figure either. He was.
Ohana.
That's the problem. We are
all we need is
limits
love.
Of our own culture as a certain mythic culture. And that limit that is becoming visible through our hero figures writ large on television. So it's now I'm happy.
Stream's been choppy today. Seems to be playing fine now. Closing the chat window. Not cool, YouTube. How dare they kick me out right in the middle of a good punks. No worries.
It has to be
Trying to be funny. Smiley wink face. Pink flower. Turtle rainbow. Purple heart.
What comes out of these things is there. I want to honor.
I got a purple heart. Guy deserves a purple heart.
The shark.
Oh yeah, he's really humble about it. No, I'll take the purple heart, thank you. Thanks. Thanks.
The wild geese do not intend to cast their reflection. The water has no mind to perceive their image.
2 concurrent viewers. 1 like. In the
If
house
I
of
could
Ron
sing
Goss.
or play an instrument for you,
Pink
I would
Floyd.
sing and play an instrument for you.
You have a chance to go to my Facebook
If I could
page.
dance for you, I would dance for you.
Just posted what I'm playing right now.
If I could paint for you, I would
Turning
paint
away.
for you.
Pink Floyd,
My thing is
1989,
words.
0715 Venice FM. German Stereo FM broadcast. Grand Canal, Venice, Italy, July 15th, 1989.
But the problem about
Excellent
words
day.
is that you may listen to them, and that would be a mistake.
You sound like a retard.
For all I'm
Invisible.
doing is painting with words.
The Alter Eddie.
And the message that is being sent
Excellent
is
radio.
nonverbal.
So well done. I don't think many people will know just how long this would have taken to make.
Anything you write down
I
in a
also
notebook
love the
and
message
take
of
home,
this video.
think about, forget it.
And it
For in
goes
fact,
on.
I'm not going to say anything that you don't know already.
Share.
But the perplexing problem is that you don't know you
10:04
know.
p.m. Wednesday. Soul.
Sun Tzu says,
Brandon
the
Snowcell.
fish trap exists
Fucking
because of the
best.
fish. Once you've got
Car
the fish,
salesman and
you
the
can forget the
fucking
trap.
on this side of
The rabbit
Saskatoon.
snare exists
That's for
because of
sure.
the rabbit. Once you've gotten the rabbit, you can forget the snare. Words exist because of meaning. Once you've gotten the meaning, you can forget the words. Where can I find a man who has forgotten words so I can have a word with him? You don't have to try. You don't even have to listen. We just have to be together. And it'll all happen. It'll all happen. Now, what I just said thus far is almost heresy. For in a very obvious manner of speaking, especially since it's named after Dr. Head,
Oh no, they deserve to live on the street. Yeah, they deserve to
we are in a
suffer.
temple dedicated
Yeah,
to
they
the worship
deserve
of the
it.
rational mind.
Yeah, let's take everything away from
Even
them.
though God said, "Thou shalt take no other god but me,"
Yeah?
we did it anyway.
Homelessness is a real
And
thing.
professors are the high priests.
And it's gonna be a cold winter this winter.
And here in this
Hope
temple,
everybody's doing their part. What's
I
that?
am saying to you that what you are seeking, that is bringing you here this evening,
Watch the
you
video.
will not find through your
Find a
rational
way.
thought process.
Watch the video. Find a way. Watch the
St.
video.
John of the Cross
Watch
says,
the video.
all that the imagination can imagine and the reason can conceive and understand in this life is not and cannot
Find
be
a way.
a proximate means of union with God. Just won't make it. Hafiz, the poet, said, O thou who art trying to learn the marvel of love from the copybook of reason, I am very much afraid you will never really see the point. The marvel of love from the copybook of reason. We are sharing a journey at this point. What draws us together is that for the most part we are Westerners who have experienced a set of shared experiences and who are at this point asking of themselves and that which is around them some shared
Watch
question.
the video. Find a way.
And it's only at the point that you ask the question that you can hear the answer.
This is important.
It is only at the point when it begins to dawn on you that maybe all of the methods you had available to you thus far aren't going to be enough. All we can do at this point is to share our journeys with one another. I certainly, in no even minute sense, come before you to proselytize, because the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, he that teaches those that do not want to hear is performing an immoral act.
Yep.
And besides, they can't hear it anyway.
That's it. Spinning your fucking wheels.
Hmm. So it's only when, in Sanskrit they call it virag, when there is a certain amount of feeling of the falling away of worldliness, of the pull of certain things, that you're ready to hear another message. And I'm going to share with you my own experiences thus far in my journey, briefly, and try to explore some of the implications of them. As I say, the likelihood that anybody in this room will ever go my trip, wear a dress and grow a beard and become sexually continent and live in the Himalayas, that's just a trip. It's a groovy trip, but it's a trip, and it's unique to the fact that that's suitable for me at this moment. Each pilgrim on the path has to find his own way. However, all paths lead to the same place. And therefore, by hearing of other people's journeys, you can get clear as to where it is you're going, and you can get some of the dynamics of method, comparatively, perhaps. My story is a story of 3 chapters. The first chapter I can tell most briefly at this point in my life. It used to be the longest chapter. The second chapter is a little longer, and the third chapter is perhaps the pertinent one for the evening. Chapter 1, I trained to be a social psychologist in the field of child development and personality theory. I got my PhD from Stanford, and I was a professor at Harvard. I taught at Cal and Stanford and Harvard. I came from a middle-class, upwardly mobile family. And I got my PhD primarily out of fear. And I knew when I took my doctoral exams that I didn't know, but I was very charming. got to Harvard, I assumed that now that I was in one of the inner temples,
Yep.
I would know.
Hey.
And I taught courses. I taught Freud, human motivation, clinical pathology.
Okay? No, obviously not.
And I went to the first faculty meeting, and they had high tea at 3:30.
I hate to bother you with this.
And it was very much like being in the Virginia Assembly at the one of the historical landmarks in the United States. Even if they were talking about the hours that Radcliffe women had to be in bed, it all sounded like high oratory out of the Greek amphitheater. And I was very awed by it, but as the time went on, I was there for 5 years, I began to see that we didn't know enough. Down the hall from me in one direction was Eric Erickson, another was Dave Reisman, Jerry Bruner of cognitive psychology, some of the people who were social scientists who supposedly knew. But it stood to reason that if we all knew, we should really be grooving. And we weren't. Life just wasn't beautiful enough. Everybody was
just so
talking about the rat race, looking drawn out in a highly competitive field.
I asked him something and it's like, shush, you know.
And what bothered me was I knew I didn't know.
And he watches TV all bloody day.
But if you look in other people's eyes to get the image of who you are, it's pretty good. And everybody kept saying, well, he's a Harvard professor, so he knows.
Back to 2010.
And my mother was proud of me.
Yep.
And I had collected all the symbols of success in society, or at least a large number of them. I had a Cessna airplane, and a Mercedes-Benz, and a Triumph motorcycle, and a bachelor apartment full of antiques, and I had groovy dinner parties with bouillabaisse and white wine. And I went skin diving in Nassau, and I sat on important committees. But every now and then, just before I'd be going to sleep, or when I'd be in the bathtub or something, there'd be that moment when there wasn't somebody else's eyes to look into to tell me how wonderful I was. And I knew that it wasn't enough. It didn't make it. And tenure was being dangled before my nose if I merely got my, quote, publications in order. And I thought, well, I have 40 more years of this. And I think it is most likely that I would have gone along at that pace, just collecting more and more badges. But down the hall from me, I was a big empire builder. I had 40 research assistants, and 2 secretaries and 4 offices at Harvard, and I was in 4 different departments. And down the hall from me, in a little closet-like room that didn't have any secretaries and nothing going, sat a man, and we became drinking buddies, and his name was Timothy Leary. And one evening, we talked about Mexico, and he said he was going to be in Mexico the next summer and invited me to visit with him. And in a drunken moment, I said, well, why don't we fly across the north of South America, because I'm a pilot. And he said, that's a great idea. So we made a plan, and I neglected to tell him that all I had was my student license.
No, his whole makeup is that way.
There's that, right?
But I worked hard all spring, and I got my license the day before I left for Mexico.
He doesn't know how to treat a woman.
And it was a hair-raising trip, and I arrived at Cuernavaca, where Timothy was, and he had just ingested these mushrooms, which are called tiananactol, or flesh of the gods. And he said he had seen more in 9 hours than he had learned in all his years as a psychologist.
Everything's okay.
And there weren't any more mushrooms around.
There's a give and a take, isn't there? There should be. And if there's not, something snaps.
So we didn't go to South America.
Of course not.
We hung out and talked about the mushrooms. then we went back to the United States, and I was away. I was teaching at Cowles as a visiting professor. And when I got back in the spring, one night on the night of a large snowstorm,
I know.
I was invited over to Timothy's house. I was visiting my parents in this suburb near Timothy, about a few blocks away. And I walked the few blocks to ingest psilocybin, the synthetic of the Mexican
It's
mushroom.
worse. They're getting worse on CNN.
I know.
Yeah. So the people that they got.
And after kind of a melodramatic social scene in the kitchen
good hooking.
over whether the dog was going to die,
Can I have a smoke in here?
Yeah.
it's that peculiar situation you get into when you've taken a psychedelic, because the dog had been out running in the snow and was panting, and the question was he panting naturally or not, and how would we know?
Time as it is already.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Tim's young son, 11 years old, came down and set us straight. And then I went off into the living room by myself. And this is the report of that few moments at that point.
You got any tea?
But now, a few hours later, I had gone off by myself to reflect upon these new feelings and senses. A deep calm pervaded my being. The rug crawled and the pictures smiled, all of which delighted me. Then I saw a figure standing about 8 feet away where a moment before there had been no one. I peered into the semi-darkness and recognized none other than myself, in cap and gown and hood as a professor.
Still going? I don't know. I think one of
It was as if that part of me, which was Harvard professor, had separated or dissociated itself from me.
I got it pointed there.
Well, I thought,
It is what it is.
I worked hard to get that status, but I don't really need it. So it's over there and I'm over here, so I'll give it up. I won't get frightened. Okay. Again, I settled back into the cushions, but at that moment the figure changed. Again, I leaned forward, straining to see. Ah, me again. But now it was that aspect of me which was the social cosmopolite.
And if you like black tea,
Okay,
you should take all this.
so that goes too, I thought.
I don't have it strong though.
Yeah.
Again and again the figure changed, and I recognized over there all the different aspects I knew to be me. Cellist,
So I thought I'd just
pilot,
take off for a bit.
etc.
Yep, that's the best thing.
With
to
each
do.
new presentation, I again and again reassured myself
Always up at this
that
time,
I didn't
so-
need that anyway.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Then I saw the figure over there
prime
become
time
that in
usually,
me
and
which
even
was
if I'm not,
Richard Alpertness. That is, the basic social identity by which I had always acknowledged my existence. Sweat broke out on my forehead. I wasn't at all sure I could do without being Richard Alpert.
You can't believe how
Did that mean I'd have amnesia?
much of a
Was that what this
whole-
drug that this madman had given me was going to do?
CNN
Would it be permanent?
entity
Should I call Tim?
has over people. And you know what, Mom?
What the hell?
I took it in.
I'll give up being
For a bit.
Richard Alpert.
Like I was thinking,
I can always get a new
this
social
almost
identity.
Seems pretty reasonable.
At least I have my
But
body.
Like a couple of years ago, I took it in. I mean,
But I
thought-
spoke too soon.
Oh, I tell you, looking and then you see it all unfolding.
As I looked
before
down
your
at my
eyes,
body for reassurance,
and then
I
it's
could see
fake
nothing below the kneecaps. And slowly, now to my horror, with my eyes wide open, I saw the progressive disappearance of limbs and then torso, until all there was the couch on which I had sat.
It doesn't work if you're looking at one resource. You have to look at multiple
This
resources.
is usually known as a bad trip report.
to get the truth.
A scream formed in my throat. I felt that I was dying, since there was
Well,
nothing
so,
in my
yeah,
universe that led me to believe in
dumb
life
down
after
to
leaving the body.
And your brother is too, Mom.
Doing without professorness,
It's
or
unfortunate. He's
loverness,
on a lot of meds too.
or even
It
Richard
fucks up.
Alpertness was okay, but I certainly needed the body. Panic mounted, adrenaline shot through my system, my mouth became
Truth
dry.
and love, truth and
But
love.
along with this,
Right, like,
a voice sounded
pretty serious,
inside, what I don't know,
We
but
gotta
inside.
we gotta
An
say
intimate
something.
voice asked very quietly and rather
Because it's like
jocularly, it
it's
seemed to me,
seeping into
considering
our
how
families,
distraught
it's
I
seeping
was.
into all our
But who's
relationships.
minding the store? When I could finally focus on the question, which takes a while, hear it, I realized that though everything by which I knew myself, even my body, and thus life itself as I knew it, was gone, still I was fully aware. Not only that, but this aware I was watching the entire drama, including the panic, with calm compassion. Instantly, with this recognition, I felt a new kind of calmness, one of a profundity never experienced before. I had just found that I. Later I called it a scanning device, a point, an essence.
Abductions and killings.
The place where I existed independent of social and physical identity. That which was I was beyond life and death.
A little bit of this, a little
and
bit of
something
that, right?
else.
So you can take a break.
That I knew.
That's why I take off a lot.
It really knew.
So
It was wise rather than just knowledgeable.
The box has stolen the
It was the voice
He's allowed
inside
the
that
box
spoke truth.
to steal his relationship.
I recognized it, was one with it, and felt as if my entire life of looking to the outside world for reassurance was over. Now I need only look within to that place where I knew.
What do you do, Mom? You know,
Fear turned into exultation. I ran out into the snow, laughing. In a moment, the house was lost from view, but it was all right because inside I knew.
He'll go back to what it was.
At about 5:30, I walked through the silent land a few blocks, my heart full to overflowing with the joy of my newfound self. At my parents' home, I felt the urge to clear the walk, as any good young tribal buck
Because he
might.
wanted to watch CNN
Happily, I set about the
and all
task.
this shit.
Then the upstairs window flew open, and they were my
the one
parents.
that he loves.
Come to
Crying
bed,
out
you
saying,
idiot.
hey, spend some time with me.
Nobody
hey,
shoveled
can I
snow
watch
in the middle of the
something
night.
different here? Hey, can we listen to some other music?
There was that
You know?
external voice, to
Can we
which I
listen
had
to some
always
music
listened.
and just shut it off?
But what did the voice
He's not
inside
doing
say?
that, Mom.
It
And
said,
you keep on asking
it's okay
for
to
it,
shovel
so he's
snow,
not giving you half.
and it's okay to be
He's not
happy.
coming even meeting you half.
I laughed up at them, danced a bit of a jig, and
He's
returned to
barely
shoveling.
meeting you anywhere.
When I looked again, they had closed the window, and behind it, they too were smiling. So it was a contact high.
So, then that's easy. It's an easy decision. So you go in with confidence. And you
Now, the reason I read that to you
what
at some length
That's it.
Is because I want to read you one other thing of 2 paragraphs,
People think
which
they can walk over
is
people.
an anticipation, a foreshadowing of chapter 3.
That's not what we're about, you know? We have tolerance.
This is the experience of a 17-year-old middle-class high school student with no particular spiritual training.
All of it, right? This is a first.
Quote, I was sitting alone in a room on the first floor of my uncle's house. I seldom had any sickness, and on that day there was nothing wrong with my health. But a sudden violent fear of death
You
overtook
can
me.
chest your patience.
There was nothing in my state of health to account
Then
for
it's
it.
going to kill you.
I just felt, I am going to die,
Then you're going to be stressed.
and
that's
began
where all the
thinking
fucking
what to do
disease
about it.
comes from, is stress.
It did not occur to me to consult a doctor or my elders or friends. I felt I had to solve the problem myself, there and then. The shock of the fear of death drove my mind inwards, and I said to myself mentally, without actually forming the words, now death has come, what does it mean? What is it that is dying? This body dies, and at once I dramatized the occurrence of death. I lay with my limbs stretched out, as though rigor mortis had set in, and imitated a corpse so as to give greater reality to the enquiry. I held my breath and kept my lips tightly closed so that no sound could escape, so that neither the word I nor any other word could be uttered. Well, then, I said to myself, this body is dead. It will be carried stiff to the burning ground, and there burnt and reduced to ashes. But with the death of the body, am I dead? Is the body I? It is silent and inert, but I feel the full force of my personality, and even the voice of the I within me, apart from it, apart from the personality. So I am spirit transcending the body. The body dies, but the spirit that transcends it cannot be touched by death. That means that I am the deathless spirit. All of this was not dull thought. It flashed through me vividly as living truth, which I perceived directly, almost without thought process. I was something very real, the only real thing about my present state, and all the conscious activity connected with my body was centered on that I.
Make it work that way.
From that moment onward, the I or self focused attention on itself by a powerful fascination. Fear of death had vanished once and for all. Absorption in the self continued unbroken from that time on. Previous to that crisis, I had no clear perception of this and was not consciously attracted to it. I felt no perceptible or direct interest in it, much less any desire to dwell permanently in it.
Way more.
3 weeks after this experience, the fellow whose report I just read dropped out. He left home and he went to a mountain where for 50 years he remained, teaching and guiding all seekers with extraordinary spiritual wisdom. His name was Ramana Maharshi. He was one of the greatest saints that India has known.
Whether it stays or it goes.
Now the difference between Ramana Maharshi and me was that I came down.
Whether he stays or he goes, either way.
I had an experience on Saturday night, and I assured myself, I have just touched living truth. I will know this forever. And by Wednesday, I was speaking of it in the past tense.
The choices, you got so many choices, right?
Talking about this great experience I had.
But be smart about it too. It's like, how much longer do you want to live in this?
That experience starts chapter 2.
I can't live like this much longer.
But chapter 2 was my own quest
getting those messages
via the method of psychedelics to, I guess you'd say, stay high.
Yep. Has he?
No. But to show me today, it didn't. Whether you drive it in the morning or...
Yep.
It's still...
There was a lot of political, social activity connected with the psychedelics, which I'm sure you all heard or read about at one point or another in various sundry scientific journals, such as Saturday Evening Post.
Oh, you ask them to change. You keep on asking them to change. You beat your head up against that wall.
And in the course of these explorations, I was fired from Harvard. I lost all my jobs, and my parents mourned me as if I were dead.
You love people as much as you love someone. You know, it's like there's only so much you can do.
But it didn't matter.
Of course you do.
Because I had touched something that was so powerful that it compelled me to go on with it. I was addicted to the experience of being high. I was not addicted to the chemical, but just to the state. I had touched something so pure and so fulfilling that I had to keep going back. And I tried every method I knew to stay high. Everybody that came along with something that looked reasonably safe to ingest, I opened my mouth. I discriminated what I put in by who was giving it to me, of course. One point, a man walked into an apartment I was visiting in New York, and he was so paranoid that when he heard a news reporter was in the living room, he hid in the bathroom until the man left. And then he came out and he was wearing cowboy boots and a cowboy hat, and he was quite strange looking. And he started pulling bottles out of all of his pockets, saying he thought our work was great and he wanted to give us so many grams of this and so many grams of that. And he had animal laboratories and had access to all this. And then he put out this bottle and he said, this is an LSD, the new kind that keeps you permanently high. And he put it on the table. And we all silently looked at it.
Is that too much?
And then the question arose, how does he know?
It was only in there for like 20 seconds, eh?
And if he is what that is, I want it.
Pardon me? Yeah.
Christ has a beautiful parable to describe those days. And when the king came in to behold the guests, he saw there a man who had not on a wedding garment. And he said unto him, Friend, how camest thou in thither, not having on a wedding garment? And he was speechless. Then the king said to the servants, Bind him hand and foot, and cast him into the outer darkness. There shall be much weeping and gnashing of teeth. And that's what would happen. You could force your way in through the door into the wedding feast, but you couldn't stay there. And I kept figuring that if we could change the chemistry, we could, and then that didn't seem to be working. And then I understood that it had something to do with what I was saying a few years back, getting straight. You had to get straight. but I didn't really understand what that meant. The extent of the chemical experiments was at one point 5 of us locked ourselves in a room, in a house, for 3 weeks, and we took 400 microgram LSD every 4 hours for 3 weeks. And at the end of the 3 weeks, we came down. Well, this chapter had gone from 1961 till the beginning of 1967. At this point, I had to acknowledge the fact that I didn't know still. I now knew what it was that I was reaching for. I understood the possibility, but I didn't know how to get there. It wasn't that I didn't have supplies to work with, but what's the sense in taking them? Because I knew the trip. I had programmed and designed studies. I had taken 1,000 micrograms of LSD standing in the ocean at midnight in the Mexican, with the jungle behind me and the ocean in front of me to get in tune with the forces of nature and scare the hell out of myself.
24 hours ago, I did this work, I did that work, and I was doing it for them.
And at this point, I was going around as a lecturer talking about psychedelics. And there was no doubt that they were important and that they were showing us a possibility, but they weren't a full method, or at least we didn't know how to use them.
And I've been like, inactive.
Now, at this point, a friend of mine came along, a fellow who I had guided through his first psychedelic experiences. He was an unusual fellow. He was about 14 and a half. He had gone to the University of Chicago. At he got to wait till he was 21 to get his international law degree. At 23 or 4, he was teaching in the United Nations.
Here's the deal.
At 27 or 8, he started his own company, which he sold when he was 34 to Xerox and he became an executive, and he retired after a year and took his $5 million to become a Buddhist.
So that's not a possibility.
It's happening faster and faster these days.
Can't let him drive, no.
And he wanted to go in search of holy men in the East.
Maybe you can find a small unit.
We had suspected along the way that the East, of course, was doing all of the work that we were just touching, and they knew all about these things. But many of my friends had gone to India, and they had come back saying there are many good pundits, that is, knowledgeable people, but there is nobody that seems to really know.
And this is, you can't be idle threat about this.
And the frightening thought occurred, what happens if we are the people that know most in the world at this moment?
You take the TV,
That's pretty scary, because we don't know. And you certainly, there's a paternalistic thing, you want somebody to know, somebody wise to be sitting there that knows.
I got a TV. Put it right there.
My TV?
I put both the TV, and then his TV, put it in his fucking room. Bye. That TV comes here.
And I was kind of discouraged because I didn't think I was going to find anything, but I didn't know what else to do. I had blown it in psychology. I had used up my psychedelic chemical possibilities as far as I could think of them. So I went off to India.
The only way you can make it work is get
we started in Iran and went looking for Sufis, and then through Afghanistan, and we went on a first-class Western trip.
In his room. Take your TV,
we had a big Land Rover with a candy-striped camper top on it, bottled water and canned sardines, soft beds up in the back of the car. We saw the mass of India through the windows of the Land Rover.
And then it's like,
we scored great hashish in Afghanistan.
If you can't make that
and
decision,
so it was all seen through a kind of a fog of
you're a big boy, right?
hashish.
I would never be able to.
We went and we had darshan with the Dalai Lama, and we went to the Burning Ghats, and we went to Delhi, and we went to where Buddha delivered his first sermon, and we did the whole trip.
He's okay.
And I took 1,300 slides, and I collected groovy musical instruments, and I had many tapes of great music, but nothing had happened at all.
That's easy.
And I had this bottle of LSD, and when I'd find what seemed like holy men, I would give them a LSD,
That's
and
where he was.
we talk about it, and they say, well, I'd like to try it, and I say, well, it just so happens I.
So either he moves or you move.
And I thought maybe they'd tell me what it was.
That's like, you told me.
And some of them said it gave me a headache.
The only option.
One old Theravadan monk.
That sounds reasonable.
One fellow said, it's good, but not as good as
You
meditation.
move. And then he
One
picks
fellow
up.
said,
'Cause he's got all the cable.
where can I get some more?
All in his name. He's got a clear fucking deck.
In general, most of the messages were messages I had received before, and I did not feel that any great light
He's
had been
doing
shed
a
at
lot
that
better
point.
than he was. Right?
Well, he could easily live on his own.
And I got to
There you go.
Kathmandu, Nepal,
That's right.
and we were about to go on to Japan.
And then,
And I started to
and then
experience
we
very deep
find
despair,
something.
because that was sort of like the beginning of the journey home, and I didn't see any reason to go back. What was I going
I
back?
can find you. Remember
I had used up everything. I had nothing new to say. I didn't know. I didn't know enough.
I can find you a place. That's easy.
Okay. We'll see what happens.
And I was sitting in
And it's going to be so much nicer. You're going to be so much more comfortable.
a hippie restaurant called the Blue Tibetan
Little loft or something. Little loft or something.
with
you know,
my friend, my
not
traveling
much
companion.
maintenance,
I was
you
sitting
know.
with some French hippies.
I can make house or home anywhere.
House home.
And in walked this very extraordinary looking young fellow. He was 6'7", and he had long blonde hair and blonde beard. He was barefoot, wearing white cloth beads. Very powerful being, and he came right to our table and sat down, and within about 2 minutes, I sensed that this fellow knew. It's interesting how when you are in the businesses I've been in, you are constantly checking out people's eyes. And I would look into their eyes, and they would always be looking at me like, do you know? And I'd be saying, no, do you know? And it was like... And there was just a feeling in this fellow that, like a rock, like whatever it was, he knew it.
If it's toxic and it's not working.
And we took him back to the hotel, and we had about a 5-day seminar in the hotel room on
You've exhausted every other option.
hot baths and peach melbas, and we had a sculptor, an Indian sculptor, a beautiful fellow with us, the four of us, and mescaline and hashish and Alexander David Neal books and Arthur Avedon
That's
books
something I would never do.
and all of our levels. And at the end of about 4 or 5 days, it was still quite obvious to me that he knew. And the time came to go on to Japan with my friend who I'd been traveling with, or continue to hang out with this guy.
You know?
And this guy had no money.
Really focus
And I had no money.
in something. Every once in a while, you know?
different.
Yeah.
And I was a little queasy about what was going on. What were my motives? What was this all about? Was it pure enough? And so on.
Yeah. So
But for a variety of reasons, which I won't
no balance.
belabor at
There's
this
no
moment, I
balance.
decided to go with him.
Heavily one-sided.
And we started this pilgrimage by foot. Now I am barefoot and experiencing extraordinary breakdown of my physical being. Dysentery, sleeping on the ground and on wooden tables so that all my hips are all black and blue and aching, and my feet have blisters on them, and I'm exhausted because all day long I'm walking behind him trying to avoid walking in cow dung and pond juice and people spit. And
Do you?
What?
Do you ever feel like you're at
I
physical
came from a
harm?
very
No, not at
well toilet trained background, and this was.
No, but like he would do that.
And he was very compassionate, although not having much pity.
No.
And he'd say, well, why don't you fast for a few days?
I asked this just
You'll
so
feel
you
better.
make sure, because if you do, it's
Your body will develop the bacteria. It's cool.
But
With your dad.
you see.
And he started to train me in a most unusual way.
At the same time, it's like
I would say to him,
your strength. Right?
did I ever tell you the time I was in Mexico flying? And he'd say,
yeah, whatever.
don't think about the past.
See what his reaction is.
Your dad used to
Just
say
be
that
here
he
now.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought, well, maybe that's going to come true.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's a... Yeah,
How long do you suppose we're going to be on this trip?
Then you put the thing in.
Don't think about the future.
The lock, eh?
Just be here now.
No, it's the...
He said, if you can be here now, when then is now, you will have super consciousness and super energy, and you will know just what to
Lay
do.
it out. And be strong about it.
I'd say, boy, do I feel crummy.
And like, and then,
He'd say, emotions are like waves, watch them disappear into the
It's
distance.
like, you know, you want to comfort you. No, Dom, it's not time to comfort.
I had nothing left to talk
It's
about.
time to figure this out and how to make the changes, what to say. You know, like, I'm done.
So I was silent. So then we were silent, and all we did was sing holy songs and have minimal communication about eat this, sleep there, you do this breathing exercise this way. And he was teaching me stuff all along the way and sort of cooling me out. And we visited a variety of temples and had extraordinary experiences along the way, which are other chapters of the book, which we need to again do in this trip.
600.
After about 3 months, and I was going through a lot of mixed feelings, because after all, here I had come to India. I was an ex-professor. I was 35 years old, and I end up following around a 23-year-old guy from Laguna Beach. Whoever wrote the script clearly had a sense of humor. There was no doubt about that.
What's the supplement?
Supplement is to make up for what you need to have to live.
Yeah, you'll get that.
At the end of about 3 months,
Oh yeah.
or a few months,
Again?
Yeah, you'll get that.
a couple of months,
You might like combine.
we had visa problems, and we went to get our visas straight, and we got to the small town where his visa papers were, and everywhere we went, he was welcomed by all the religious people with open arms. If we went to a Theravada Buddhist monastery, he would be chanting Buddhist chants, and they'd all welcome him, and suddenly I realized he was one of them. So I figured, aha, he's a Theravada Buddhist. We'd meet a Kajipal Lama from Tibet, and they'd be talking chants of Tibet, and I would say, aha, he's a Kajipal Lama. We'd meet Shaivites, and he'd be in thick with them, and I couldn't figure out what his trip was. He was everything.
It's easy. They might be giving you more,
And,
you know, in the
I was pretty confused. I generally thought we were Buddhists. Because it seemed relatively clean and antiseptic, and the Hindu trip seemed very, their pictures were so garish, and so the whole thing was kind of gauche. I thought.
Just make in your mind, realize it.
So he says, you stay here, I'm going out to see about my papers. So I sit, and I'm like a little child, you see. He tells me what to eat, where to sleep. He speaks Hindi, and I don't very well. I just understand a little of it, and so it's natural that he would sort of run things, but also everything he's running.
No, basically what would happen, you would have to, with that supplement, it goes in your account, right?
During that night, I went out under the stars to go to the bathroom. And while I was under the stars, I looked up at the heavens, which seemed particularly close, since there's no electricity in that town.
He's got his Van City account, and he can't get together.
And I thought about my mother,
until January,
who had died the previous January in Boston at the Peter Bent Brigham Hospital from a spleen.
He stays with his account.
Her spleen had taken over her bone marrow, it started producing blood, and her spleen grew very large, and they took it out, and she died.
He went to the bank today because he got paid, right?
Yeah.
So he gives me $2,000.
And I wasn't thinking about how she died, I just was thinking about her because I had been with her during the period of her dying, and we had experienced a very high state, quite independent of our relation as parent and child or in bodies, and I had never felt any loss when she died, which is quite amazing.
Have to get most of it.
Even though as a psychologist I was saying, no grief reaction, watch it.
But it has to be fair.
I've been saving on my end of it.
And I thought about her, and I just thought about how close I felt to her, and then I went back to bed.
Because I'm getting
Said nothing.
1,700, and then he gives me 2 on top of that, right?
And the next day, he said,
So I've been saving up.
we're going to get the Land Rover and go up into the mountains because I have to go see my guru. And he had never mentioned even having a guru.
It's usually
And I had a very funny feeling about gurus, that it was a hustle.
Well done.
And that maybe he meant a high teacher.
if anything happens.
And I assumed it would be somebody Buddhist, but you didn't call them gurus usually, and the whole thing was confusing. And furthermore, the Land Rover I hated now, and it hadn't been left for me anyway, it had been left with a sculptor, and I knew if we borrowed it would be my responsibility, and I didn't want the responsibility, and I was sort of sulking. And I was sort of hungover from all the hashish I had smoked, which I now was finished smoking. And we got the Land Rover, which he made us take, and he wouldn't let me drive.
$3,400 he gets.
And I was just sitting sulking in the front seat.
like 1,400
That's right.
on his end.
And we went up into the mountains about 100 miles, and we came to a little temple by the side of the road. And he stopped, and I could tell something big was going to happen because he was crying all the way up.
Well, I haven't cared lately because
Singing and crying. And
he's got that
This is
money
all
there.
going to work out in the end, just so you know. And it's going to work out perfect.
And I was very
It's going to
angry.
work out perfect for him. It's going to work out perfect for you.
And I thought, oh, all this is a young 23-year-old kid. He just wants to have a big Land Rover.
Everybody wins. He'll win.
And I'm going back to America. You know, I've had enough of this.
It's the only way it works. But.
And we stop, and the car's surrounded, and he says, where is Maharaji? Means great king, and they say he's up on the hill, and he goes running off up the hill, and everybody's sort of ignoring me.
Yeah.
And I'm following him, stumbling behind this 6'7" giant, you know, and he's crying and running, and I'm stumbling, and I'm angry and bugged, and I don't want to do this. And we walk around a hill so that we're out of sight of the road.
I can't get it all in here.
And we come into a hillside with a valley behind it, a beautiful scene, and there is sitting a little old man with a blanket, and he's surrounded by about 8 or 9 Indians.
Keep going.